One night, one encounter, and nothing in her life was ever the same again. Paranormal M tells the stories that leave permanent marks. Subscribe if you want the full account. When Dumpling Walked Again. It's a short story, but I'll tell it as clearly as I can. My cat's name is Dumpling. We adopted her in 2020 from a shelter. Her previous owners weren't kind to her, so she's always had a bit of a temper, hissing and scratching and acting like the queen of the house. Still, my family loved her deeply. When she first came to us, she was pregnant and terribly sick. She could barely move without crying out in pain. Watching her suffer broke my heart. One night I sat on the floor crying quietly, feeling useless and cold. Then something strange happened. Dumpling, who hadn't moved all day, suddenly got up. Thought maybe the medicine my dad gave her was kicking in, but instead of going to her food bowl or bed, she walked straight toward me. She rubbed her head against my arm and pressed her warm body into mine. And I was confused, and she hadn't done that before. I thought she wanted food, so I stood up and poured some into her bowl. She didn't even glance at it. She just came back, sat beside me, and purred. My mom walked in, saw us like that, and stopped in her tracks. She smiled a little, but didn't say anything. And after a while, my tears dried, and Dumpling quietly walked behind the couch. Now, behind our couch, there's this tiny little gap, just enough for dust and small toys to disappear into. But not a whole cat. And when I turned to check on her, she was gone, like completely. I panicked. I ran into the kitchen. I asked my dad if he'd seen her. He looked puzzled and said Dumpling had been sleeping on her blanket the whole time, and I just froze there. My mom came over, saw the real Dumpling still curled up in her spot, and we just stared at each other. It happened in seconds. There's no way a sick, pregnant cat could have moved that fast. Mom said maybe a spirit used Dumpling's form to comfort me. I don't know whether to laugh or believe her. But then I remembered my old cat, Shiro. Passed away in 2019. And Shiro was gentle and brave and a little bit dramatic. The kind of cat who would definitely come back just to check if I was okay. Maybe it was her, maybe not. But I'd like to think Shiro borrowed Dumpling's body for a moment, just to remind me I wasn't alone. The Night Visitor at Block 542. This happened more than 10 years ago. It's when I was still living at Jurong West, Block 542, just a short walk from my secondary school. My nightly routine was always the same. TV until 11 p.m. and then chatting with my girlfriend till about 2. But after that night, I never stayed up late in that house again. Back then, I was living with my granny and my cousin. My parents only came back on weekends because their workplace was closer to my aunt's place. So most weekdays, it was just the three of us at home. One evening, my cousin went off for school camp, so only Granny and I were home. She usually slept by 8 p.m., and after that, the whole flat would go quiet, except for the soft light from my room. Around 12:30 a.m., I was still on the phone with my girlfriend when my bedroom door suddenly creaked open. I froze, and I was sure I'd locked it. Through the half-open door, I saw something or someone standing there. A dark figure, just tall enough to brush the top of the doorframe. It didn't come in, it just leaned slightly, its head tilting left and right, as if scanning the room. I wasn't wearing my specs, so everything looked blurry. Who says specs? But the movement was unmistakable. And then after a few seconds, it was gone. And at first, I thought it might have been my granny checking me. That made no sense. She was over 70 and her room was all the way at the other end of the flat. There's no way she could have moved that fast, especially without making a sound. I hung up immediately, pulled my blanket over my head and didn't dare move until sunrise. And even after all these years, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. But I've had weird experiences during my army days too. Strange noises in the jungle and cold drafts and empty tents. But nothing compared to actually seeing something that night. I swear, if I'd had my specs on, my glasses, I might have seen its face and maybe I wouldn't have slept again. Has anyone ever seen something like this before? I mean, I still wonder what it was or what it was looking for. The Whisper Beyond the Door. In 2011, I finally decided to move out from my family home. Started living on my own. You know, to be independent and focus fully on work. At first, I shared an apartment with two friends, Mr. T and Miss L. And no, I'm guessing not that Mr. T. Nothing unusual ever happened there, but soon after they decided to register their marriage and get their own place. Around that time, another close friend, Mr. A, invited me to move into his flat. I'm going to skip the address for privacy. It was a modest 3-room flat where Mr. A lived with his mother. And to make space, he offered me his bedroom and we moved in with her. Before I moved in, he warned me that his place was a bit dirty, as he said. Not in the literal sense, but in the spiritual one. I tried to laugh it off, thinking he was just being dramatic. But here's what he told me. The first encounter. One night close to 11, Mr. A heard children laughing and chatting with an older girl right outside his door. Curious, he listened in, trying to catch what language they were speaking. At first, it sounded like Mandarin. Then he realized it wasn't any language he recognized. Not Mandarin, not Malay, not English, but something else. Another night, while half asleep, a girl's voice whispered right beside his ear, "Are you asleep yet?" He bolted straight into his mother's room, didn't return until morning. These are his mother's experiences. Mr. A's mother used to nap a lot during the day. She often felt something lightly tickling her lips, like playful fingers brushing against them. And once she woke up in the middle of the night, saw a woman standing silently near her bed, pretending she hadn't noticed. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep again. And sometimes she also felt pressure on her chest, what people call ghost pressing. After these incidents, they invited monks to bless the flat. It was a resale unit they lived in for nearly 20 years. First few years were peaceful. Strange things came later. My turn. I moved in anyway, shrugging off their stories as imagination and sleep paralysis, and Mr. T occasionally stayed with me before his wedding. One night he was away at Miss L's place. Mom was working late around 4 a.m. with the lights still on. Suddenly, there were 3 clear knocks on my door. The flat was silent. Couldn't have been my imagination, but thinking it might be Mr. A's mother checking in, I called out, "Just a minute, Auntie." And when I opened the door moments later, there was no one. The corridor was empty and still, and a cold wave crept up my spine. I did remember what Mr. A had told me, and quietly just shut the door, pretending nothing happened. Mr. T's story. Fool. Later, Mr. T told me something that made me uneasy. One night while I was away, he heard somebody singing. He was hearing him outside the corridor at 2 a.m. He said he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, and the voice was soft and melodic, though. The words were in a language he'd never heard, not any Asian or Western tongue, something entirely unfamiliar. He didn't dare open his eyes, and he was afraid that if he did, he might actually see who was singing. And that's how it's been. I'm still living here in that same flat. Can't say I've seen anything, but sometimes on quiet nights when the wind passes through the corridor, almost sounds like someone humming. In what regions of the world do you refer to an apartment or house as a flat other than the UK? Just curious. The flat that never saw sunlight. It was many years ago, and I stayed with my boyfriend at his close friend's apartment, a small 3-room flat. And the strange thing about it was that even in the morning, the place was dim, wrapped in shadows as if the sun had forgotten it existed. No light ever reached inside, but whenever I was alone there, I often felt as though somebody was watching me from the corner of the room. I'd be playing online games in the living room or preparing food in the kitchen, and suddenly the hairs on my arms would stand straight up. It wasn't like I ever saw anything, just that strange feeling that made me uneasy. Still, I brushed it off every time. One night, my boyfriend, who's now my husband, was away for military reservice. I went to bed around midnight after scrolling. I must have fallen asleep quickly, but it wasn't for very long. That's because I woke up to a series of loud, urgent knocks on my bedroom door. Knocks so violent that the whole door rattled as if it would fall off its hinges. Half asleep and panicked, I thought maybe one of my boyfriend's friends had come by for something important. Without thinking, I swung open the door. The flat was completely dark. Living room light was off. Other bedroom door was open. No one was there, and the air was heavy and silent. I froze, and then terror hit me all at once. I slammed my door shut and I locked it. Grabbed my phone to call my boyfriend, sobbing and begging him to come home. It was around 3 a.m. Even when I heard faint noises outside, I couldn't bring myself to check. I stayed in it underneath my blanket until he returned at dawn around 6. And that was my first and last encounter there. After that night, I never dared stay alone in that apartment again. The Girl in the Mirror. A story from Pungal Bayview. This story came from a colleague's cousin, Daniel, who managed a flat at Pungal Bayview. It's somewhere near the famous Prada shop by the waterway. And for those who are not familiar, that's around the Pungal North Shore area in Singapore. Okay, Daniel. Daniel and his girlfriend of 4 years, Melissa, applied for a BTO there because her parents were staying nearby. That's when their ballot number came out under 80, and they were over the moon. They even consulted 3 different Feng Shui masters to pick the best unit out of the block that they wanted. The funny thing was, every master gave them different answers. One said take units facing north, another said east, and the last one said the higher the better. There's no overlap. And in the end, they just took a unit on the 10th floor because Melissa's mum said 10 means perfection. Sure, good life won. Alrighty then. Even though both Daniel and Melissa were Catholics, they let their parents handle the traditional stuff, like rolling pineapple and sprinkling rice and putting salt on tea leaves. When they first moved in, they were super excited. Every weekend they went to IKEA, Courts, and Shopee to buy things to make their dream home. After 3 months, they finally held a housewarming party, and since they were one of the first to move in, they set up a buffet along the corridor and invited the neighbors too. One of their neighbors, a young, capital S, capital A, capital F, a young Saf regular with a small daughter named Ellie came over. The little girl was running around and very cute, and everybody played with her when her father passed her a paper plate of rice. She took it and went straight into the master bedroom. Melissa followed her, worried she might spill the food in the new bed, and said, "Ellie, why you eat inside the room? Got aircon outside, go play there, la." The girl turned around and said, "I want to eat with sister." Melissa asked casually, "Which sister?" thinking she meant some cousin from next door. Ellie pointed at the dressing table mirror and said, "That sister inside." Melissa froze and quickly said, Okay, you slowly eat, and walked out with goosebumps all over. She pulled Daniel aside and told him, and Daniel laughed it off, saying kids always imagine things, but seeing how pale Melissa looked, he decided to check. When he entered the room, Ellie just smiled at him and put a finger on her lips. "Shh, sister's sleeping." Daniel got goosebumps this time, and he asked softly, "Where is she sleeping?" Ellie pointed to the mirror again. Then her eyes moved to the window. Suddenly, she screamed and started crying. "Sister, go out already." And her father rushed in and carried her away, apologizing nonstop. That night, Melissa insisted they sleep in the guest room, and she slept on the bed nearer to the wall, facing the room because she was scared. Around 3 a.m., she heard the tick sound of a light switch. Her eyes opened wide. Toilet door was closed. She could still see a thin strip of light from below, and somebody had switched the toilet light on. Then, within seconds, click, went off again. Melissa froze and didn't even dare to move, and after a while she whispered to Daniel, but he was snoring. So she shouted his name, and he jumped up. She told him what happened, and Daniel tried to look calm, turned on the lights, and went to check the toilet. He opened the door and looked around and then said, "Nothing, la." But as he turned back, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes widened, and he shouted, "Eh!" Melissa screamed too and said, "What?" Daniel said he saw a woman's reflection in the mirror with long hair, white dress standing between him and Melissa's bed, but somehow half transparent. They both started praying and reciting verses from the Bible, and after a while they calmed down a bit and left on with all the lights till morning. Next day they took urgent leave and went to Daniel's mum's house. His mum later went to the temple nearby to consult a medium. The moment she entered, before she said anything, the medium said, "Your son's house got something followed back from outside, but they don't believe, so cannot help." He gave her a talisman, said to burn it and mix the ashes with water and for them to drink it. Melissa refused, and Daniel reluctantly did it. And that night nothing happened, but the next morning, Melissa said she couldn't sleep at all. Not because of ghosts, but because Daniel snored too loudly. They both laughed a bit, but within a week they packed up and moved back to his mum's flat. Later they rented a new place, refused to talk about that night again. And last I heard, their Malaysian cousin was staying at this flat while studying at a nearby polytechnic. Until now, they said everything's been quiet. The Whisper from the Corridor. I'm going to share something that happened back in my old apartment. I spent almost 10 years there, and honestly, strange things happened more often than I'd like to admit. And the weirdest part of that house wasn't the bedroom or the toilet. It was the corridor that linked the kitchen and the living room. The place had an awkward T shape, and the kitchen light never reached that corner properly. The whole area always felt a little dim, even in the day. My desk was near the living room window, facing away from a small altar that my mom set up. She used to follow a local temple quite actively, and things started getting odd after my aunt took my late grandmother's memorial tablet to a new place. That same week, we began hearing faint metallic clinks from the corridor. Even the talisman pasted above her door peeled halfway down on its own. I once told my mom that the altar felt hollow, like something was missing. And after my college exams, I'd often stay up till 2 or 3. I'd be gaming or chatting or zoning out online. And every night, without fail, I could feel someone standing quietly in the corridor watching me. I'd turn around and there'd be nothing. Then there'd be this soft tap like a mug being placed gently on a counter. It always came from the same spot where my grandmother's tablet used to be. I thought it was my dad sneaking out for water, but every time I checked, he was just fast asleep. The worst night came when I was halfway through a game. I was completely alone, parents already snoring, and out of nowhere there was a loud thud from her storage cabinet inside the house. Not outside, but inside, and I froze. And that thing was heavy and always kept shut. No rat could have done that. That night I didn't even shut down the PC properly. I just yanked the plug, ran straight to bed, and pulled the blanket over my head again like I was 10. The girl in the green dress. Well, this one is real. Happened at St. Andrews, my old school in Penang. St. Andrews is ancient. It was built in 1910 by Catholic missionaries who wanted to bring education to the region. And during World War II, however, it was taken over by the Japanese army. It became their local command post. Many dark things happened there, like interrogations and executions and you name it. After the war ended, it returned to being a school, a proud Gothic-style building that still stood strong, but she did keep her shadows. St. Andrews has 4 levels, the ground floor and 3 upper floors. The top one houses an old chapel, and people whisper that it's haunted by a little girl in a green dress. Some say she was a victim during the war. Others say she's been there since before it even began. Either way, everybody avoids that floor after dark. This story took place in 2006, so when I was 15. It was on a gloomy Friday evening, less than an hour before the final bell. I was in my class, which was near the small prayer room at the top floor, attending the last lesson of the day. Next to my class was another room. It was larger and divided into 2 sections by a thin wooden wall with a glass panel in the middle. Whatever happened on one side could be seen from the other. The wind was howling that day. It was rattling the old window frames. A Malay teacher was conducting the lesson next door. Class was small, barely 10 students. Everything was normal until she stopped mid-sentence. Her face went pale. She stared straight at the glass partition and was frozen. Students fell silent, confused. A few turned to look where she was looking, and some of them saw it too, because through the glass, a little girl in a green dress was walking slowly from the doorway to the far wall, then back again over and over. Strange thing was, there was no one in the other half of the room. It was empty. When the girl realized the teacher was watching her, she stopped. She turned her head and looked right into the teacher's eyes through the glass and smiled. A cold, furious kind of smile. Then she disappeared, just like that. The teacher tried not to scream, told everybody to pack up early and dismiss the class. She rushed straight to the staff room, grabbing her bag, and left without a word. The next day, she didn't show up, and word spread that she'd fallen sick with a high fever and took several days off. And no one used that classroom again for months. And even now, when the wind blows through St. Andrews and the lights flicker, people swear they can still see a faint green dress moving behind the glass. The girl behind the door. Whenever I go to the toilet at school, I always need someone to come with me. If my friends say no, I'll hold it until I get home. Why? Because, 8 years ago, somebody took her own life near that toilet. People say her spirit never left there. Usually I wait until recess or after class. That's when the place is crowded. The noise makes me feel safe, but one afternoon I was desperate. My best friend, Michelle, they refused to follow me. So I asked the teacher and I went alone. After I finished, I heard a voice outside and it sounded exactly like Michelle. "You done yet?" she called. I smiled, relieved, and opened the door shouting, "Gotcha!" But no one was there. The corridor was silent. I froze for a second, washed my hands as fast as I could, and I ran out. When I met Michelle later, she swore she never went near that toilet. Then, who had I just spoken to? A few weeks later, during term 2, we had our photo shoot day. We had to wear our uniforms and bring our PE shirts to change into later. And after the pictures, a few of us went to the same toilet. It was the closest one. It was around 10 a.m. and I suddenly felt a sharp stomach pain. I rushed into one of the cubicles while my classmates chatted outside. When I came out, everyone was gone. The place was too quiet. I noticed all the cubicle doors were closed, but no sounds came from inside. My eyes lifted to the first stall, the one rumored to be haunted, by the way. I saw something. A head hanging from the ceiling, blood dripping slowly from its neck. It turned toward me, and its eyes, it just had no eyes. I stumbled back trembling, but there was no blood on the floor, and my vision blurred. I bolted out into the sunlight, gasping. My friends laughed at me during PE, but then Michelle noticed something. "You liar, I was just in that toilet," she said. But there was blood on her shirt. We told the principal, who didn't believe a word, and she even went into the toilet shouting, "Where's your ghost, huh? Come out and haunt me." We all stood outside, too scared to enter. And suddenly Calvin, who was the school bully, screamed. We turned. When we looked back, the head had vanished. The principal laughed, thinking that we were pranking her. But then the head appeared behind her and we ran, and she didn't. The next day, the vice principal announced that her principal had gone missing. The police came, searched everywhere, but found nothing. The haunted toilet was sealed off. A month later, the school rebuilt that area into a garden. When workers dug the soil for planting, they uncovered a corpse with no eyes, and next to it lay a severed hand. Well, they used that to identify the body. It was our principal. And the eyeballs in her skull, they weren't hers. They belonged to the girl who had died years before. But the question still haunts me every time I walk past that place. If the principal was buried under the school, who buried her and why? The Girl by the River Dorm. There's an old school in Ipoh. It's called Anderson School. It's one of those colonial-era institutions that seem to carry whispers in their corridors. Founded in 1909, it's now 116 years old. Still proud of the fact that Parak's royals once walked its halls. Behind its main building lies a boarding house for students from outside Ipoh. And for the school's best athletes, too. The narrow river that divides the campus from what used to be Fair Park, where an ancient pale building once stood before it was torn down and replaced with modern shops. In those days, the dormitory windows looked straight toward that eerie aging structure. Among the students was a young athlete, talented and disciplined, always training until dusk. And every evening he returned to the dorm exhausted and his footsteps echoing down the long hallway. And then the sound began. He'd turn around, there'd be nothing. Just the dim yellow lights and the hum of insects outside. Happened again and again each night, and slowly it began to gnaw at him. Then he noticed something else. Across the river in that old building, a girl, always in the same spot by the same window, with her head tilted slightly, chin resting on her hand, eyes fixed on him. She never moved and only stared as if mesmerized by his presence. There was something almost tender about it, but also deeply wrong. The tapping grew worse, faster and closer, and the boy wasn't frightened, only irritated, as if somebody were mocking him. One night after training, he stormed back toward his room, and the tapping started again, keeping pace with the steps. He stopped, the sound stopped. He sped up and it followed, and louder this time. Frustrated, he spun around, but this time he didn't look at the wall or the shadows. He looked down and froze. There, crawling along the corridor floor, was the girl. Her arms pulled her forward, elbows striking the tiles. Her eyes were still locked on him. The rest of her body ended at the waist, trailing into nothing. She was dragging herself toward him inch by inch, and he never trained alone after that. Those metallic sounds are me pretending to tap. And because not understanding where any of this is happening is driving me nuts, apparently Ipoh is a Malaysian government secondary school. So I guess a lot of these stories are in Malaysia. And I guess they were occupied by the British early on. So that's why a lot of this is a little bit confusing. Just had to kind of clear that up as I'm doing it because I was a bit confused. But now I know, and now you know. The girl in the lift, and the children upstairs. This happened across my block a few years back at Bukit Batok Street 32, Block 219. Good old Bukit Batok. At the time, it was the first night of the Hungry Ghost Festival. There was this Malay money changer who had gone over to Johor Bahru for business. And by the time he returned to Singapore, it was already close to 1:30 a.m. When his taxi dropped him off near his block, the whole place was quiet. As he walked toward the lift lobby, he saw a young Chinese woman sitting there too. The lift came, she stepped in. He followed behind. He pressed his floor. He turned to ask which floor she wanted. She was gone, just like that, vanished into thin air. He froze and the doors closed halfway before he hit the door open and ran out. He ended up sitting at the void deck until sunrise, too shaken to go home. Later, he told a few neighbors about it. The old aunties said, "Ayo, better not come back so late during this month." Ever since then, he never did. I moved to my current flat in 2021. Before that, I was staying just one block away. My partner and I came to view this place. The owner was a middle-aged guy living with his mother and a helper. The flat looked good and it was spacious and bright. So we decided to buy it. When we moved in after renovation, our cat was thrilled. They'd chase each other every night around 2 or 3 a.m., wrestling and jumping onto furniture like it was a jungle gym. Sometimes things got knocked over, but we didn't mind. A few days later, the neighbor from the floor below came up to chat. I was worried she might complain about the noise, and instead she asked softly, "Did you hear anything strange at night?" We said no. She looked relieved and told us that before we moved in, She and her husband used to hear children laughing and running around upstairs in the middle of the night. They heard footsteps and giggles every few nights. When they asked the previous owner, he said he wasn't married and had no kids. Didn't know what they were talking about. According to her, he kept a full shelf of Thai amulets and old antiques. Things that might have drawn wandering spirits. After he sold the flat and moved out, the noises stopped completely. She said she believed he took those little ones with him. Since we moved in, everything's been peaceful. No more footsteps, no laughter, only the sound of her cats playing in the night. The Woman on the Ridge. So for context, I work as a ranger at a sort of county nature reserve, and it's been around since the late 1960s. It's a huge area, winding trails, old oak groves, open meadows, and the works. There's this one ridge I like to escape to during lunch breaks. It's quiet and breezy and high up enough that most visitors don't bother climbing there. Anyway, one day around 12:15, I'm sitting up there with my sandwich, looking down toward the picnic grounds when I noticed something strange. A woman I'd never seen before. She had light brown hair, wore what looked like an old-fashioned floral dress, maybe something from the mid-70s. She was completely soaked, and this was on a bright, clear afternoon. The only water nearby was a small pond. She wasn't muddy at all, just wet, like she'd been caught in a storm that didn't exist. She was hugging herself and walking fast and looked scared, like she was trying not to cry. I called out, "Hey, you all right?" And there was nothing. She didn't even glance at me, but then louder said, "Do you need help?" And again, no reaction at all, not even the faintest acknowledgement that I existed. I looked around, expecting maybe somebody else nearby, but there was nobody. Turned back to the trail she was heading down, and she was just gone. And it's a long open path, no turns, no brush thick enough to hide somebody that quickly. Next week, same shift, same ridge. Around 12:15 again, I hear footsteps coming up the slope. I turn around, and there she is. Same woman, same soaked dress, same haunted look. She walks past me down the ridge and around the bend and gone. Actually jogged after her this time, thinking maybe she really needed help. But when I rounded the curve, there was nothing. Just the sound of wind in the grass. And the third time, and yeah, there was a third time, I was ready. I went early, sat in the same spot, and sure enough, at 12:15 sharp, she appeared again. Same direction, same everything. I followed, keeping my distance, and when she was just about to disappear behind the same strand of trees, she vanished mid-step. No trace, no footprints, no sound. I dug through every bit of local history I could find. Park records and newspapers and even police reports. Nothing about a missing woman from the 70s. No accidents near that ridge. But I swear something about that spot feels colder now. Haven't eaten lunch up there since. The Man at the Empty Crossroad. It was sometime in September of 2018. It was around 2 in the morning. I was driving back from a friend's place. The kind of quiet drive where even the hum of tires sounds too loud. I approached a wide intersection that I knew well. During the day, it's always jammed with buses and delivery trucks and the endless hogging of impatient drivers. But that night, everything was still. Not a single car in sight. Streetlights buzzed faintly, casting long yellow shadows across the road. As I rolled up to a red light, I noticed someone slowly crossing the intersection from the opposite side. A man, maybe in his 50s, dressed in an oversized coat that looked far too heavy for the warm night. He was dragging a suitcase that barely had any wheels left. and even from a distance I could see how pale his skin was. Not pale like somebody who's tired or sick, but pale like a photograph left in the sun for too long. I turned my head slightly to get a better look. Just a quick glance as I sort of braked to a stop. He was maybe 15 feet away, walking diagonally across the empty intersection. And then I looked forward again, and just for a second, when I turned back, he was gone. Completely gone. I checked both mirrors and there was nothing. I even opened my door and stepped out, scanning the whole intersection. No alleys nearby, no parked cars. Nowhere a person could have disappeared that fast. Just the hum of the traffic lights and the empty road stretching out in every direction. It was over in less than 10 seconds, but that image, that man's face, it never left me. The girl by the TV. I have a strange little story that happened to my younger brother. It was around 2008 or 2009. This wasn't just once. It happened a couple of times. The first time was at my grandmother's apartment. Everyone was having one of those peaceful afternoons. Music playing and people talking, that kind of day. And then out of nowhere, we heard my brother crying from the hallway. Now, this hallway connected straight to the living room. You could see all the way down. We all turned, and there he was, sitting on the floor, crying and pushing himself backward like he was trying to get away from something. We asked him what was wrong, but he couldn't say a word. He just screamed and cried. My grandma pulled him close, sat him against her legs, but he kept pressing his head back as if something was still in front of him. And in our culture, there's a small charm, kind of like a seed or an acorn. It's used to protect you from spirits. And if you wear it, the spirit supposedly can't follow you anymore. So my grandma did that, and after a couple of hours, things kind of finally calmed down. But later that night, I asked him what happened, and he whispered, "There was a girl. She kept coming closer to my face." A few years later, we moved into a new house. And 5 days before the move, my brother and I went to explore the backyard. And there was a little gate at the back, and my brother went to check it out. It led to the back door of the house. About 5 minutes later, he came running back to me, pale as a ghost. He said, "I just saw somebody walk into the back door, and he had a tall hat like Abraham Lincoln and a black suit." We didn't say a word to anyone, just pretended that nothing happened. A year after that, we're all watching a movie in the living room. My brother had a fever, and I'm lying on the couch next to us. Everything was quiet until he suddenly sat up and said, "Who is that?" I asked who's who. He pointed toward the TV, and I thought that he meant one of the actors, but he pointed again. And this time, right next to the TV, my stomach dropped. I asked where and what they looked like. He said she's standing next to the TV and her hair is covering her face. And it's been about 6 years since then. I never figured out why my brother saw those things. But maybe some kids really do see what the rest of us can't. The whispers in the wires. It was well past midnight, and that's when I found myself still at my desk, surrounded by half-empty coffee cups and the soft hum of my computer. The rest of the apartment was completely dark, a kind of silence that makes every small noise sound enormous. At the time, I'm lost in my work, and that's when a sudden chill brushed across the back of my neck. It wasn't just the cold, it was the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I stopped typing, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, and glanced around. Nothing but shadows and the faint reflection of the monitor. I exhaled and I was laughing nervously to myself. I went back to typing. But the feeling didn't leave. In fact, it grew heavier, like invisible eyes fixed on me. Then, just at the edge of my vision, something shifted. I whipped my head toward the corner, and it was empty. The air felt tighter, and my pulse was louder. Deciding I'd had enough, I switched on the lights. The sudden brightness revealed nothing unusual except for the window. It was open, just slightly, letting in a faint cold breeze that smelled faintly of rain and rust. I knew I hadn't opened it. Closed the latch firmly and sat back down, and the glow of the screen felt strangely comforting, until it flickered, once, twice, and then went black. The room fell into absolute darkness. I reached for the light switch, and there was nothing. My throat tightened as I fumbled for my phone and turned on its flashlight. The narrow beam cut through the dark and landed on something. In the far corner there was a figure, still shadowed, its outline barely distinguishable, like smoke caught mid-breath. I blinked hard and it was gone. The lights came back on at that exact moment, coming back to life as if nothing had happened. The room looked exactly as it was before, but the air felt different and heavy and charged. It's like it held its breath. I sat there for a long time, staring at the empty corner, half expecting it to move again. I never worked in that room at night again, and even now, sometimes when the house goes quiet and the wind slides under the door, and my phone reminds me I have less than 5% of my battery left, I swear I can feel that same gaze, watching and waiting just out of sight. The Cry by the Creek. I've been meaning to tell this story for years. It's one of those things my dad never forgot, and neither did I. I finally sat down with my laptop tonight, and I decided it's time. At the end, I'll link the old article about the case. Back in '91, my dad and stepmom were just living outside a small town in western Maryland. They'd bought this weathered farmhouse that had survived since before the Civil War. It was falling apart when they got it, but they spent years fixing every window frame and sanding every inch of that old pine floor. The house itself didn't have any haunted feel, but my dad did once swear he saw a man in a Union uniform standing under an apple tree one foggy night. Still, that's not the part that stuck with him. One warm afternoon, they decided to take their 2 dogs for a walk down the river. To get there, they had to follow their gravel driveway until it met an abandoned dirt road the locals called the Fire Road. Trees crowded tight on both sides, the air thick with cicadas, and the walk usually took them about 20 minutes. About halfway down, my dad said the air suddenly changed and felt charged, almost like before a thunderstorm. The hair in his arms stood up, and my stepmom was a few steps ahead with the dogs when he heard a faint voice. It was a woman's voice crying saying something like, "Help me." He thought maybe it was just an echo, maybe even his wife calling to the dogs, and he asked, "Did you just say something?" She turned around, puzzled, and said, "No." The strange feeling faded. They went on to the river, and they threw sticks and let the dogs swim. They sat for a while in the shade, and eventually my dad said he was getting tired, and they started heading back. When they got close to that same stretch of road again, the air thickened once more. My dad said it was like walking through static. And then the voice again, clearer this time, saying, "Help me." The dogs went rigid and growled and bolted off the path into the woods. My dad followed, yelling after them. About 20 feet in, he just seemed to freeze. There, behind a fallen log, was a woman, young, dressed in torn jeans and a sweatshirt. She was tied to a tree, and she'd been shot once, cleanly in the head at that. He yanked the dogs back, told my stepmom what he'd found, then ran home to call the police. The sheriff's deputies came, but my dad said they treated it like it didn't matter. No tape, no markers, no sense of urgency. You ever heard one of them joke that she was probably some city junkie who crossed the wrong people, and they laughed at the scene? It made him sick. He did tell me later that what haunted him most wasn't the ghostly voice or even the body. It was how nobody cared. The girl by the church tree. So this happened a few months back, around late May. Had a weekend sleepover with my 3 best friends, and our grand plan was to make s'mores and binge a scary game, The Quarry, stay up until dawn. I live in a quiet suburb and kind of blurs into the countryside. And across the street are a few houses, and behind mine there's this huge open field owned by a Catholic church. It sort of sits right in the middle of it. Since it was summer break and the weather was perfect, we decided to play tag in the church playground. With my glowing NeoPixel lightsaber, obviously. My friend showed up around 5:30. We exchanged some small gifts and demolished a pizza and started downloading The Quarry on my PS4. While it was loading, I went outside to play tag before sunset. The light was golden, the air smelled like grass. We ran until our legs ached. Later, we roasted marshmallows, laughing too loud, and finally headed back to the basement to play the game for hours. Around 10 p.m., somebody had the genius idea to go back outside. It was properly dark now, perfect for running around with a glowing lightsaber. Ben and Noah took the saber to one side of the playground, while Carter and I ran through the grass toward a small corner near 2 trees and a wooden bench. As we rounded the corner, both of us froze. And right beside one of the trees, it looked like there was a little girl, knees tucked up, head buried in her arms. She didn't move, and for a full second we just stared. Then Carter whispered, "It's just roots or shadows." We both nervously laughed it off and went back to playing. Nothing else weird happened that night. We went back inside and forgot about it mostly. Until tonight. Carter and I were shooting hoops in my driveway. That's when he saw a man sitting on his porch across the street, smoking. Totally normal, but for some reason it made us remember that night in May. One thing led to another, and of course we decided to go back to the church field. Same lightsaber, same time of night, around 10:30. And everything looked identical, except for one thing. There was no root, no bump in the ground, no shape that could possibly look like what we'd seen. We even walked around shining the lightsaber from every single angle, looking for any hint of that same silhouette. We tried sitting by the tree, testing shadows, moving the bench, trying to recreate that shape. The only way it worked was as if one of us actually sat there, curled up like that figure. So yeah, the most logical explanation is that somebody was sitting there that night, maybe crying, maybe watching us, but neither of us saw anyone walk across the open field to get there or leave afterwards. Could it have been a ghost? I don't know. We tested every theory. Tree roots, missing roots, weird shadows, even pranksters. None of it fits. The door that wouldn't stay shut. I used to live in this small one-story house. It's barely 4 rooms, single bathroom squeezed together. Some of my school friends happened to live nearby, which was kind of nice. Before we even moved in, one of their moms told us that a boy had apparently died in that house years ago. He hung himself in the back room. I was 11, so I didn't really care or really believe it. When I first stepped inside with my mom and my older brother, we were just checking out rooms, figuring out who would sleep where. The moment I walked into the back right room, though, something hit me. The air felt heavy. The place was darker than the other places, even with the blinds open. Cold and sad, like the walls remembered something. My mom and brother both paused, and later I invited 2 of my friends over and I told them to go in there without saying anything about it. One thought it was fine and said I was just being dramatic. The other froze halfway through the doorway and just said, "Dude, that room feels wrong." But anyway, that's the setup. Now for the real stories. I've got a bunch, but these three are the ones that still make my heart pound when I think about them now. The first one is, well, the door that opened itself is what we'll call it. I was around 15, and I'm 19 at the time now. But back then, I was obsessed with this game called Warframe. I'd played with my friend Jason over Xbox. One night around 2, I'm in the living room because the Wi-Fi never worked in my bedroom no matter what we tried. I was half focused on the game when something moved in the corner of my eye. I turned and swear on everything the door to that weird back room was slowly opening by itself. Not creaking from the wind, not moving because of a draft, just opening. I froze and I remember whispering Jason's name into the mic. I kept asking what was wrong. I just couldn't answer. And after maybe 5 seconds it stopped and I didn't move for another 10. If anything else had happened that night, I probably would have moved in with my dad right then. The second one is called The Experiment. After that, I told my mom. She rolled her eyes at first, but when she saw the door standing open later that day, she got quiet. We decided to test it. We'd close the door, pull on it, and make sure it was firmly shut, and it was. We even checked if our dog could have done it. But it was a round knob, not a handle he could jump on. So one evening before heading to my grandparents' place for dinner, we made sure it was closed tightly. When we got back, I was racing my brother to the bathroom, and I kind of froze mid-run. The door was open again. I just stood there completely still because I remembered the experiment. And my mom saw it too and just muttered, "What the hell?" The closet. This last one didn't feel that scary in the moment, but looking back, it really was. I was lying in bed in a school night watching YouTube starting to drift off. I turned my phone off, plugged it in, and shut my eyes. Then I heard this soft clinking. The hangers in the closet were rattling. And I looked over and they were all swaying slightly, like somebody was brushing past them. I told myself it was just the air conditioner and I rolled over, turned my back to the closet. And that's when a chill ran across my whole body. I heard one of the hangers fall. Then slow footsteps. Soft, slow, coming from the closet toward my bed. I just whispered to myself, "Nope, I'm going to sleep." And somehow I actually did, and when I did wake up, I remembered everything. I started crying quietly and told my mom. That was the first time I saw her look genuinely scared. We lived there for 5 years and finally moved out last year. The day we left, the top deadbolt on the front door clicked shut by itself, as if we were loading the car. None of us said anything, we just left. Looking back, I never really felt in danger, I just felt uneasy, like something in that house wanted to be seen but couldn't be. I still think about that boy sometimes, the one they said died there. Maybe he never left. The house with the peeling walls. When I was about 10, we moved into this small single-story house. It was just me, my mom, my little brother, and our old pit bull, Daisy. The house looked normal enough from the outside. White paint, overgrown yard, squeaky screen door. But the moment we stepped in, we all felt something strange about the back room. It was colder than the rest of the house, even in the middle of summer, and the air felt heavy. We ended up using that room just for boxes and forgotten junk. For a while, life was fine, but then the weird stuff started. First night, I remember, The first night I remember anything happening. I was sneaking into my mom's room to grab one of her hidden sodas. She kept them there so my brother and I wouldn't drink them like water, as she would say. Her door was cracked open, and as I was about to step inside, someone banged on it hard, like a furious knock right next to my face. I fell backwards and I was screaming. My mom jumped up confused, thinking I broke something. But when she saw me, eyes wide and shaking, she knew something had scared me for real. And after that, things got worse. The back door would creak open by itself, even after we double-checked it was closed. My mom even tested it and pushed and pulled and slammed, and nothing could open on its own. Yet every time we came home, it stood wide open. And once I saw a plastic spoon drop straight into the counter, like someone invisible had been holding it. My hangers rattled in my closet and the air conditioner was off, and I heard slow and heavy footsteps coming toward my bed at night. But when I opened my eyes, no one would be there. The shower was the worst. I was mid-shampoo. That's when something slammed the glass door and knocked my towel off the hook. Thought it was my brother being an idiot, but my mom yelled from downstairs that he was with her the whole time. And even Daisy would sit in my doorway for hours staring down the hall, growling low and steady. I filmed her once just to prove I wasn't crazy. Then the walls started peeling. Not in the old paint kind of way. Strips of it curled down like somebody was clawing at the ceiling. It felt like the house was decaying from the inside. And later, one of my mom's friends told her a middle school boy had hung himself in the closet of that back room. We didn't know until right before we moved out. And that was 5 years ago, and I'm 23 now. Still can't explain half of what I saw. My mom says nothing strange has happened since she moved, but me, it's like whatever was there followed me. In California, I've seen shadows slide past my doorway from, well, basically when no one else is home. My guitar picks have flown off my desk like they were swatted. But the weirdest thing happened last night. It was while I was back visiting my mom's place. So I'm at my old desk. I'm chatting with friends on Discord. And that's when I peel the code off of a DoorDash gift card. The silver strip you scratch off. I rolled the little strip up and tossed it aside, and a few minutes later something shiny floated past my face. I thought it was a bug at first, till I looked down and I saw that same strip shredded into tiny floating pieces. They drifted into the desk like ashes, and when I checked the spot where I'd left it, there was nothing. Picked up the fragments, went downstairs, and told my mom that you're not going to believe this. And she sort of didn't believe it. And maybe none of this makes sense, but maybe it never did. And every time I think I've left the house behind, it finds a new way to remind me that it's still around. Am I the only one that misses the poorly written stories? All these are written too well. Not saying I don't like well-written stories, though. Just saying. I don't know. The Bridge of the Red Lantern. So this happened back in 2020. Sometime around late September. I'm typing this on my phone, sitting in my room, so sorry if it's a bit messy. I'm going to use fake names for my friends. Liam, my best friend. Anna, female friend. Ryan, Anna's ex. It was one of those weird nights. Full moon, thunder rumbling like the sky was angry, and rain starting to come down sideways. My house is near an old walking path. It used to be a mining railway decades ago. At the time, we'd heard stories about a ghost girl named Eliza, hit by a mining cart near the bridge. So naturally, we decided to go check it out. The legend goes that Eliza was about 10 and walking home with her brother when her dress got caught in the tracks. He tried to pull her free. The brakes failed on the cart, and she's said to still wander the bridge with a red lantern looking for her brother. Well, that's sweet. Anyway, Liam and I started from the north side of the path, and Anna and Ryan came from the south. The lightning flashed once, and I swear I saw a small figure standing near an old iron railing. It's where people said Eliza was buried. Second flash came, and she looked right at me, face pale, hair dripping, dress torn and red from something I didn't want to think about. Anna refused to step on the bridge. She tried to circle around to meet us from the other side, but halfway through she started gasping like someone was choking her. Ryan panicked, yelling her name, and we pulled her back to the road where Liam's car was parked. Once we were safe, I burned sage and said a protection prayer, and I'm pagan. Part of my family's Ojibwe in French-Canadian. Probably said that wrong. Someone will correct me in the comments, I'm sure. Ojibwe. Later, I used my pendulum and tarot to speak with Eliza. She said she didn't mean harm, just that she wanted to be remembered. I made sure to close the connection properly, and I know she's protected now. There are still shadow figures near the trail, though, and some people see glowing red eyes by the old water tower. Maybe the same ones guarding the hellhounds that wander the woods. The girl by the window. It's been almost 10 years since this happened. I still can't make sense of it. Sometimes even now I wake up sweating from the same dream. It all began around October 2014. That's when I was about 8 years old. One afternoon, my mom doodled a picture of a girl standing beside an old window with cracked glass. She laughed and called her Clara, which is once again the name of a bearded dragon I had. It gave me chills for some reason, but I kept the drawing. After weeks later, November 10th, we moved into a new house. When I unpacked, I found pictures folded into one of my boxes. I didn't want to throw it away, so I slipped it into my bedside drawer. A week later, I had a nightmare, and in it, a girl was watching me from a window in the dark, empty house. When I tried to run, she started knocking, slowly and rhythmically on the glass. I woke up shaking. I ran to my drawer and I grabbed the picture and I tore it into pieces, dumped them into the kitchen trash before sunrise. After that, things got strange. Every night when the hallway light was off, I'd see a woman standing by the living room window. Her hair was long and tangled and her body looked thin and pale. The second I turned on the light, she vanished, and this went on for weeks. I told my classmates that a woman stood in my living room every night, and they laughed, and eventually, the teacher called my parents in for a concerned talk. No one believed me. And then one night, she stopped appearing. I started hearing soft tapping on the window instead, always at 1:13 a.m. The tapping would grow louder, and like somebody running their fingernails across the glass. I barely slept after that. I was terrified to even look toward the window. Years later, I watched a horror movie called The Woman in the Window. It was about a ghost that only appeared in reflections in glass, and the main spirit's name was Clara. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but I've wondered if all those nights, every noise and every shadow were connected somehow. My friends think I'm exaggerating. My friend once told me to get checked for anxiety. But a month ago, brushing my teeth late at night, when I caught a reflection in the dark bathroom mirror, someone standing by the window behind me. I locked myself in and cried until morning. And there's definitely nobody named Clara in that movie. Not that I've seen it necessarily, but a little voice in my ear is reminding me that that sounds like bollocks. The girl in the window. Well, that's funny. Since my now 15-year-old daughter was a toddler, strange things have followed us like an invisible shadow. It's as if the weirdness is drawn to her, not all the time though, but often enough that I can't really call it a coincidence anymore. We've lived in 3 different houses so far, and each one came with its own stories. Not funny little stories. I mean stories that leave you awake at night, replaying sounds in your head, and even our friends and family who stayed over have witnessed something. When my daughter was around 6, she refused to sleep in her room. That was because she said a man in a gray coat stood by her closet. Sometimes it was a woman sitting by her desk humming softly. And once the woman told her a name that turned out to belong to a distant relative who had died decades before we even moved into that house. Didn't even know about that person until my aunt confirmed it later. I could tell a dozen more stories like that. A few months ago, that very house burned down in an electrical fire. We lost nearly everything, moved into a small farmhouse that had been empty for years. While I was cleaning before the move, my youngest, and she's like 5, she came with me. It was late and the place smelled like dust and old wood. I was upstairs vacuuming when she tugged my sleeve. My eyes were wide and said, "Mommy, I want to go," she said. I told her we'd leave soon, but she shook her head harder. The little girl's copying me, and I don't like it. I froze and I said, "What little girl?" She looked toward the hallway. "The one singing with me, you'll see." And then she started softly singing Ring Around the Rosie with her tiny voice echoing through the empty house. When she reached the end, "Ashes to ashes we all fall down," I swear I heard faint, quick footsteps downstairs just for a moment. And that was enough. We left. When we officially moved in a week later, things seemed calm at first and peaceful even. Then gradually I began catching glimpses and things that looked like my daughters walking from room to room, only they weren't there. Sometimes I'd see one pass by in the hallway, but both girls were asleep or out of the house. I didn't tell them. I didn't want to plant ideas, but last week my oldest screamed from upstairs to the middle of the night, and oh my God, my phone's about to shut down in 24 seconds. No. Oh my, where am I? By last week, my oldest screamed from upstairs to the middle of the... By last week, my oldest screamed from upstairs in the middle of the night. I ran up and she was pale. She was shaking and crying, and she said she'd been sitting at her vanity when her bedroom door creaked open. Standing there, holding the doorknob, was her little sister smiling, just standing there. But when my oldest turned to say something, the figure was gone, and she swore she saw her clearly, and her friend on FaceTime even heard the door open. And the worst part is my 5-year-old was asleep in my bed the entire time. Now my oldest won't sleep alone, and I don't blame her. I've seen what she saw. Sometimes I think it's not just the house. Maybe it's us. Maybe we carry something with us wherever we go. I don't know why these things keep happening, but I do know one thing. When I catch my reflection in the dark window, sometimes it smiles back a little bit too late. The Man by the Window. When I was about 6 years old, I woke up one night and saw a man standing near the window of my bedroom, right beside the little desk where I used to keep my crayons. I remember my heartbeat pounding as I bolted down the hallway to my parents' room. I shook my mom awake and whispered, "There's someone in my room." She thought I was dreaming, of course. She checked the window locks and the doors in the hallway, and nothing was unusual. Then she led me to the kitchen, gave me a glass of water, and said softly, "It's just a bad dream, sweetheart." I looked at her and said, "Why is he still there?" That made her pause. "You can still see him now?" she asked. I nodded and I said, "He's smiling." She kept her voice calm and said, "What's he doing?" "Just standing there and waving." She asked if I could see his feet, and I told her yeah, and he had shiny black shoes, the kind that click when you walk on tile. His clothes were dark and old-fashioned, like the ones in her photo albums. He wore a vest and a pocket watch on a chain. His hair was combed neatly to the side, and his eyes were kind. My mom's expression changed, and she said quietly, "Sounds like my grandfather." I shook my head, and I said, "No, that's not him," I insisted. And just then the man smiled wider and gave a little nod, like he was agreeing with her. My mom took a breath and told me that sometimes, when someone we love has passed on, they come to visit to make sure we're okay. Maybe he just wanted to check if you were asleep, like a good kid before tomorrow. She said that with a smile, in reference to school the next day. And I swear I saw him laugh silently at that, and he came back a few times while I was growing up. Never scary, but just there. And sometimes he brought another person with him, though I could never really see them clearly. But he always smiled and waved, and because of what my mom told me that night, I was never afraid. Later I learned that her grandfather had been a watchmaker who left his small Swedish town to start over in America. I still have his pocket watch chain, its clasp engraved with tiny initials. Stays tucked away in a wooden box. Someday I'll pass it on to my own child, with the story of the man who once stood by the window to make sure I was safe. The House by the River Bend. When I was little, we used to visit my grandfather in a small riverside town in South Carolina every few weeks. By the time I was 10, I knew just about every dirt road and fishing spot, and that shortcut that twisted through the cypress trees. One warm afternoon, my dad decided to take me on a slow drive, just to see where the road goes, as he put it. We passed through neighborhoods I knew and continued down a winding road lined with moss-draped oaks. Finally, he turned onto a narrow lane. I didn't remember ever taking one before. The road hugged the riverbeds, the water flashing silver through the reeds. And as we drove, he started talking about local ghost stories, like the river witch, the lantern lights that followed fishermen, all that southern folklore stuff. I was half listening when suddenly I said, "Oh, I know this place. Grandpa brought me here once, I think." Dad glanced at me and said, "That can't be. Your grandpa hasn't driven in years." I insisted, and I told him about a big white house in a hill by the river. It had green shutters and a porch that wrapped all the way around it. I said Grandpa had brought food for a family there and somebody was sick, and that I'd played with the little boy in the porch swing while I talked inside. And as we rounded a curve, I pointed ahead and said, "There, that's where it is." And Dad pulled over, and sure enough, there was nothing. No house, just an overgrown lot. A few broken bricks and a tangle of vines where steps might have been. "You can see it though, right?" I said, pretty confused. Hill still looked shaped for a house, and trees evenly spaced and ground flattened. I described every detail. The carved wooden railing, the swing creaking in the wind, and the smell of lemon pie from inside. Dad went quiet, and after a long pause he said softly, "The house that used to be here burned down before I was born, sometime in the early 50s. I blinked and said, "What?" He nodded, like your grandpa told me once about visiting a sick neighbor here when he was a teenager. He remembered sitting on the porch talking to a little girl. Then he looked at me and said, he always wondered who she was and said there weren't any children in the house at that time. We both sat there for a long time, air heavy and still, realizing that maybe, just maybe, the boy I'd played with was my own father. The Man in the Denim Jacket. Back in the early 2000s, I'm living in the heart of Charlotte, back when the city still felt like it was finding its identity. In 2009, my father found a gorgeous loft apartment that had once been an old furniture factory. Had the charm everyone dreams about, exposed beams, red brick walls, and tall windows that filled the space with light. And apparently a few permanent residents who weren't exactly alive. I mean, people had whispered about strange happenings in that building, like footsteps in empty halls and voices when no one was around. I never paid much attention. The day we moved her in, I made a few trips back and forth carrying boxes and groceries and cleaning supplies. When she and her boyfriend went to grab the rest of their things, I decided to pop down to an antique shop in the corner to get a quirky little lamp as a housewarming surprise. Now here's where things get weird. The door to her apartment could only be locked from the outside with a key. So I stepped out into the hallway. I turned to lock up, and as I straightened up, there he was. A tall man in a denim jacket, worn jeans, and work boots, standing right outside the unit across the hall. I smiled and I said hello, and he gave me a polite nod and calmly walked straight through the closed door. Not the doorway, not as if the door opened, but he passed through the solid wood like mist through air. I stood there frozen, key still in my hand, thinking my eyes must have played a trick on me. But no, that man was as real as daylight until he wasn't. When I told my daughter later, she shrugged it off. It was 2 weeks after, though. She was calling me, and her voice was shaking, and said, "Mom, you won't believe this. We just saw him." Apparently, they were sitting on the couch watching TV where a man in a denim jacket appeared from the wall on one side of the living room. Walked straight through the opposite brick wall, not even glancing at them. He showed up often after that, always around 10:30 or 11 at night, always walking the same silent route, through one wall out the other. Never spoke, never looked their way, just started calling him the Watchman, figuring maybe he'd been some kind of night guard in the early factory days. And there were other presences too, quick shadows at the edge of vision, the feeling of someone standing behind you. But the creepiest spot of all was the old boiler room in the basement, which had been turned into a small gym. Everyone said the same thing. You'd step inside, feel a heavy static charge in the air, and get that deep gut feeling of don't stay here, and leave just as quickly. No one ever used it twice. The tenant who wasn't there. In 1987, I had a friend named Mark, and yeah, it's his real name. They were searching for a new place to rent. We lived in a small university town, where rent was a little bit too high to be comfortable. So when Mark stumbled upon a 2-bedroom house with a fenced-in yard and freshly painted walls, and rent that didn't make him cry, he thought he'd struck gold. It looked perfect. So we moved in. A week later, Mark showed up at my house late in the evening, sat down with my mom and me, and after some awkward small talk, asked if he could stay the night. My mom said sure, and I was puzzled. His new place was barely a 10-minute drive away, and that's when he told me something was off about the house. He said it felt strange, like somebody was still there when he was alone. Doors kept unlocking by themselves, and the stove would click on in the middle of the night. Now, I've always been like the spooky stuff girl of the group, and the one who reads about hauntings and swears she can sense energy. So of course I was all in. The next day we went to check it out. The place felt normal enough, just a faint trace of an older woman's presence and maybe a small dog. Harmless. I decided I'd stay the night with Mark and his girlfriend, who'd also had some weird experiences apparently. Before leaving to grab dinner, we made a big show of locking every single door. And when we came back, the carport door was unlocked. Mark brushed it off, saying maybe the landlord had come by, and we locked it again and checked it twice. 30 minutes later, it was unlocked again. Fine, faulty doorknob, no big deal. Then, while we're sitting in the living room, a framed picture slid off the wall and hit the floor. Okay, maybe bad drywall. But then every picture, every single one, fell at once. The stereo blasted on full volume. Mark jumped up and turned it off, and just as he reached it, the volume dropped to a whisper on its own. I went to the kitchen for a glass of water. The stove was burning hot. One of the burners was on, and nobody had even cooked in that house yet. And that night we tried to sleep, and around 2 a.m. the stereo came to life again, louder than ever. I was already halfway down the hall when Mark caught up to me, and just as we turned the corner, the stereo shut itself off. And this was the 80s, there's no universal remotes then. And that's when I often saw him. An old man sitting at the dining room table, just glowering at us. His voice was raspy and furious. He said, "Get out, this is my house." He didn't want anyone there. After the others went back to bed, I sat and I tried to reason with him. I told him he was gone and that his wife was waiting for him and he wasn't having it. A few weeks later, Mark packed up and left. The landlord said nobody ever lasted more than a month. And years later, my cousin just moved in at that same neighborhood. I'd drive past that house on the way to her place. And one day I saw a young couple moving in, happy and smiling with boxes everywhere. Poor souls. A month later I drove by again, moving truck and boxes going back in. I stopped by as they're loading up and the husband looked frustrated and said that they didn't need to move. And the wife stood quietly and pale and tired and asked gently, "Is it because of the angry old man?" And her eyes went wide. "Yes," she whispered. "How could you possibly know?" And I told her about Mark, about the noise and the stove and the voice. And she looked relieved and terrified. And their story was exactly the same. The lady in the pool hallway. So I've been working in hotels across Southern California about 80 years now, and I've seen my share of weird things, especially in the quiet hours. But this one happened in broad daylight. Hey, gecko's screaming. You probably can't hear him though. Still creeps me out when I think about it. I'm part of the maintenance team at a mid-size hotel. Nothing fancy, just your typical setup. Pool in the middle, small restaurant by the lobby, palm trees everywhere. One afternoon, my manager asked me to replace a sensor on one of the automatic toilets in the women's restroom near the pool hallway. Easy enough, I grabbed my tools, I went over there and I started working. I had to run back once or twice for extra tools as usual, and when I finally got the new sensor installed, I let it calibrate for about 10 minutes before testing it. So I stepped outside. I leaned on the railing just waiting. A coworker of mine, Lewis, he walked up and gave me a nod. He asked what I was doing. Went to the men's room. The two restrooms sit right next to each other, maybe 5 feet apart. And I was standing right in front of the only entrance to both. A few minutes later, another coworker, Jake, came by, went to the men's room too, and came out shortly after. When my timer just went off, it was like going back to finish up, and I asked Jake if Lewis was still inside, because I could have used a hand carrying the tool bag back. Jake said, "Nope, didn't see anyone else in there." Didn't make sense. I'd literally just seen Lewis go in, so I walked to the men's restroom kind of slowly, half expecting to see him. Nothing, and no sound and no movement, just the hum of the vent. I checked each stall, and they were empty. I stepped out again, confused, and looked down the hallway. About 40 feet away across by the pool gate, I saw Lewis walking toward me, dry uniform and calm as ever. I called out, "Hey, when did you leave the bathroom?" He looked puzzled. "Bathroom? I haven't been in there today. First time I've seen." You thought it was a glitch, a shadow passing through the screen. But it moved again. Paranormal M zooms in on what others ignore. Subscribe. And don't blink your ears. Ghost of the Latchwood House. Strange things started again the night I moved back in. A few years ago, I crashed at my uncle's place for a while. The house did odd stuff. Mostly sounds. Doors that would swing open by themselves and footsteps in the hallway. The kind of rustling that makes you assume that someone's home. My cousins would drop by sometimes, so I'd poke my head out expecting a laugh or a prank. Nobody there, and, well, Uncle was asleep and no cars in the driveway. Empty rooms were answering to my footsteps. I used to keep a box fan in my doorway aimed into my room. The door was ajar about halfway, and there's a tiny laundry room right next to mine. So, with the fan on, you could hear everything. Someone passing and the clink of a bottle and even the bathroom fan turning on. I would hear the footsteps and, well, picture my cousin slipping past and go to check and find the house to be completely silent. Back then, I blamed it on exhaustion, maybe stress too. I was putting myself through too much, and when I left, I convinced myself I'd imagined most of it. Fast forward 3 years, and I'm back in the same bed, same paint on the wall, only this time I've got a cat. At first, nothing weird, maybe I'd been right before. Then the sleep stuff began. Sometimes I'd wake up and couldn't open my eyes or move for a beat. Sounds filled the room like somebody rifling through a drawer beside the bed. Once I'd heard a whisper that could have been my name, but sleep paralysis seemed like the obvious explanation. I don't leap straight to ghost stories. Then it got harder to dismiss. The cat was usually shut in the sunroom when we left. Nice and cool, with the sliding door latched and 2 bolts engaged. I came back from a few hours out to find the door wide open, and the cat was curled on the welcome mat. So I asked around, and Uncle at work, cousins out of town. We tightened the latches and watched. It did happen again a few weeks later, and once after a dinner out, we returned within an hour to the same scene. Door open, cat at the neighbor's porch. I even tested the latch myself. The mechanism didn't give, and it didn't make sense. Today, I woke to the house sounding alive. Not footsteps this time, but the staccato of 3 distinct claps like somebody hitting their palms together. I heard it twice. I shrugged and dressed and left for class thinking maybe Uncle had come home early. Halfway through a lecture, I almost ducked out and told the instructor a white lie. My cat slipped out and it's next door. I just didn't go. 45 minutes later, my phone buzzed. A text from my uncle. Your cat's at Mrs. Patel's. She found him at her gate. I stared at the message, and maybe it was a coincidence, maybe strange, but definitely. I'm not sold on ghosts, and I certainly don't broadcast belief, but between the sleep paralysis, the sounds that answer no one, and an animal that keeps turning up where it shouldn't be, I stopped calling it imagination. Whatever's in that house knows how to open a latch. And your neighbor has the same name as my first boss, the woman in the corner. I grew up in the second biggest city in my state, though back then it was barely a town on the rise. When I was in kindergarten, my mom and I moved into a new mobile home park. It had just appeared on the edge of town, and it was just the 2 of us. She worked nights in the hospital, 3rd shift in the ICU, so more often than not, I just slept at my cousin's houses. I only came home when she had a night off. Even though I was an only child, I did have bunk beds. And not only that, but I was afraid of the dark. So I always took the bottom bunk so I could reach the light switch a little bit faster. The wood paneling in our little place liked to play tricks, faces and eyes in the grain, and I never knew those were just my brain filling in shapes at the time. One night, I surprised myself. I went to bed in the top bunk and my mom tucked me in, which didn't happen very often. She handed me my favorite stuffed animal, a well-loved Gizmo from Gremlins. I clutched him, basically like armor. And sometime in the small hours I woke and Gizmo was gone. I told myself I'd forgotten him, so I slid out of the bed to go find him in the living room. I left the bedroom and turned right down the hall. And at the doorway I froze and dropped to the floor. Every muscle was locked, and there was an armchair by the entryway, and I slid behind it. I was peeking around the cushion to check my eyes in the kitchen, and under the dim nightlight, something stood, if you could call it standing. It seemed to hover there as if its lower half had sunk into the air itself. From the thighs down, there was nothing. Its arms were stumps, cut off just above the elbows. Its head was not a head so much as a ragged flap of neck. And you might wonder how a child knows whether a thing is a woman. Well, this one's chest was bare and its body rounded in all the ways I associated with a grown woman. So I knew. It was the palest thing I'd ever seen. Skin like milk, and I stayed facing the corner as if listening to something only it could hear. Well, fear sat on me like a heavy stone. Sobbing, I army crawled backwards, dragging my knees and elbows down the hallway until I was under the safety of a bottom bunk. I hid there until I blacked out from exhaustion and terror. In the morning, I woke still in the bottom bunk and inexplicably, with Gizmo clutched against my chest. My mom was at the stove making coffee and pancakes. She said good morning like always, and I pointed toward the kitchen and said, "That's where she was last night." My mom's spatula froze mid-stir. "Who?" she asked. "The ghost," I said, and she dropped everything and started asking me questions. Later, when she told the story to a neighbor, she admitted she'd woken up that morning to find the front door wide open. Years later, while getting a tattoo from a friend I'd known forever, I told him the whole thing. He wanted to know if my mom would back me up, so I dialed her right there. She confirmed the open door and the shaken morning. And the second the call ended, the lights in the shop flickered and the whole building went dark. Maybe a coincidence, maybe not. And after that first visit, the thing came back a few more times. The last time it leaned close enough that I could hear no breath, and it told me in a voice that felt like a cold thumb on the back of my neck not to tell everybody. And it's been 20 years now, and I don't tell everyone. I only tell it sometimes in the dark when the house creaks and the light goes funny. And apparently to all the internet. The two sounds upstairs. Well, this happened when I was about 12 or 13. And if you saw my earlier posts, well, yeah, I'm 21 now, and I'm male. Just putting that out there. Back then, my mom, my stepdad, my little sister, and I lived in the downstairs flat beneath my aunt. And one night I went up to her place to crash on the couch for a bit. Quick note about my aunt. She's the type who swears she can see people who aren't exactly breathing. I'm still half skeptical, but she's into all the ghosty stuff like EVP sessions and Ouija boards and the whole toolkit. My phone at the time was a battered old Motorola, which is ancient even for then. And I used this crappy music app called Toonbox. Basically the sketchy equivalent of a music streaming junk drawer, and you couldn't add your own sounds to it. It was strictly just music. And while I was on her couch, she pulled out her phone and asked me to try some little ghost app that supposedly records what spirits say. I figured why not. I wrapped my earbuds around my phone and set it on her coffee table. So, we tried the app for maybe 20 minutes before getting bored and giving up. I went back to scrolling through my music on Toonbox, and something weird caught my eye. 2 new files that definitely hadn't been there earlier, and they were labeled Clip A and Clip B. Curious, I played Clip A, and it started with my name, and I'll change it here for privacy, so I'm going to have you call me Mike. And then in this soft, almost angelic whisper, it said, "Mike, don't." And right on the last word, the voice flipped into this guttural, horrible rasp and finished, "Tell her." The contrast was chilling. I still don't know where that switch came from, or what it was supposed to mean. And Clip B was fuzzier, and I don't remember the start, but the end was clear enough. Her boyfriend. That line made no sense. My aunt had been single then. Maybe it was about someone else in the house, and maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was 2 pranksters with decent audio chops. Thought about it a lot since, though, and I still can't land on an explanation I'm fully happy with. So yeah, 2 mysterious clips and a creepy voice change. And an aunt who swears she's talking to the other side. You decide if it was a message or a trick or just a glitch in the old phone app. Smile in the Attic. Back in 1979, my grandfather's oldest brother died. Uncle Amos. I knew him as a gentle, patient man who lost his leg in the... guess you could call it a factory, but it was in an accident years before. And a few people on my father's side worked at mills and rail yards. Every time my grandfather took me over to their place, Uncle Amos would press a crisp new $5 bill into my hand. They had a funny blue seal on them, and I thought that they were the coolest thing. He would always tell me to give his wooden leg a knock when I visited. I think it was some kind of little joke between us. It must have been in the late fall when I passed, or when he passed, excuse me. I remember the air being sharp and the leaves dry. The way my grandfather moved was slow and careful, as if following a script. And that was until Uncle Amos died. My grandfather fell into a routine every time he went by the house. He'd walk up, fold the newspaper off the porch, come back inside to fetch the keys to Uncle Amos's old coupe. Then he would head to the garage and crank it over. He'd drive it up to the top long slope drive and leave it running. The last time he took me there turned out to be the most bone-chilling thing I'd seen up to then, and well, he'd done the same steps. Paper off the porch, keys in hand, engine coughing to life, and the garage sat down a little hollow below the house. So the drive climbed steep and mean from the door. Grandpa parked near the brink and climbed out to check the mailbox. And I was standing by the flower bed right between the house and the drive. Suddenly, the car moved, began to roll backward, at first slow, then faster. I watched it pick up speed like something out of a bad dream. It rolled straight down the slope, back into the garage where we'd started. And there should have been a crash or a bang. There just wasn't, and the car came to a stop on its own, and the engine kept idling. My grandfather dropped the mailbox and ran to the garage to see what had happened. I turned my head toward the attic window above the porch, and there he was, Uncle Amos, and he was smiling. It was the creepiest slow smile I'd ever seen. The kind of smile that didn't belong on someone behind glass. He lifted his hand and waved at me. Until that moment, I don't think I'd ever really seen him grin. Had I seen that grin while he was alive, I know I would have begged my grandfather not to take me back. And it's been 46 years since that afternoon. But I can still see his hand in the attic window. I can hear the engines idle, and I remember it like it was yesterday. The quiet shift. In the spring of 2020, right as COVID was just starting, I had my baby, and hospitals were strict at the time. Only one person could stay with you the whole time. And of course, my baby's father stayed. But on the third day, he had to leave to finish cleaning our place and pick up things that we'd forgotten. I had gotten a C-section and I was running a fever, so that kept me for 4 or 5 days. Couldn't hold the baby much because of the pain and the meds, so nurses would come and help me with feedings. While he was out, a nurse, or at least somebody who said she was a nurse, they were named Kelly. They told me that she'd been around to keep me company so I wouldn't be lonely. She wasn't involved in the medical stuff. She said she was there, quote-unquote, for comfort, and I just didn't press it. Every time a nurse came in to feed the baby, they didn't really notice Kelly. She'd move to the far corner of the room and say, "I'll just get out of the way." Still, she spent the day with me, talking, holding my hand, making me laugh, and I honestly think I would have broken down without her because she was a sweetheart. After about 5 hours, she said that she had to step out, but she did promise to pop back before her shift ended. So she hugged me, blew a little kiss at the baby, and left. And later that night, my partner returned upset. Something had come up with his mom, and he apologized for being late. I told him about Kelly and how she'd kept me going. And that's when my nurse changed the sheets and froze. "Who is Kelly?" she asked. I told her and she shook her head. "Nobody named Kelly has been in your room today," she said. My stomach dropped. Thought about those stories you hear. Strangers posing as staff. The nurse suggested maybe I was seeing things. Mentioned it to my doctor. He said maybe it was the meds. A few hours later, another hospital worker I didn't recognize came in, and she smiled and said, "You're the one everyone's been talking about. You saw Kelly, didn't you?" I laughed and I told her about Kelly and how funny and kind she was, and she pulled out her phone and showed me old photos of her and Kelly from maybe the early 2000s. Seeing the pictures made me breathe easier because I wasn't imagining it. Then she sat down and said quietly, "Kelly died years ago. It was a car accident in 2012. I really wasn't entirely shocked. I've had a few paranormal experiences my whole life, but this one seemed to hit differently. I got chills, and the woman hugged me and cried, saying, "Now I know she's okay." And since that night, I've wondered why Kelly came to me. I wish I could see her again, just to say thank you. The upstairs visitors. When I was about 10, give or take a year, we lived in a little house in the outskirts of Illinois. I'm not going to say exactly where. Wink, wink. The place was your typical late 90s build. Beige carpeted garage with a counter that collected everything, and 5 years of routine where nothing dramatic ever happened. Then we put the house on the market and everything seemed to change. A couple of nights after the for sale sign went up, my mom took the cat out to the garage around midnight. As soon as she stepped in, something started scratching, and it was slow and deliberate scratches. And it was on a styrofoam box sitting on the counter. So she circled the box, expecting a raccoon or a mouse. Nothing. The box hadn't been disturbed, apparently. And the scratching sped up and turned frantic, almost inhuman or gecko-like. And she shrugged it off, went to bed, because what else do you do when your life suddenly feels like a bad late-night video? And that wasn't the last thing. One night, while taking a bubble bath, bathroom doors opened to both the hallway and the master bedroom. Well, she caught a shadow darting across the doorway. No one else was home, and she told herself it was imagination, though her voice didn't sound convinced when she said it. And I was home alone a few times. The house had turned into a mausoleum of silence, except for the sounds that weren't mine. I'd hear heavy footsteps right above me, as clear as if somebody were pacing the floorboards. And for a while, I wrote it off as the house settling. My mom heard the same pacing later and when she was home alone. Same cadence and same hollow feeling. And then my sister noticed something, so a little bit less. She'd been the quiet type doing her own thing, but one night she casually told my mom she'd been talking to quote-unquote people, figures she could see and speak with at night, and I won't lie, that revelation creeped me out at the time. We used to share a room, and apparently I slept through her seances, and I don't know if she's a full-on medium, but she definitely had something. Can't remember what the spirits said or what she told them, just that the conversations had happened. Flashback further, and I'm 8 then, and before any of this circus began. I was climbing the living room stairs, and around the second or third step, I felt a yank on my shoulders. It pulled me backwards off the stairs, and couldn't have been a fall. Could have been clumsy year-old me, but I still remember that weird grabbing force like it was a hand on my shirt. One night, my mom woke up in the dark to somebody whispering, "Hey." She flicked on a lamp and there was no one. My dad was a rock in sleep. Definitely wasn't him. And when showing started, we had to leave the house so buyers could tour. After one group left, we came back and noticed my sister's school picture on the floor. The frame knocked off cleanly, and only hers. The realtor insisted the visitors hadn't touched it and that the frame had been secure. Coincidence, maybe. Creepy, definitely. We sold the house and moved out. My mom ended up telling the realtor everything. A little bit of an M. Night Shyamalan plot twist is the realtor had lived in that house before us and reported similar happenings. She even admitted she'd brought in an old piece of furniture with a history of weird stuff. Apparently it came with generations of baggage. But we're in a new place now, and I'm grateful for the quiet. Lesson learned. Be picky about estate sales and antique couches. Also, if Sam and Colby ever need a spooky investigation spot, they should swing by our old place. I'll leave the styrofoam box out for them. The man with the pocket watch. I'll mostly tell one of my mom's encounters here. I'll save my own for another post, honestly. I don't remember exactly how old she was when she said it started, only that she was young and hadn't had kids yet. In our family, the women seem to inherit a strange gift. We can see, hear, and sometimes speak to spirits. Skipped my grandma, which is her mother for some reason, but it runs strong in the rest of us. And one night my mom was in her small upstairs room, curled up on the daybed reading. There was a party downstairs, so she wasn't allowed in the parlor with the guests. She kept hearing a noise under the bed, but kept telling herself to ignore it. The book was too good, she'd say. And then she saw him crawl out, and a pale gray man, like an old black and white film, come to life. He wasn't wearing a top hat this time. He had worn a bowler, and he clutched a rusty pocket watch. He was on his back of the floor, one hand reaching toward her, whispering, "Come with me." She screamed. She bolted into the parlor to find my grandma. They decided to spend the night at my great-grandma's house instead. And that night, everything seemed fine. But by the next morning, my mom woke alone on the bed. And that was while my great-grandma was downstairs making breakfast. And suddenly, the gray man stepped out from the shadowed corner of the room, trying to reach her. And her legs wouldn't move. She just screamed with her eyes shut until her great-grandma came running up. Once upstairs, my great-grandma saw him too. She didn't hesitate. She opened the Bible and began reading aloud, Psalms, my mom thinks. And they chased that pale man down the stairs and out through the kitchen into the garden. He followed them to the gate and then simply faded like fog burned off by the sun. My mom doesn't like to tell these stories. They were dramatic after all. After my great-grandma died, nobody believed her. We stayed close though, and when I started seeing things, she finally opened up about what had happened to her. Got a few more of her encounters if you'd like to hear them. They don't bother me the way they bother her, and she's slowly gotten better at telling them too. The bell at the back room. My Nan and Granddad's house was a family house, the place my father and 4 of my aunts were raised. And even after they'd flown the nest, they still seemed to live there most days. When they were children, one of my aunts, Aunt M, nice touch, they had the biggest bedroom at the very back, and that room had a sort of reputation about it. For one thing, it was always freezing, even though the boiler cupboard sat tucked into the foot of the room like an unhelpful promise of warmth. So one autumn, when Aunt M was about 11 or 12, she started hearing a soft bell at night. At first, it was so faint she told herself it was imagination, the sort of thing you forget by morning. But then the other thing began. A few nights later, she woke in the small hours to find something pressing down on her. A gentle, unmistakable weight and the feel of pulled sheets across her shoulders. The same way you feel when somebody tucks you in. The catch was, she had been tucked in hours earlier, so she laid frozen, too terrified to open her eyes and praying it would pass. Like a lot of children who can't explain what happened, she'd convinced herself she'd dreamed it. She didn't say anything. The bell kept coming, though, and the pressure seemed to return. The third night, she opened her eyes in that paralysis and saw nothing but a dark gray shape in the blackness, leaning over her. It had no face, just a shadow that pressed like an apology. She screamed, switched the light on, and legs trembling, ran to my Nan, insisting it had happened again. Nan, not the sort to laugh at the strange, they believed her. And Granddad was still around then, and they got help. Father Morin, a kindly priest who came by that afternoon, he walked in without prompting, stopped and said, "Do you hear bells? Where are those bells coming from?" My aunt nodded toward the back room. Father Morin stood in the doorway. He looked at the far corner by the bed and said quietly, "He's there, an old priest, I think. Someone who watched over this place." He told them that before the factory behind house was built after the war, a small chapel had stood in the grounds. The priest said a blessing and said some prayers, helped walk whatever it was along. And after that, the bell and the nightly tucking stopped, at least for a while. Years later, at least a decade and a half actually, my father and I moved back to help Nan as she grew older. At first, nothing odd, until one night after Nan had been put to bed, I'm sitting with my dad in the front room. The living room door gave straight into the stairs, and out of the corner of my eye, about 2/3 of the way up the banister, I saw a very pale hand resting on the rail. It didn't move, and I told my dad I thought Nan might be up, and he called, "Mom." There was no answer, though, and by the time I stepped toward the stairs, the hand had gone. Dad asked me to check on her, and Nan lay fast asleep, breathing even, clearly not wandering minutes before. If it wasn't her, whose pale hand seen? I still can't picture it, and it was startling white against that dark wood. A few years after that, when I was a teen, I moved next door to a near family. I rented a converted loft above my, cousin's house at the time. The loft shared a thin dividing wall with Nan's attic, and there was a tiny gap at the floor level where the two attics met. My bed was pressed against that wall. One night I woke to a cold, firm pressure against my forehead, like a palm laid gently but insistently on me. Paralyzed for a moment till I mustered the nerve to throw the sheet over my head and inch myself away from the wall. Climbed down the ladder. Sat in the front room until dawn. Next day, like in other rooms, I stuffed the gap tight with cedar boxes and old blankets. I slid heavy books against the wall, moved the bed away. Nights were tense for a while, but nothing else happened before I finally got a proper bedroom. Sometimes I wonder if the priest who came all those years ago ever truly left. Maybe he rests in the rafters, choosing small, shy ways to remind us. A bell at night, a hand on the banister, a cooling touch on a worried forehead. That there's more to these old houses than wallpaper and floorboards. Perhaps he's still watching over us, stubborn and a bit quiet, almost like family. The guest who kept dancing. So my parents split when I was little, and I lived with my dad and spent the summer after 6th grade at my mom's place. First night there, she went out with friends and her partner. So at the time, it was just me and the dog, a little toy poodle named Jellyfish. I named him after that one SpongeBob episode where they're turning the music all up and all the jellyfish start flooding into the house and everything gets all crazy and the music is sweet. And around midnight, I was watching TV with Jellyfish on the couch. And that's when she suddenly perked up like she does when somebody's arriving. I watched her get her hind legs and do that little excited dance she always does when guests come in. Part of the reason I named her that. I told her to stop because nobody was coming. It was kind of creeping me out. A few weeks later, after a shower, I was just brushing my hair in front of the 3-panel mirror. And that's when I heard footsteps in the hall. At first, I thought nothing of it, but they did get closer. Close enough that I should have been able to see whoever it was in the mirror. My brain kept telling me there was nothing there to calm me down, though. And then I heard steps on the bathroom tile, even though the mirror showed the hallway empty. Hair on my neck stood up and I felt breath on my neck. Then a voice whisper, "Don't be afraid." I dropped the brush, bolted into the hall where I found my mom folding towels. She asked what was wrong, and I said nothing because I knew she wouldn't believe me, and I just kept running. About 6 weeks into the stay, my mom tucked me in. I insisted she'd leave a lamp on and keep the door open, because by then I knew something was off. She left, and I just lay there staring at the wall, unable to sleep. From the end of the hallway, past the bathroom, past my mom and her partner's room, past the little office I was using for the summer, I heard heavy footsteps coming toward my room. At first, I thought it might be Milo, the cat. But the footsteps were kind of too big, and then they stopped right outside my door, and I could clearly hear them turn and pause as if they were looking at me. Steps came into my room. I heard liquid dripping into the floor, and the trash can got nudged. So I finally rolled over to see who it was, and there was nothing. Told my mom later. She shrugged it off until her partner's sister died. They kept the urn in their room. One night they woke to tapping coming from that room and assumed it was the sister, the urn tapping. I told her it couldn't be the urn because, well, something was already there before that. And it felt like whatever it was trying to trick them. Years later, she admitted she'd know something was strange but didn't want to scare me, so she just pretended I was imagining it. That's the only real thing that happened to me. Everything else feels like dreams. People I knew who've died showing up in sleep to talk, or strangers who look like they come from another time trying to tell me something. The Visitor at 3. So I woke up suddenly a little after 3. I was jittery and restless at the time, and my phone was dying, so I plugged it in. Once, twice, 3 times. But the cord kept slipping from the outlet, like something didn't want me to settle. Gave up after the 4th try. I booted a late-night stream instead. And while I watched, the pressure settled around the room, and for hours I kept glancing over my shoulder like somebody was camped in the dark just out of sight. And I'm agnostic. I was cramped in the dark just out of sight, like I said, and, well, I prayed anyway. Almost out of habit or panic, and nothing changed. The presence stayed, and so did the fear. Ever since I can remember, my family teased me about a quote-unquote imaginary friend named Eddie. I don't have any memories of him, and as a kid I sometimes stayed at my grandparents' rectory. And the one night I woke in total blackness and I was rubbing my eyes and I thought I saw a small black cat perched on the dresser watching me. I blinked anyway. Cat collapsing into nothing, just a hat draped on a statue. Still, it felt wrong. And at this current time, I'm 19. I'm living in an old clapboard house in Jersey with my mom, stepdad, and siblings, and 2 shepherd mixes. My writing level is higher than you might expect, but lately, little things have been off, like my dog will stare at an empty corner and whine, or I'll catch a metallic sour smell near the black hallway that makes my skin crawl. And once, I retreated to my room with one of the dogs after that smell. House felt suddenly too loud. My siblings and I have heard nighttime sounds that aren't right for a house, like slow creaks like heavy boots and the front door thunking shut when everyone inside. Dogs barking at nothing. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but at my dad's apartment, basically the same thing. Like one evening while I was washing dishes, a figure crossed the kitchen doorway, and later a voice that sounded like Dad's whispered my name. I asked him the next morning. He swore he hadn't called me, but that night I felt something stand beside my bed for a long stretch. Solid and patient, but when I opened my eyes there was only moonlight. Once pressed to my window, I saw a shadow peering in. I couldn't look away until I finally did, and when I glanced back, it was gone. My stepmom, devout, by the way, from Jamaica, they taught me to read signs people say mean more than coincidences. If you've read this far, though, thanks. It's been 5 hours since it started, and I'm calm now, but I am still curious. The throat that wasn't there. Before you panic, read the title. No, my dad is very much alive. What? He does, however, have the vocal presence of a foghorn. He clears his throat like he's trying to clear a hallway full of ghosts. One afternoon, my little sister and I were home alone. Mom had a book club meeting across town. For almost an hour, I kept hearing those characteristic throat clears from downstairs whenever my phone rang. It was Mom calling to say she was grabbing dinner from the way back. She asked to save a plate for Dad, and I was thinking it was funny, and I answered, "No worries, he's already here. He can eat with us." There was a beat of silence from her end. Then she said nobody should be home. My stomach dropped. Dad normally leaves for his early shift at 6 and doesn't come back until the evening. But then, like right on cue, clear, unmistakably throat clear from below. I froze, and we do have security cameras. Christmas sale find. So I pulled up the feed and I watched Dad walk out the front door. And then I saw Mom leave later with her tote and keys. Ran to my sister's room, half expecting to find an intruder. Except earlier I'd done a sweep of the downstairs and checked the locks. Everything had looked normal. Still, my brain chose apocalypse over explainable. I wound up shutting my sister's door. I sat on the floor on the phone with Mom. I was whispering that I thought I heard somebody was in the house. She woke up, and by the way, she'd fallen asleep in the car, I guess. Came home in a flurry. She practically sprinted to the front door, leaving her coffee in the cup holder and forgetting everything but her keys. Safe to say, we checked every room and every closet, and it was all locked and empty. After the adrenaline ebbed, my sister said what happened. I told her everything. She folded her arms like she'd been waiting for the story's twist. Said that I'd dreamed the whole thing. She insisted that when she first woke, she'd seen me standing oddly outside her door. She went to get her phone to take a picture and came back and I was gone. Then she heard me downstairs. Her room is right by the stairs and her house is ancient. Those steps, well, they're loud as hell and basically every footstep you take. So I don't really have a neat explanation. Dad had left and Mom had left. My sister swore she'd seen me, then not seen me, and then heard me. The house creaks and the cameras lie about nothing. My throat still hurts from holding my breath. Been maybe 2 or 3 hours. We're all a little shakier than we were this morning. Dad'll be home tonight, and he'll ask why we're so jumpy. I'll tell him about the throat that wasn't there. Watch him clear his throat like a responsible, well, the responsible living man that he is. The hill where the gnome ran. I know this sounds a bit ridiculous at this point, but I've gotten 100 or more believable stories. But this one has never left me. This was when I was maybe 16. By the way, I live out in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. And no, I'm not telling the exact county. Had to fib a little on another post just to keep some privacy from people that I know. My buddy and I were leaving a bonfire and he'd been drinking and I was driving. Designated driver, no booze for me. Well, we took the usual back roads along empty stretches between old farms and stands of trees where deer and, honestly, people you'd rather not meet at night sometimes show up. Right before our road bends back towards home, there's a steep rise. The sort of hill everybody in town whispers about. People dump things up there sometimes, and it's one of those places that feels wrong after sundown. At the crest, I spotted something moving in the brush to my right. At first, I simply thought it was a stump. I mean, what else would it be? And then I saw the face. It looked like a garden gnome with a long white beard and those tiny patched pants. Crooked little red cap. Well, except it was standing up and looking straight at me with this empty, patient expression. I stopped the car because I couldn't process it. My friend was out cold in the back, so I tried to wake him. He was useless. The thing just watched. When I started rolling again, it fell into a run beside us. It didn't jog, and it wasn't half-hearted. It kept perfect pace with the car. I swear, every time I nudged the accelerator, it matched the speed. When I braked, it slowed with us. Honestly, don't know why it kept slowing down at all, and maybe curiosity, or maybe hope it was someone playing a prank. Friend finally woke up and vomited, which is kind of classic. I leaned forward to roll the window down for air, and seeing it had made him panic, I slammed the gas. I shot down the hill, and the gnome kept up until he hit the bottom. Then, as if deciding we were boring, it hopped into the thick bushes and vanished. Well, we've driven that road 1,000 times since. Nothing has happened like that again. Can't tell you whether it was some guy in an elaborate prank suit or an actual gnome. But all I do know is what we call it now. My grandma, who's lived here forever and swears she's seen strange things, says she's never seen anything like a gnome up there either. The children in the churchyard. It was the Sunday before Mother's Day. That's when I took my 6-year-old son to the churchyard to lay flowers on my mother's grave. We stood at the headstone, said a few quiet words, and asked for her peace. The day felt ordinary, almost ordinary enough to be forgettable until it wasn't. A few hours later, While we were getting ready for bed, my son looked up at me with that solemn grown-up stare children sometimes borrow and said, "There's a boy watching us. He keeps following." I scanned the hallway. I scanned the garden. Dim porch light, and there was nothing. He pointed toward the lane behind the church with a small finger trembling, and I saw nothing. Weeks slipped by, and days filled with work and school runs and homework. And then, little by little, I began to hear him laughing and chattering to someone in his room or something. At first, I thought he'd found a radio or a cartoon. Then the voice stopped, and that's when I opened the door and caught him arranging his toy cars in a neat, secretive line. "Who are you talking to?" I asked. I asked it casually, the way you ask about mislaid socks. Who says the word mislaid? He answered without looking up, though. "The boy from the churchyard. He wants to play," he said. And a coldness crawled underneath my skin. A coldness that the summer heat couldn't even touch. He'd changed. The easy, sticky hugs were replaced by long hours shut away with that invisible playmate. He lost his appetite, and the teacher called twice about drifting attention and falling marks. I made an appointment with a child psychologist. "Imaginary friends are common," she said with an oddly low voice. "Maybe some anxiety, maybe some ADHD. We'll work on routines." Well, we did try, and therapy and timers and extra outdoor time, but the fog around him thickened instead of lifting. Then, unexpectedly, one Sunday he was himself again. He climbed onto my lap, asked for pancakes, and called me Mommy like a song. For those brief hours I felt stupid. I felt enormous relief. I didn't press him about the boy, because some doors I decided should stay closed. That afternoon, just as dusk found the curtains, he stopped at the front door and froze, hand on the knob, and he stared past me. He was staring at something that wasn't even there. "They're waiting outside," he said without blinking. "My friends from the churchyard, they want me to come play with them." His voice was perfectly certain. I locked the door and kind of took him to the bedroom. I sat with the curtains drawn. I watched his silhouette sleep, and I listened to the soft thud at the threshold like somebody checking whether the house was still there. Once brave or foolish enough, I peered through the slit in the blinds. My garden was empty under the gray light, but the knife of fear in my throat didn't ease. Then he walked to the window and with that same eerie calm pointed across the lawn. "There's a lady by the old yew. She has a shawl and a locket, telling the children to come." He described the way my mother's shawl had sat on her shoulders the day that we buried her. The exact fold. The way the light had hit that little locket and I couldn't move. The sound of the door grew louder, as if across the grass small hands were leaning on the knuckles. The last visitor. This happened about 16 years ago. I was around 12. I was still living in the house I remember as home. My grandmother on my father's side had been fading for a while. Because my mom had full custody and my dad only saw me on weekends, I really didn't have much time with her. My last memories were visiting a sterile nursing home where she communicated with a pen. She had a little notepad after having a tracheo. I screwed it up twice. Shoot. Let's start over. My last memories were visiting a sterile nursing room where she communicated with a pen and a little notepad after having a tracheostomy. I was told she was slipping away, and that these were her final days. And to the best of my memory, no one spoke to me about the funeral. One day the visits simply stopped. Now, well, for the part that changed how I see things. A week or so after she died, I woke in the night. Can't even say why I was sleeping in my mom's room instead of my own. Yet in the dim corner about 5 feet from the front of the bed, I saw a shadow shaped like a person. It had no features, just a soft black silhouette. What made it unmistakable to me, at least, was the posture. Its hand was propping up its chin, like somebody listening or thinking. My heart raced. I was terrified and stunned. I woke my mom and the lamp snapped on. The shadow dissolved as if it had never been there. When I told my mom what I'd seen, she believed it was my grandmother coming to say goodbye. She said that exact stance, chin in palm, quiet and attentive, was how Grandma used to stand. Maybe it was a dream, or my mind was stitching together memories of her final days into something vivid. Don't remember ever seeing her in that pose while she was alive, though. The image stayed with me in the way dreams usually don't. I considered myself a skeptic until something gave me a reason to change, and that night gave me one. And since then, I've really only had one other brush with that kind of presence. Years later in college, shortly after another grandmother passed, I felt an overwhelming emotional wash as if somebody was near. Coincidence, maybe, but the first night left a mark. And I've gone to her graveside and I've talked aloud, asked whether she was the one that I saw. Didn't really get a clear answer, only the quiet of the cemetery and the small comfort of speaking anyway. Experience didn't scare me into superstition. It opened a door to curiosity. And now I'm less afraid, more interested in what the afterlife might hold, and what small, inexplicable moments like that one might mean. The silent visitor at Willow Lane. This didn't happen to me, but to my parents back when they had just started dating. And to this day, they remain quietly unsettled by it. My mom was living with her parents in a cozy old house on Willow Lane. One chilly autumn evening, she invited my dad over for a civil night out. When he arrived, she greeted him with a quick smile, led him into the sitting room, said that she'd just pop upstairs to finish drying her hair, and said, "I'll be right back," she promised. My dad settled into an armchair, and from where he sat, he had a clear view into the kitchen through an open doorway. There was no glass, no reflections, and as he waited, he noticed a man at the sink, calmly rinsing dishes as though he belonged there. The figure was only 10 feet away. The man didn't look his way or say a word, and my dad, a little shy and polite, chose not to interrupt at the time. When my mom came back down, cheerful and ready to leave, my dad casually asked, "Who's the gentleman in the kitchen?" She froze mid-step with her brows knitted. "What man? There's no one here," she said, glancing toward the empty kitchen. And she was right. I mean, no sound of running water, no shadow, no nothing. They searched briefly, then shrugged it off, thinking maybe he'd just simply imagined it. Weeks later, while flipping through old family albums in the same house, my dad suddenly pointed at a sepia photo. "That's him," he said with certainty, tapping a picture of a man in a well-worn cardigan, smiling faintly beside a garden gate. My mom stared. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Completely," my dad replied, after a long pause. She whispered that it was her grandfather who died quietly in that very house almost 10 years before. Neither of them ever mentioned it lightly again, and even now, whenever the story comes up, there's a hush in the room, as if someone else might still be listening. I wonder who's listening to me right now, even though I can't necessarily say anything to them. Still curious. The back stairs whispers. I'm a woman from a tiny residential town on the BC coast, which which I assume is British Columbia. Could be wrong. This happened back in the fall of 2016, roughly 2 weeks after I'd started working at the community school. The office I cleaned for the school board was a minute's walk from the back entrance, and most nights I was the last one there. The first time something weird happened, I was alone in the district office. I always did a walkthrough to make sure nobody was staying late. Didn't want to scare anyone. Then I went down the narrow back stairs to a meeting room that they used as storage. Shelves of old files, a couple of folding chairs, and a tiny washroom tucked in the far corner. My routine was always the same. Clean the washroom first, grab the trash, then come back up to the offices. So I cleaned the washroom, grabbed the bag of garbage, and as I stepped out, I heard a woman's voice to my right, and it said plain as day, "You fucking..." Then it cut off. I had my wired headphones hanging around my neck, so I could still hear my playlist. And by the way, I know every song on it. I turned instantly. There was no one in the dark corner, and my chest dropped. I swear my heart skipped. I sprinted back up the stairs, hands trembling, telling myself it had to be the heating or the pipes or a delivery truck. Anything but a person. I peered out the windows to see if somebody was lurking. There was nothing outside. It was an empty parking lot. I tried to force myself to finish cleaning, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. A few weeks later, probably in early November, and it was already getting dark by 5 at the time, I was back cleaning the offices, and after tidying up upstairs, I went down to the basement washroom again. Then I stayed to mop up the hallway floors. I was deadbolted the back door when I was in the district office, kind of a habit. And while I was pushing the mop, I heard footsteps on the outer stairs. Then the deadbolt clicked and the door unlocked, swung open and shut. My head snapped up and I called out, "Hey, I'm down here, sorry if I..." Then I waited and there was nothing. No footsteps, no reply. I told myself, well, maybe whoever it was didn't hear me, so I walked up the stairs calling hello. There was nothing. Checked the front entry and there was no one. Door was unlocked though, and I could have sworn I'd locked it. Annoyed and a bit spooked, I grabbed the garbage bags I'd left in the hallway. As I looked up toward the back offices, one of the inner doors slammed shut on its own, full force. I ran out, locked the deadbolt behind me, and stopped shaking until I got back to the school. My hands were numb. I had a panic attack in the staff room. Hardly remember driving home. I still don't know what, if anything, really was there, but after those 2 nights I started taking the long way home. Never stayed late alone in that office again either. The quiet below. I worked the east wing of the community school. Small building, crooked floors, one tired heater that never seemed to warm up. The teacher's office sat between the art room and a couple of tiny classrooms, and a storage closet and heavy metal door that led down to the boiler room and more storage. The stairs turned right halfway down, and 3 rusted doors waited at the bottom. Usually, I would kind of take my dinner break at the little table at the office doorway, phone in hand. I'd usually be eating and watching whatever quiet thing was on YouTube at the time. That afternoon, I'm halfway through my sandwich. That's when a soft, muffled knock floated from the corridor. So I paused the video and I stood and peered out of the doorway. There was no one. After a minute, I sat back down, reached to the unpause button. Slow scratching sounded from the heavy door across the hall, and I stood, phone ready in case I needed to call Mr. Hale, who was our manager. "Hello?" I called across as I went across the boiler room door. The knob was cold under my fingers and the lock held. But something did move on the other side, and it was soft and close. And just as Mr. Hale picked up the phone, the door banged once so loud I jumped. I told him, half laughing, half panicked, that he said that he'd be down. And there is another way into that space somebody really wanted in. A smashed window, a broken hatch. But nothing that night looked forced. I called again as the door shifted, and then carefully I twisted the knob. It opened on a room without light, and I flipped the switch. And under the glare, a shadow leaned from the far corner, the black head and shoulders against the wall. The light should have shown a face, but instead it was a cutout of darkness that slid back like a curtain. I closed the door and I waited with my hands trembling until Mr. Hale came and checked. He found nothing. The lock's intact, no footprints, no signs of anybody having been down there. So a week later, one of my coworkers, Marco, he covered for another janitor. He joined me in the office for dinner. I told him what had happened before, and he rolled his eyes, but he did stay at least. So we were on our phones when a long, deliberate scratch echoed through the hallway. Marco paused his video, opened a little radio app I'd downloaded, some novelty that scans shortwave and spits out static and words. I do admit I was curious, though. A few pings of static, then the single word snapped into focus. Angry, stairs, fire. We stared at each other and then at the boiler room door. It eased open on its own a few inches. I told Marco to have Mr. Hale on speed dial and nudged the door wide. No one was there yet. We stepped to the top of the stairs and we heard running footsteps slam into one of the lower doors and a slow glacial creak as another door began to close. Before I could reach the door, clicked shut and locked set. Then, from somewhere behind us, a double bang like fists beating on wood. Marco swore he'd seen a dark arm reach from the corner, a long shape slipping back into shadows. The lights cut out as I put one foot in front of the other step. Looking back, they were both frozen in the doorway. I didn't argue. I ran up the stairs telling Marco to watch her backs. He followed, pale and wide-eyed, and we slammed the office door and held it. Mr. Hale arrived minutes later, and he was breathless. He checked the locks, the doors, and the corners, found only a soft scratch on the boiler room door, tiny marks, as if a fingernail had traced the metal. Didn't find anyone, but we did, and the mark stayed. The shadow that passed. This happened to me in April of 2018. I'm in my 30s. I'm reasonably scientific. I am open-minded about weird stuff, but not the sort of person who buys into ghost hunting shows. I'm not religious, and I live in a small suburb just outside of Atlanta. So I was getting ready to drive to work, and we have a ranch-style house with an attached garage. I entered the garage from the door off the living room. I hit the button to open the big overhead door. I popped the passenger side door of the car, and I started loading my things. My lunch and my water bottle and a jacket. So I was sort of leaning into the cab with my back to the driveway. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement through the rear window. I glanced up and caught sight of a dark shape moving across the driveway. Then it went past the garage. It wasn't a person with color or detail, just a black human-shaped shadow. Definitely a man, not a kid or a woman. My first perfectly reasonable thought was my husband snuck out to prank me. He's terrible at hiding and loves kind of springing surprises, you could say. I crept out of the garage. I rounded the side of the house, expecting to jump him. Nothing. I walked the perimeter of the yard and there was nothing. I stood there feeling ridiculous, tried to explain it away. Maybe the late afternoon sun and a bird's wing made a weird silhouette, or my tired brain stitched things together. Told my husband that evening, and he swore that he hadn't been outside. He's actually the one in the house who believes in this kind of thing. Says he's seen a shadowy figure in the yard before. And not just once, but more than once, he claims. And our house isn't particularly ancient. It's built in 1992. The people who owned it before us are still around. There's an old battlefield and some historic burial sites a little bit down the road, though it's not our narrow lot. I haven't seen anything like that shadow since, but I think about that brief, ridiculous, unsettling silhouette more often than I expected. It sits somewhere between explainable fluke and what if, and I still don't know which side I prefer, honestly. The quiet occupants of... never even seen that letter before. Soilst? S-O with a dash through it. Almost like an old school zero. L-Y-S-T, Hall. Soul... The quiet occupants of Soilst Hall. Oh, it's Danish. Forgive me for that. I've had a number of odd encounters, but I'll stick to the three that have stayed with me most clearly. The first happened when I was about 14. I was at a friend's place where I'd been mucking about the stables, and as I came out from the barn, I noticed a woman in a green blouse. They were walking from the house toward the small ornamental pond and standing there staring into the water. She was roughly 20 yards away, and from that distance I assumed she must have been my friend's aunt. They did have a similar build and hairstyle. I walked through the garage into the kitchen, and I was therefore surprised to find my friend's aunt already there, wearing a blue sweater. I asked if she had been out by the pond or just had changed her clothes. She hadn't, and when I looked back, there was no one by the water. She mentioned almost apologetically that when the children were very small, they sometimes liked to play in the wardrobe and would chatter away to someone nice who wasn't visible. Someone nice in parentheses. And that could easily have been childish make-believe, yet it made me wonder whether what I had seen was connected to older, stranger echoes in the house. The other two incidents took place while I was at Danish folk high school called Soist Hall, an old manor that had once been a pretty noble party house. It later became a hunting lodge, and then after that an orphanage, and for a time an asylum, and before becoming a school for adults focusing on music and literature. The first of these occurred at a summer... Oh boy, more Danish words. A summer fete in broad daylight. I was standing with half a dozen people. I was having a cigarette in the courtyard. I was the only one facing the building, and from where I stood I could clearly see the upper terrace linking the principal suite to the so-called guest room, a space with a reputation for discreet things, let's just say. I watched a large man in a black overcoat, slightly stooped, and he was emerging from the guest room and strolled across the terrace into the principal's chambers. I presumed it was the principal himself, and was therefore puzzled when he came around the corner and began speaking to me a minute later. He greeted my confusion without drama and casually suggested I'd seen one of the earlier masters of the house. He also told me with the same matter-of-factness about having once encountered a lonely fair-haired boy in the cellar. They'd claimed that he had once been locked there as a punishment. Another teacher confided that he had on several occasions while alone in his room. He had seen the door slowly open as if turned by an unseen hand, and the principal suspected these were remnants, traces of the orphanage days, perhaps of children who'd never entirely left the building. A couple of years later, I returned not as a student, but actually as a teaching assistant and all-around helper. I was due to fly back to the States the next day. School was out of term and almost empty, save for the principal in the far wing and myself. It was late October, with a thin crescent moon and a raw wind driving in off the lake. As I went about securing the ground floor, I locked the final door of the dining room. I passed the grand piano. The moment I was level with it, there was a single tremendous crash, as if somebody had felled their hands across every key at once. I stood there and I was bewildered, tried to repeat my steps to force a sound again. Nothing happened, and I was quite shaken. I began up the main stair toward the old students' room, once the main banquet hall. And halfway up, I stopped because the landing filled with the unmistakable sound of lavish dinner, forks and glasses and chairs scraping, the murmur of many voices. It was, I judged, at least 30 people, and I fumbled for my phone to record, but it was dead, and after lingering and listening until the noises seemed to swell, I climbed the last steps. The sounds faded precisely as I reached the top landing. I walked the wing and I found nothing. No candles, no voices, only the ordinary creaks of an old building. I had chosen rather foolishly in hindsight to sleep in the guest room that night. And partway up the secondary stairwell, the lights abruptly blinked out. I crawled the remainder in total darkness. I lay awake while the wind battered the window as if eager to come in. And around 3 a.m, came loud knocks on my door. Then the handle was turned with such force that I remembered thinking the jam might splinter. I hid under the covers like a child and didn't sleep. At breakfast, I told the principal everything. He listened without surprise and remarked that the house was always full of its solid stirrings around that time of year. And that oddly, a new moon tended to rouse the building more than a full one. The school had since closed, as far as I know. Whatever its present use, I suspect Soist Hall will continue to keep its ancient company. A few private presences that belong more to a place than to any living occupant. Phantom Walker on Widow's Ridge. Hi, my name's Lars. I used to be the Boy Scout once, and we went to this park, and I can't quite remember the official name, but it was out in Louisiana, up in an area everybody called the Widow's Ridge. Week-long summer camp, and they'd set up little stations all over the place. Archery, sling shooting, and knot tying, that sort of stuff. One night I decided to take the archery class again. It was a bit of a hike up a rocky dirt path, and I got there around 7:30. I wrapped up by about 9. There were other kids from different groups, but when the class ended, I left by myself. Started back down the stone and soil staircase toward our campsite. And that's when I noticed a sound behind me. It was like somebody matching my footsteps. Every time I turned, the sound stopped. The trees were thin and dry. The moonlight made long, sort of silver lines up the hill, so I could see pretty far, actually. The park rangers had said a lot of the wildlife had cleared out because of some new trail work, so no critters were supposed to be around. Still, even though there was nothing, no animals or birds, no flash of a headlamp, I could feel someone or something right behind me, matching each step. I got creeped out but kept my cool and made it back to camp. Next night, I went back to archery for fun, but I brought a friend this time. We left at almost the same hour, and he walked ahead of me on the path, and after a few minutes he stopped and leaned over and whispered, Lars. I said, yeah? And then without turning, when he whispered again, who's that walking behind us? I spun around quick and, Mike, there's no one back there, I told him. Mike turned, looked up the hill the same way I had the night before. We locked eyes for a second and then both took off. Full sprint down the bushes in moonlit scrub. Straight back to camp like we were being chased in some dumb action movie. So we tumbled through the barricades and the brambles. Hit the campground out of breath and shaking. And I've told this one a bunch of times to family and friends. Not long ago my dad heard me say and probably came across a phantom walker. I did hear this podcast where I talked about interdimensional beings that mimic people's footsteps. Folks around wild parks called them phantom walkers. Looked it up later, couldn't find anything solid on phantom walkers. Well, nothing useful anyway. So yeah, that's my story from Widow's Ridge, whatever it was. It knew how to walk like me. The bell in the bathroom. When I was 19, I moved in with my 2 sisters. I also moved in with one of their boyfriends who basically lived there too. House kinda came with a roommate bonus. Stealthy black cat that wore a tiny bell on her collar because she was creepily silent. They claimed the bell was so they'd actually know where she was, which is kinda cute, right? They also told me I got the haunted room. We're all dumb and young, so I laughed it off at first. But honestly, it didn't take long for the joke to stop being funny. I was newly single and lonely and already a little bit dramatic, so maybe I was primed to freak out. But that room made me feel wrong, like someone had left the lights on in a part of my body that was supposed to be dark. I just couldn't relax there. Caught myself constantly glancing over my shoulder and convinced something was looking back. A few weeks in, the sister without the boyfriend moved out, and I upgraded, technically, to her master bedroom. And that should have felt like a win, but instead it was worse. The house had one of those antique boilers. They kept thermostat low to save money, and master bath had a broken switch so the light never worked. So try to picture me. Cold showers by candlelight, sometimes boiling water on the stove like a medieval spa. And every trip to that bathroom felt like a sprint through a haunted obstacle course. If I had to pee at night, I'd practically fly there and bolt back like I'd seen a ghost mid-toiletry. My bed was positioned with the headboard against the wall next to the main door. So when I sat curled up, I was sort of facing the dark doorway to the bathroom across the room. Couldn't even stretch out without feeling like I was making myself vulnerable. I'd ball up like a frightened spider and stare at that patch of darkness. One night, the couple and the cat crashed at the cousin's place. I was solo. I double-locked the doors and had my laptop queued with a ridiculous show and a big bottle of that economy vodka the roommates called confiscated. I was waiting for Sun like it owed me rent. You know, that hot, anxious underwear bunched under the duvet panic. Well, that was me. House dead quiet, kind of silence that presses on your ears. And then I heard the bell, tiny and unmistakable. The cat's bell. It jingled from the direction of the dark bathroom and almost combusted. Nope, I told myself. You're drunk, you're tired, and man the hell up. Then it jingled again. 3 jingles. As clear as day. I went cold sober in one instant, and my horror tried to escape my chest. There are 2 bathrooms in the house. The dark one in my room and a lit one down the short hall. I tore into the hallway and locked myself in the lit bathroom like I'd found a tiny fluorescent sanctuary. Sat on a closed toilet lid trying to decide whether to call somebody or just quietly die from embarrassment. Then I heard footsteps outside the door. Definite and echoing, like somebody in dress shoes walking on tile. It was slow and methodical, and overall, it was the bell. It was like the sound knew I was alone and was deliberately toying with me. After a while, the noises stopped. I made a run, barefoot and theatrical, back to my old supposedly haunted room. Hid underneath the covers, tried to sleep, and eventually I did. Sometime later, I woke to my ex's voice calling my name from the hallway, standing at my door like a ridiculous rom-com cameo. Said that their friend dropped him off and he was just walking in because the front door had been unlocked. I was equal parts furious, relieved, and very suspicious. I knew I'd locked it. And the weird part is for a second right before I heard my ex, I thought I'd seen something float down the hallway, like a pale pea soup green orb that drifted into my room and vanished. Maybe I dreamed it, and maybe the vodka mixed with the adrenaline made my eyes play tricks. Or maybe whatever jingled that bell that night like dramatic entrances and nudged my ex's footsteps toward the house. Who knows? It lasted exactly a few weeks after that. The house, the bell, and whatever liked to pretend it was the cat convinced me it was time to move on. And yes, I never saw that cat ring after again. The voice on the motel line. When I was 17, I had one of those nights that sticks in your head for no good reason. I grew up in East Texas, kind of place where humidity feels like a living thing and summer heat will make you reconsider every life choice. Our old window unit finally gave up one late July evening. The compressor coughed and the fan shuddered, and that was that. My parents couldn't find a repairman who would come out at night. They sure couldn't afford an all-night miracle. So we packed a few things and went hunting for a room. We ended up in a battered single-story motor lodge on the edge of town. The kind with the neon sign that probably remembered the 70s fondly. Faded floral carpet and threadbare drapes. TV perched on a dresser like it owned the place. My parents took one bed and my two younger brothers and I clambered into the other, sweaty and half asleep. Before we left the house, I'd call my girlfriend on the landline. And by the way, this was before pocket phones. Pocket phones. Told her that we were heading out to cool off and didn't even know where exactly. I had no idea which room or even which motel we'd chosen. Everything about that night felt unanimous, basically. And sometime between 11:30 and midnight, the phone in the room rang and sliced through the hushed motel hum. My dad reached for it and I heard him inhale and then something that made him go quiet. He said flatly, "No, he's not here." And his voice sharpened to something like a warning. "He's not here." And then the line went dead. So he asked me quietly if I told anybody where we were. I couldn't have. I don't even know the motel name well enough to tell anyone. The room wasn't under my name. I had no phone of my own even. And my last point of contact with the outside world was a house landline and a confused girlfriend on the other end. What bothered me the most, and what still bothers me, was the description my dad gave. The caller sounded like a man doing a woman's voice, as if trying to pass something off and failing. Who would call a stranger's room at that hour asking for me, when I was essentially invisible? No social media check-ins, no profile, and no clue. Made no reasonable guesses since. A prank, a wrong number, somebody who'd seen us arrive and followed us. None of them said right. Even now, years later, if I close my eyes and I hear that awkward, half-attempted female voice and the click of a receiver on the other end, it's one of those small mysteries that never needed solving to keep its grips on you. You said it was the time before pocket phones, and yet there's social media. I am a very confused narrator. The girl upstairs. Moved into that two-story house when I was 6. It was a hulking thing from like the 1960s. There was more garden than sense. My parents got it dirt cheap and spent the next few months gutting and fixing it until it looked like the home out of a magazine. And to me, it felt like winning the childhood lottery. They insisted we live strictly on the ground floor, left the top floor as a kind of never-closed playroom storage area. Nobody wanted to be up there after dark, though. I thought that was just squatter superstition until it stopped being a joke. Because there were quirks to the place. An outdoor spiral stair that led to a small, bricked-up room. A single tiny window high up and a strange little landing that always seemed to be at least a degree colder than the rest of the house. But the trouble started when I was 13. I was alone in my mom's office. I was glued to an ancient PC watching a loading bar crawl like a snail. In the window's glare, I caught the outline of a small girl standing behind me. I assumed that it was my little sister, which is why I didn't turn around right away. Then she was there, and my heart did a weird flip. I told myself I'd been staring at the screen too long and went to the kitchen for a snack to shake it off. Grabbed a handful of cheese rings, and mid-bite heard slow, measured footsteps on the stairs. The gate at the bottom clicked, and the steps came closer, and instantly I thought somebody had broken in. So I bolted toward the back door, cheese rings clattering in my hand, dove under the garage door, and as it rolled up and hid until my family pulled into the drive, well, my dad went to check. Came back with a puzzled face, and no one on the stair gate was still latched. Told me about the girl in the window, and they nodded with that sort of gentle, disappointed look. Probably your imagination. Well, after that, the weirdness stopped being polite. It started as a low, constant pressure, a feeling of being watched, restless sleep. That viscous dread radiating up from the top floor. They'd set up dividers and desks up there and called it an office, but nobody used it after sunset. At first, the girl was only a peripheral thing, a glimpse at the foot of the stairs, light feet pattering where there was nothing. Then the furniture started to move, like a chair slid in a box toppled and the top floor door would squeal open. The gate would unlatch. Footsteps would come down toward my room. Later, a voice joined the symphony, though, small and childlike, a whisper from the dark even. It said, "Help me," or something like, "Come on." Well, sleep became an Olympic sport, and I constantly failed it. I learned to clench my eyes and pretend the noise was outside the house. And once, my bedroom door opened with no steps. I lay rigid, and I felt something hang over me, so I basically could have touched it if I dared to move my head. It was that close. Hovered there for what felt like forever, asking. It was like basically asking with silence, and I started just crying. Sobs brought my mom down the hall, and like a bad TV switch, whatever it was, evaporated the moment she crossed the threshold. Her presence was, well, literally evaporating it. And it didn't make my parents believers, it made them confused. Because by 15, I was furious rather than scared. The girl no longer kept to cameo appearances because she became brazen. Daylight didn't bring safety. It only brought clearer sightings. Nights were the worst, really. Furniture slammed, the voice coaxed me to the top of the stairs at all hours. And by the way, it didn't love 2:33 a.m. for some reason. The gate would clang as if on cue, and I adapted headphones with loud music in an attempt to contempt. When she called, I started answering back, and I was crude and loud and obnoxious. "Screw off," I'd shout. And every time I did, the house answered with this banshee scream. It seemed to climb the staircase and slam every door in the place. So one evening, my youngest sister and I chased a soccer ball that landed in the upper balcony. It had already gotten dark at that time. And while we fumbled with the keys, shoes ran overhead, and a stapler in the room with us began hammering on the desk on its own. My sister lost it, and that's when my parents finally stopped shrugging and did something. We learned the house had a history. The previous owner had also reported intruders on the top floor and had installed extra locks and negated the bottom of the stairs. We called the police more than once about phantom footsteps, actually. Cops always found an empty house, though. Parents admitted they'd occasionally seen a shadow darting through the office at dusk, had chosen to ignore it. Ignorance seemed cheaper than terror at first. So when I was 16, I moved out to a little garden shed that we'd converted into a room. And first night there, I slept like I'd never slept before. Spent days in that shed, and only cross over to the main house for meals. The top floor windows were visible from the path, and walking past them felt like walking under someone's stare. And once, while a cousin was visiting, we walked back to the house after a game. Top floor lights flickered, and the little girl passed the window. And for a second, her shape elongated like a warped shadow. She was suddenly the height of an adult and towering and wrong. My cousin screamed and ran, and something in him broke. And that did it for my parents. They called people from the church who said that they'd done this sort of thing before. One woman claimed that she was sensitive to spirits. She walked out slowly, pointing to the landing in the hallway by my room. The exact path the footsteps always followed. Said that there was dense, heavy darkness there. They performed blessings and rituals and left candles in odd corners. I don't know exactly what words they used, but the house changed after they left. It felt warmer and quieter. The constant dread lifted like fog in the morning sun. The woman told me she felt it was unusually sensitive to things, that basically to be careful. I was just glad for the silence. Never did figure out what that thing was, and I knew with the kind of certainty that doesn't need proof that if I had followed up those stairs when it called, I wouldn't have come back. It was malicious and fed on panic. And that house taught me the most unnerving lesson. Some fears are not meant to be courted or negotiated with. You survive them by refusing to be eaten alive. Sweet dreams. See ya. There's a noise under your bed. You check and there's nothing. But tomorrow it's louder. Paranormal M tells stories that start small and they typically end in fear. Subscribe now. Alabama. The Phantom at the Threshold. I keep dredging the attic of my memory for the weird stuff. The little supernatural postcards life occasionally mails me. I used to think there was just one. Turns out there's a bit of a handful. And the deeper I dig, the more small, uncanny moments come crawling out. We've already covered the creepy basement door and the midnight in the lab. There are two moments that refuse any tidy, rational explanation. Most of my other encounters live in the gray area, half explainable, half empty. Usually, reason wins, but not always. I'm determined to catalog them all, and this one is the freshest ink on the list. So, the climax of our thriller marathon. Lights dimmed, couch claimed. Brain slightly melted from jump scares. Perfect. Apparently whatever follows me likes thrillers. My friend and I had spent the summer in late 2024 bringing every twisted film we could find. Hereditary, The Babadook, As Above, So Below, my ridiculous favorite. And Alien and the whole lot. We'd worked our way through a triple feature, and we were 2 hours past midnight by the time we cued the last one. It was the kind of late where the house feels like a different organism. A little background. I'd recently moved into an old craftsman built in the 1920s. The kind of place with a personality and a long history of settling in. It only has the one main entrance, and that door is theatrical. It groans and it sighs. It announces visitors like an offended usher. No doorbell, the door does the announcing itself. Then somewhere in the movie's second act, I got that prickly feeling. You know, the one where the hairs raise and you're sure something is watching the back of your neck. It came on slow and then loud. I checked the room a couple of times and I saw nothing. I told myself to get lost in the film, but the sensation, it clung like a bad subplot. And just when I'd almost let go of it, relief washing over me like the film's inevitable reveal, we heard the screen door in the little enclosed porch creak open. It was pretty loud. It was pretty metallic, and then a weird, patient pause before the wooden door beyond it eased open about a foot and stopped. We both sat frozen with every hair locked into tension, and my brain ran through the plausibles. Roommate coming back late, maybe. Someone fumbling for keys, a delivery, practical and boring things. Except the street beyond was empty. No headlights, no keys rustling, no footsteps on the path. The porch light flickered once and held. We always double-lock the door, and even when we're home, the bolt gets set. And tonight should have been no different. The front door leaning open a foot with the deadbolt still engaged. So we assumed that it was his own kind of wrong. And in that moment, my inner movie character took over. Yeah, I did the very thing horror movies teach you not to do. I got up, crossed the living room to the door. My friend whispered something about quote-unquote white people shit. which, fair, and I opened it carefully. There's no one, no cars in the street, no footsteps, no bags. I peered into the dim yard in the night holding its breath. The screen door, which usually snaps closed on a little spring, it had been left ajar as if somebody had nudged it from the outside and then vanished. I shut everything, checked the bolt twice, and even tried it a third time, like that would change the physics of the moment. Maybe the handles stick sometimes, and maybe the porch light has a loose bulb. Maybe we both imagine the feeling of being watched. Hypersensitive after 3 movies and 3 hours of cinematic dread. Maybe. But the timing and the feeling that crawled up my neck right when the movie hit its last act, the screen door creaking, the main door opening a foot and stopping, that string of coincidences was too neat and it felt arranged like a director calling cut on some white people shit movie. No smashed windows, no apparitions on camera, no dramatic figure looming in the doorway. Just the quiet and the creak. Left us with our imaginations in the director's chair. The kind of anticlimax that sticks. Spooky, tidy, and somehow the perfect ending to a night spent courting things that don't want to be explained. So yeah, the ghost apparently had a taste for thrillers. And a flair for timing. Alrighty then. The Skeptic and the Cherry Lollipop. This happened about 10 years ago. It's when my family piled into a clanky rental. We went on a summer trip to Breckenridge while I was still in high school. We weren't brave enough to stay in the famous haunted wing, but of course we signed up for the ghost tour for kicks. My dad's the kind of loud professional skeptic who still drags us on these things either to poke holes in the theatrics or to entertain the rest of us when he pretends to be terrified. Right at the start of our tour, the guide just asked us, and with perfect showmanship and timing, "Any skeptics in the group tonight?" My dad's hand went up like he was volunteering for jury duty. The guide grinned and popped a little cherry lollipop into his palm and sang, "Hold on to that. The child's spirits like candy." He gave us a smug, as-if look and we began the tour. A bit later, we're standing in the old ballroom, the kind with creaky floorboards and a chandelier that had seen better centuries. The group circled around my dad, and the guide asked him to hold the lollipop stem straight up, palm out. She did her little coaxing bit to the children, inviting them to play with the candy. And for a minute, nothing happened. The guide let us wander the dim room for a few minutes before regrouping. Felt like a typical spooky show, mild chills courtesy of the draft. Then she suggested he try again in a different room, in a different corner. My sister and I flanked him, and she was whispering soft, coaxing questions. I was being my usual half-amused, half-curious self. And after about a minute, my dad said his arm felt really cold. And we all flashed our phone lights, and his forearm was goosebumps from wrist to elbow. He's not the panicky type, so when he went oddly still, we leaned in. And my sister, ever the diplomat, asked a few times, "Do you want the lollipop? Are you reaching for it?" And then the thing that made our jaws drop as the lollipop, originally standing straight up, began to tilt. Almost until it was like parallel to the floor. And it stayed there, balanced in his hand like something had suspended it with invisible threads. We all stared, and he just stared at it. "Go on, grab it," my sister said. And there was a beat of silence. And then, no kidding, the lollipop shot forward like it had been fired from a tiny cannon, straight as an arrow into the old gilded mirror across the room, smacking it dead center about 6 feet away. It didn't arc, it didn't wobble. It was a pure line drive. We were instantly a mixture of terrified and thrilled and sick with disbelief. And then we ran, giggling like maniacs down the hallway. The guide was thrilled, hugging my dad and calling him her favorite convert. Mom had wandered off to inspect a dusty stairwell and missed the whole spectacle. She was furious when we told her. To this day, my dad swears it had a normal explanation. Muscle spasm or magnets or camera trickery. Whatever allows him to sleep at night. He watched the lollipop fly and insisted later that he must have had a weird tendon kick. And somehow it launched it perfectly into the mirror. Maybe he's right, and maybe the tour has a secret string department. My sister and I prefer to keep the version where some mischievous kid from the past really, really wanted a cherry lollipop. The corners of the hall. The first time something like this stuck in my memory, I must have been about 16. We were packing up the old apartment. Just the essentials were left there, like my mattress and the old box TV. And a mountain of boxes my mom swore we'd unpack next weekend. I decided to crash there one night, just to watch the playoff game. Same routine. Game on, a giant tub of buttery popcorn on my lap. I ate a handful, set the bowl down on the floor, and a few minutes later it launched across the room like somebody had snatched it and tossed it. I shrugged, I picked it up and went back to the game. And at the time, I didn't know what to think about it. Maybe I just didn't want to know. In the new place, Dad installed this ridiculous oversized lava lamp in the living room. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, the glow will vanish as if something walked in front of it. It happened while I was loading the dishwasher, and again when I was in the room of the PlayStation. Once, while I was sitting on the couch, I got so lightheaded Dad laid me down. Everything went white, and I heard, plain as day, "We're all around you." And I panicked, and I thought I was dying. And all I could think was, I'm way too young for this. Skip ahead 6 years, I just started seeing a girl who would later become my wife, and a few months into moving in together. We're lying in bed, sleeping, much more than anything. It's when a deep male voice breathed into my ear and said, "Leave." It felt like someone yelling right beside my head. I looked at her with my heart thudding and said, "Did you hear that?" "I heard something," she said. It was muffled. We were about a foot apart and she couldn't make out the word at all. A couple of months later, she woke me up just to drive her to her shift at 2 a.m. Hands were trembling and said, "Something was talking to me last night," she told me. Couldn't understand it. It was like an old language. In that image, something unseen whispering right where I slept crawled under my skin. A year after that, we'd moved again. I jolted awake one night to a shadow looming over me. Instinct made me grab for whoever it was. The shadow took one step back and dissolved into nothing. I didn't sleep a wink after that. Another night, I'm alone with my tablet. Bedroom doors left open. And I heard footsteps start down the hall, but they began halfway down like they appeared out of thin air. I watched the doorway, convinced someone was sneaking in. A tall, dark silhouette glided past. I ran out. I checked the other rooms. The bathroom and the spare bedroom were empty. Every door was closed, and there was nothing the figure could have gone to or anything like that. 6 years more, new house. Seemed kind of weird. It was about 11:30. She was asleep, and I was in the spare room with the door open. I was scrolling on my phone. And from my perch, I could see down the dim hallway. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move again. I kind of glanced, and there was nothing. Came back to my screen, and twice more I caught the same flicker. Tried to hold my gaze at the edge of my vision. 10 feet down the hall, something was crawling, low and deliberate. And then it rose up. A woman in a pale dress, circling like she'd lost her way. She bolted toward the bedroom door, and right as she lunged, I hit the light and she vanished. Sitting there, adrenaline sharp and stupid, I wasn't sure whether to laugh at myself for being spooked or to call someone. Hair on my neck was standing up and my heart felt like it wanted out of my chest. Because whatever it was, bowl swinging, lava lamp blocking, whispers in the dark, it had a way of showing up in the corners when I would least expect it. The knob that turned. I should start by saying the house I live in dates back to 1957. It belonged to my husband's great-grandparents before it became his grandmother's. There are layers of family in these walls. A few years ago, an elderly family, a friend with emphysema, stayed with us for a while. They passed away here. As far as I know, nobody else actually died inside the house. But most of my husband's relatives are gone now, so the place carries its share of quiet. And I often get the prickly feeling that someone is watching me, and every so often, something flickers at the edge of my vision, and then vanishes when I turn to look. I'm a skeptic at heart, the kind who wants the paranormal to be true but needs real proof. So far, I haven't had anything dramatic enough to make me toss any doubts out the window. Tonight I was in my bedroom. I was half listening to music and playing a game on my phone, and I usually close my door and my dog sleeps in there with me. If she isn't in the room, it's only a matter of minutes before she's pawing at the door frame waiting to be let back in. And that's what she did tonight. But I was caught up on my phone and didn't open it immediately. While I'm staring at my screen, I heard the doorknob rattle like someone turning it. Then the door swung inward and I glanced up and I saw my daughter just slipping into the laundry room right next to my room. I assumed she'd passed through and left the door ajar. When she came back out, I casually asked if she'd let the dog in, and she said no. My daughter isn't one to lie about something that small. My husband was in the garage tinkering with a mower, and his grandmother was dozing in the living room. At first, I blamed the dog, thinking she'd nudged the door open. But the knob hadn't just creaked, it rattled. The exact noise you get when someone turns it. I tried to recreate it myself, pushing the door this way and that. Couldn't make the knob clatter without actually turning it. When I mentioned it to my husband later, he told me his grandmother had experienced something odd a few nights before. She reached for a glass on her bedside table. But a few minutes later, the glass was on the floor beside the bed, as if it had slid itself there. She hadn't seen anyone near her room, and she'd swore that she hadn't moved it. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe there's a simple explanation. Old houses settle, dog noses are stronger than I think. But the sound of a knob turning itself is a small, insistent thing. It hangs in my head like a question with no answer. The Night Walking Rabbit. I've had my share of what I'd call creepy stuff. Sleep paralysis, the prickling feeling, the one like someone's watching. Squeaky basement doors that shouldn't be squeaking. Most of it happened when I was a kid, and honestly, I could do without a replay. And out of all the weirdness, though, there's only one thing that's stuck around long enough to actually make me pause. As a kid, I slept with a stuffed animal. A ragged little rabbit with one ear flopped over. It was my nightly comfort. I shared a room with my sister back then, and she had a similar toy of her own. Can't even remember what I named mine, only that I'd sleep just hugging it. Like it was the only thing keeping the monsters at bay. Then the rabbit started vanishing every morning. I'd fall asleep with it snuggled in my arms, and I'd wake to find it gone. Sometimes it was shoved underneath my bed, and sometimes perched on the bookshelf, and once in the bathtub. Don't ask. How on earth it traveled so far while I slept was beyond me. So, naturally, I accused my sister. She swore that she wasn't the culprit, and that made it creepier, not less so. Once, after tearing the house upside down for a lost game cartridge, I slammed my fist down and poof. The cartridge was suddenly on my pillow like nothing had happened. Felt like the house itself was trolling me. And the noises started next. I began sleeping with my back to the room instead of facing the doorway. Felt cooler that way, because in my 13-year-old logic, the rabbit couldn't scoot to the far corner if I was positioned that way. One night, every time I exhaled, I heard a tiny exhale follow mine, faint and delayed like a cheap echo. And at first, I blamed the house settling or a mouse inside the walls. We had plenty of those in winter, but the sound grew thicker and raspier, like somebody got much older and they were breathing and struggling to get air. I tested it. I held my breath and I waited, and there was nothing. And then I'd breathe out, and there it was, just after me, matching the rhythm of my lungs. Sometimes there were scratching sounds too, as if claws were tracing the plaster. It was unnerving more than scary at first, until the night it shouted my name. No whisper, no creak, a clear, angry voice that made me bolt upright and run out of the room. I dragged my mattress to the family room, slept with the TV blaring, and felt ridiculous doing it. I finally went to talk to an older neighbor, a kind man who ran the youth group. I asked if I was losing my mind, and he told me something I still remember. I had a body, whatever was bothering me didn't. Well, I had a body, but whatever was bothering me did not. And that gave me the right, he said, to tell it to leave. Sounds simple, but saying it out loud mattered. And after that, whenever things started up again, I told it plainly that it had no authority here. That this was my home and it had to go. It would stop at least for a while, because life got busy with school and after-school stuff. And eventually my own room and the rabbit episodes faded into the background. I never asked my sister if she'd heard anything. We'd never talked about it. And part of me wonders if she did, or if it really was just me getting gaslit by a stuffed rabbit in the house. Either way, I still had to check under the bed before I slept. It was a habit, not fear. The Hollow at the Edge of Town. In 2014, I spent a year on a Christmas mission in northern Mexico when I was 18. My assigned neighborhood sat beside a tired steel plant outside Monterrey. And if there's one thing I'll always remember about Mexico, it's the food and the atmosphere. Best meals of my life. Warm flour tortillas rolled straight off the como, smoky chorizo, refried beans that tasted like somebody had bottled sunshine. But alongside that warmth were some of the sketchiest, most stubborn hauntings I'd ever felt. Back home in the States, I think people's skepticism makes it harder for weird things to settle in. And down there, curiosity and fear mixed in ways that seemed to invite trouble. And worse, some people went looking for trouble. Few folks openly courted the spirits, and the most visible of them followed La Santa Muerte, holy saint of death. When I walked through neighborhoods in my cheap church shirt and mangled Spanish, most people glanced and smiled politely or ignored us. But anybody devoted to La Santa Muerte looked at me differently. They looked at me either like I'd wandered into a dangerous zone with a target on my chest, or like I didn't exist at all. Those looks were slow burn warnings. So we met Miguel on one of our regular visits. He ran a busy little pupuseria down the road, and he'd recently been kicked out of his old house. He was crammed into a tiny rental with boxes of furniture piled in the corners. Miguel was kind to us and generous with food. When life had him down, he opened up with the sort of honest vulnerability that made you want to help. We visited him about twice a week and shared scripture, offered prayers, and left him small blessings. Over a month, he seemed to pull himself together and laughing again, making plans. His face was less gray. Felt like we were actually making a difference. And then he convinced his estranged wife to bring their boy over for the weekend. Everything started to go sideways. For a few days, Miguel was floating. Then his wife began talking about the woman she worshipped and how La Santa Muerte visited her at night and spoke kindly. Her voice turned into something rehearsed, like a player reading from a worn script. She dressed sharper than most women we met in that neighborhood. And some little details. Her eyeliner and the way she smoothed her hair were off in an uncanny way, like a carefully painted mask. Miguel's mood soured, and he snapped at small things. The lightness left his eyes, and a low pressure settled in the room. We saw him less and less after that. One night we passed the house. We found her on the stoop smoking, every muscle kind of drawn tight with fury. The face of somebody ready to strike, and as we approached, she locked eyes with us and in an instant transformed. The knees were softening, a sudden flood of tears, an immediate apology. I'd never seen such a fast theatrical switch. Felt manufactured, like somebody flipping a switch. She told us Miguel had bolted in the middle of the night with her son, driving out toward the highway to get away. She described walking up to him screaming to the presence of a foot at their bed, a tall, pale figure in a tattered robe. La Santa Muerte, she insisted, standing there and staring at him. Miguel freaked out and fled. She said, convinced it had picked him out. That was the clear sign I had of him. I was transferred to another sector soon after. I couldn't follow up. All I know is she kept telling us again and again how she'd called that thing into their home and how she'd done what she had done how she'd done what she had to for it to come. I sometimes replay those visits in my head, and I wonder whether Miguel really saw what she saw, or he saw, or whether the thing between them was more human and meaner than any spirit. A jealousy, or a secret, or a choice that tipped everything over. Wish I'd stayed one more month. Midnight in the Deacon Lab. I used to be a Deacon tech at the medical lab. A fancy way of saying I scrubbed germs off of instruments and watched nasty things grow in petri dishes. Glamorous. One night I rolled in late with a monster study that demanded an absurd amount of attention. Normally we'd clear it by 10, but I asked to stay until the job was finished. No biggie. When the other techs were wrapping up, I slipped into the back room to do the paperwork. Earbuds in, playlist on, just grinding through the forms. Finally, I clicked the last checkbox and I head back toward the main lab. A windowless bunker. By the way, there's never any natural light to tell you what time it is. As I near the doorway, I hear footsteps clear as day and I call out, "You staying late too?" I set my gear down to an empty room. Not a single person in sight. I shrugged it off, and I always try the sensible explanations first. Still, whenever I turned my back to load trays or label plates, the footsteps came again. They were heavy, unmistakable steps. The first few times, I assumed somebody was in one of the adjoining offices. So I did a sweep, and I checked the offices and the equipment rooms and the hallways, and there was no one. It got bizarre, because every time my back was to the room, I could hear chairs roll. The soft scrape of wheels like somebody pacing the perimeter. It was steady and predictable and annoyingly persistent. I couldn't really clock out exactly and tell my supervisor, "Hey, there's a ghost doing rounds and I'm about to lose it." So I did the adult thing. I called my best mate and made him stay on the phone while I finished the last runs, so I didn't start imagining faces on the incubators. And later that week, I mentioned it at lunch, and surprise, turns out several coworkers had the same late-night symphony of footsteps. A little heads up about the lab's nocturnal resident would have been nice before I volunteered to stay until midnight. Whatever. Makes for a good story, and an even better reason to never work the graveyard shift alone again. The cellar that wouldn't behave. It was the summer of my 17th year on this gloriously unstable rock. And on that particular afternoon, I should have been wearing something sturdier than flip-flops. For as long as I can remember, I've had that prickly little feeling, the one that tells you somebody's watching. Usually when I knelt to pray, or when I was alone, or when the house settled in ways that sounded like old people arguing. And as I grew older, I pretended I didn't care. It only made the weirdness bolder. School was out, the neighborhood was a slow hum, and I was alone at home. Rare bliss, because 2 younger sisters had gone to a friend's pool and Mom and Dad were on swing shifts. The cellar door sits smack on the edge of our living room. On the right is a side door to the driveway, and a skinny hall that leads to a tiny powder room. On the left, a little flight of steps climbed up into the kitchen. I was planted on the couch so I could watch a movie and keep my eye on both the TV and the sliver of darkness where the cellar door lived. My back was to the wall, nothing creeping up behind me, but the door sat in my peripheral like a black tooth waiting to chatter. That old watched feeling started again, like somebody had turned a dimmer on before the door. I told myself to relax, to get lost in the movie, and to be a functioning adult who doesn't freak out over wind. Then there was a soft creak, and the door had been left ajar, and it eased an inch wider. Fine, but annoying. I narrowed my eyes at the screen, and I swore that I wouldn't be cowed. After a few minutes, it creaked again, an almost apologetic wiggle, and I rolled my eyes and mouthed the mantra, "It's a draft, you're too old for ghosts." And that worked for a while. Let the plot pull me back in. And you already know where this is going. Things do come in threes. And the third time the door moved, it didn't dawdle open an inch or two. It glided deliberate and calm. That was until it hit the wall and stayed there. Wide open, the air felt thicker near the threshold, and that watched feeling tightened into something I could basically taste. And I freaked like full-on internal screaming freaked. And I'm the kind of person who freezes to take stock in a crisis, which is useful in exams and catastrophic and haunted house scenarios. I shot up ready to bolt, and then my brain honed in on logistics. The only route out without walking in front of the open cellar was to go up those kitchen steps, which the door now blocked. I could try to side the side door, but that meant crossing the open frame. My imagination, fed by every scary movie ever, insisted something would yank me down into the dark. So, in a move that would make any action hero roll their eyes, I chose the loud, aggressive option. I stalked across the living room, gave the stubborn door a solid karate-style kick, and my dog's ears were itchy, and he threw them all over the place, apparently while I was reading, and then the door slammed shut. Then I ran out of the house like I'd been evicted by the supernatural. Didn't come back until the family reunion later that night. And Dad still insists I was napping and dreamed the whole thing. He's entitled to that denial, but me, I still sleep with the closet light on sometimes. And that afternoon taught me 2 things. Spooky stuff is rare, and when it does happen, tends to prefer afternoons when you're home alone and wearing flip-flops. Garden of Shadows. I was about 11, maybe 12. That's when the spiritual world first tapped me on the shoulder. Hasn't stopped since. Back then, my bedroom was my little fortress. I had a bunk bed with a wooden cabinet underneath and a secret crawl space behind it that I proudly claimed as my hideout. A thick black blanket hung over the upper bunk, pinned to the ceiling, creating a cozy half canopy above my pillows. One night I woke up sitting upright in total darkness, and that alone was strange. I slept with a nightlight. Even stranger, the black blanket was gone. The room wasn't empty, though. Something stood beside my bed, taller than the doorframe, a shade darker than the darkness itself. Red eyes glowed like dying coals. It was human enough to recognize and too inhuman to explain, and I couldn't move and I could only stare, and then there was nothing. That shadow never left me. I still see him waiting quietly in the corner of any room I sleep in. We've even quote-unquote talked. He'd told me his name is Jay, and somehow it became normal. Recently, Dad and I moved to a new house. Bright rooms, good energy, except for the garden. Can't say why, but the garden hums with something wrong, and tonight proved it to me. I had gone out for a smoke with my brother, and after he went inside, the air turned sharp and cold, and from behind me came slow, deliberate breathing. Impossible, there's a tall wooden fence right there. Hair in my arms lifted, and then came movement. Quick shadows darting across the garden back and forth like something pacing. I blinked, and I saw it. Not Jay, but something worse. Its skin was pale like wet paper, eyes black as a starless night. His jaw hung open in a silent scream. Body looked stretched and bones pressing against skin. The neck impossibly long. And I knew without knowing why that if I didn't leave that second, something would happen. I bolted with eyes fixed on the ground. I ran for the back door and I slammed it shut. My heart was hammering as if I'd barely made it out alive. I have dealt with spirits before and I don't scare easy, but this one unsettled me to my bones. Now I sit in my room with the sense of being watched crawl over me like static. I asked Jay what to do and all he said was leave, but I just can't. The Snowy Mitten in the Spruce. About 10 years ago, my family lived up in Alaska for my dad's job. And while I was only about 4 then, I don't remember much. My parents still tell a couple of weird things that happened there. I'll tell them the way they told me. Skeptical, a little amused, and definitely not convinced of anything supernatural. One November afternoon, my mom decided to take me for a walk, even though I was missing one mitten. Alaska snow, so yeah, important. The sidewalks were shoveled, so she figured we'd be fine. About a mile in, she pointed to a very tall spruce, and believe it or not, my missing mitten was hanging from the topmost branch like it belonged there. My mom swore she didn't put it up there. Nobody could explain how it got snagged so high. Birds don't usually carry mittens, right? And that one became a family favorite to joke about. The other story was darker and somehow more unsettling. A year later, my dad was away with the military. My mom was home alone with me. And one winter night, she put me to bed and went to sleep early. She had a big day ahead of her. It was pitch black outside, because Alaskan winters do that. When she turned off the bedroom light, it would flick right back on within a few seconds. It kept doing that no matter what. It would flick off, snap back on, and my mom finally called her stepdad, who came over and tried everything. New bulb, checked the switch until he pulled the fixture down and cut the wires at the ceiling. For a little while, the light stayed off, but after it left, the bulb snapped back to life and stayed on, even though the wiring had been severed. They got creeped out after that. Sometimes they'd mention odd noises or a strange feeling in the house. Nothing dramatic, just enough to make them raise an eyebrow. My parents aren't ghost hunters. They like rational explanations most of the time, and neither am I. Still, it's funny how certain little mysteries from childhood stick around in the telling. The black at my door. I grew up in a creaky farmhouse. It smelled like lemon oil. It's sometime in the 1850s that it was built. It's out beyond the edge of a little upstate New York town. Even as a kid, I had this uneasy, half-delighted sense that the house held other presences. Little shivers at the base of my skull and footsteps that didn't belong to anyone living there. I told myself I had a vivid imagination, and I wanted to believe that. And I was about maybe up at 11 at night, and that's when it happened. My older cousin, not my sister, had gone to a late movie with friends. My parents were at a neighbor's for a potluck dinner. The hallway was dim, my bedroom door sat cracked the way it always did, and I used to leave it that way so my cat Boots could wander in. I fell asleep with the harmonica I was learning clutched on my chest. I remember waking to the feeling of somebody standing in the doorway, and for a second I was half awake and comforted. I was certain it was my cousin checking on me. Then I dropped back into sleep like a stone. What followed is the kind of thing I've tried to explain away as sleep paralysis for decades. But whatever it was didn't care for neat labels. A blackness. Not a shadow, but a mass, like oil folded into itself. It glided through the gap and hung above me, and it pressed me down with a weight that wasn't entirely physical. My limbs were lead and my breath shallow, and then it spoke. Not one voice, but many, layered and jagged, in dialects I'd never heard and syllables that sounded like the scraping of metal. They weren't words I could unpack, but they felt like a vocabulary aimed straight at the part of me that listens after midnight. I panicked in the only way my 11-year-old body could. I willed myself to move, and it felt like tearing through a suction. Finally, I sat bolt upright. I hurled the covers aside and flipped every switch in the house. I scooped Boots up in my arms, and I went out on the porch and sat with the porch light kind of haloed around me, till the cars came home, and the house settled back into its usual noises. My parents called it a bad dream, and my cousin just hugged me and said the room had always felt weird. Even now, decades later and with more odd little experiences tucked into my life, I still feel like I'm tuned to something that runs a little bit under the static of normal days. And I have a habit of telling whatever I sense in the firmest voice I have that you're not welcome here and leave. Most of the time, that's enough. Sometimes I wonder if I shut the doors that I shouldn't have shut. And other times I wonder whether I actually have a bit of a line to something else, and I've been too frightened to pick it up properly. So part of me suspects I could learn to listen if I stopped being so frightened and started asking questions instead of telling it to go away. The braver part of me, still small, still 11 sometimes, wants to try. The other part, the practical one, cynical part, rolls its eyes and goes to make coffee. So I keep both around, and they tend to argue, and I keep the porch light on a little bit longer than I used to. The thick wall. My wife and I drove out to see my brother's family in a drowsy little Cornish village. We were given an ancient, low-ceilinged rectory. Must have been standing since before the steam trains. It was all flagstones and breathing chimneys in there. We slept on the ground floor. My parents were opposite of us. Between the two rooms, a narrow, creaking stair ran up to the small sitting room above. The house felt a touch upside down in a friendly way. It was warm and snug, and we dropped off without ceremony. Around midnight, the oddness began. My wife woke to a violent knocking on the wall behind our heads. She was reaching to rouse me when suddenly I sat bolt upright and said very clearly, "Not tonight." She tried to answer me, and I didn't, and she shook me awake. And I should add, I don't talk in my sleep, and I don't sleepwalk, and I never have. We sat frozen for a few moments, and then, the cowards that we are, tried to go back to sleep. In daylight, I tested the wall, and it was absurdly thick, well over a meter. I smacked on it, and I thumped on it, and I stamped, and nothing matched the raw, close pounding my wife swore that she'd heard. My efforts sounded muffled and distant by comparison. A meter thick. Well, at breakfast I told my parents. My dad said he'd been woken around the same time by footsteps in the stairwell. Someone pacing up and down, only for them to stop the second we went to the landing. There's no one there. When my brother arrived later, we learned the other half of the building used to belong to a funeral parlor, and years ago it had been split and sold. The rectory we'd been handed had once been part of that trade. It's the only thing odd that's ever happened to me, but I came away convinced it was something more than a mouse or creaky pipes. I still think about that night, and how absurdly solid that wall was. Why make a wall so thick between a bedroom and a funeral parlor, unless you wanted something to stay on the other side? Midnight at Willow Hollow. I've lived just outside of Boston for 10 years now. And 3 years ago, I bought a single-family Victorian built in 1894. It sits opposite a sprawling iron-fenced burial ground. It's the Willow Hollow Cemetery. The people who first lived in my house are listed there: a dry goods merchant, his wife, and their 2 sons. One an attorney, the other who worked at a small regional bank, and their death records are annoyingly bland. Natural causes or old age across the board. No dramatic headlines, no foul play. My house has traded owners a half-dozen times since, but those 4 are the only ones I know who actually died under its roof. Recently, I've been feeling something at the foot of my bed at night. A weight. The sense of someone settling down in the dark, and at first I blamed the cat. I'd reach over and there'd be nothing. And the cat was often downstairs or curled up somewhere else entirely. And I've had sleep paralysis and vivid hypnagogic images before, so I told myself it was old neurology playing tricks on me. Then other small things began. Odd drafts in a room with no windows open. My kitchen door hanging ajar when I was sure I'd latched it. The back porch light flipped when I'd left it off. And I'm a toddler mom and a scattered brain, so I can explain away 1 or 2 incidents. But taken together, it got me a little bit unsettled. I don't feel threatened, and if anything, it's oddly calm. Like someone keeping company at the edge of the room, and I'm skeptical, but I also like reading other people's tales. Anybody else encounter that quiet presence in an old house? Especially near Boston or anywhere with, creaky floors and long, listless histories. The Girl in the Corner. I've always been tuned to the quieter things. The shift in a room and the smell that wasn't there before. And I grew up deep in the South, in a house full of prayers and old superstitions. My great-aunt swore she talked to the dead and would leave a chair empty at the table for visitors no one else could see. My mother must have taken after her. Through my childhood, you'd hear footsteps in empty hallways and answer questions no one asked. And folks whispered that she was kind of unwell. But my sister, my cousins, and I learned early that those whispers were for people who hadn't lived through it. Doors slammed, pictures tilted for no wind, and things went missing for days, only to show up exactly where they'd been last left. And once I watched a jar of honey slide off the counter and smash against the pantry door as if pushed by an invisible hand. Our house had a shadowed history. Built in the 30s, the first owners were naturalists, and his family, who kept strange pets indoors like birds in cages and a pair of large boas in a glass room. One night, rumor says, one of the snakes got loose, and the two little girls were later found lifeless in their beds. Never heard the grown-ups talk about what happened to the parents. House simply changed hands. By the late 70s, my grandmother bought it. It became the place my mother raised us. The place my sister and cousins and I learned what it's meant to be living with other presences. One slow autumn evening, my mother and I were sunk into the sofa listening to a late game on the radio. That's when a thin, distant sort of cry, really. It kind of thread through the broadcast. We thought perhaps the station had picked up interference. But when we turned the dial down, just that crying kept coming, and it was clearer and closer. "She's here," my mother murmured. "Can you see her?" I told her no, and couldn't see a thing. She shut the radio off and flipped off the lights, and that's when I saw her. In the corner by the lamp, a little girl stood as if she'd just stepped out of the sunlight. Tight curls the color of wheat, green eyes too vivid for memory, pale yellow dress and scuffed black Mary Janes. She glowed faintly as if lit from within, and she was crying without making a sound. And the sight of her was so ordinary and so impossible I felt my mouth go dry. Before I could move or speak, she blinked once and vanished as if somebody had closed a door. I carried that evening with me like a seam in my shirt that never quite fades. And my mother still sees the people who aren't in the living. Aren't in the living. And if I'm honest with myself, sometimes I do too. A shave at the edge of the stairs, or a small hand brushing my shoulder when no one's there. It's not peace, well, not always. Just the life that we're given, tuned to frequencies most folks never notice. The Quiet Upstairs. I grew up in a house that felt older than any story I knew. And as a kid, I learned to explain away the creaks and settling timber and temperature changes and loose floorboards. A draft finding a bad window seal. By day, the house is ordinary, and at night, those same sounds swelled into something else. My bedroom's on the main floor, while the attic level was mostly unfinished. Raw space that smelled of dust and old paint. After years of sharing rooms with my sisters, Dad decided to finish the little front room up there and left the rest of the attic to its honest, creepy emptiness. My eldest sister took that finished room first, and for her it was sanctuary and studio. She was the restless one, filling the walls with frantic, stormy seascapes and charcoal figures that watched you from the corners. She used to whisper about footsteps beyond her door at 2 a.m, and about a dark presence that lingered at the edge of vision. Back then when I was small, I dismissed it as a teenage melodrama. Alcohol, cigarettes, the late-night inventiveness of somebody trying to be dramatic. Years later, she would burn most of her paintings in the yard, and that's when she decided she needed a clean break from her old life. When she left, the room passed from one sister to the next. That was until it finally landed on me, and I'd been away. College, then the next city, and returned determined to make the room my own. I hauled up a battered couch, a compact bedroom set, and arranged a space like a studio apartment without plumbing. During the day, it felt right. I'd sit into the couch with a magazine. I'd log into those long-gone chat rooms. I'd let afternoon light smear across the floor. But come night, the room folded into itself, like my bed faced the door, and something about that alignment filled me with dread. Footsteps began to be heard in these early hours. Scratches whispered at the jamb. Started sleeping on the couch on the outside of the room. Didn't stop the noises, but at least I was farther from the door. I even wedged a chair under the knob because ritual calms the irrational, you could say. Most nights I would sleep, and then the same thing would happen. A shape would slide out of the same sort of shadow. It would press closer, and then the world would compress until I fought for breath. I'd jerk myself away, convinced I'd been strangled. But in that in-between place, I didn't feel truly awake or truly asleep. And the cycle rewound and began again. The approaching shape, the press of terror, the waking that didn't end. My sisters who had slept there told me similar things. The sounds, the drafts, they grew louder after Dad fixed the room. Fixed in parentheses. After the plaster and paint sealed something else in. There were cold pockets that no explanation would touch. Small uneases that clung to the wallpaper. And even now, when I walk into that part of the house, I feel the old caution like a skin. Years later, just my mother living in the house, and she treats the noises like old relatives. Familiar and maybe even annoying. She avoids the cellar, though, because something always seems to watch from the top step. The cellar had been Dad's refuge after all. A scarred workbench charged with screws, a radio he never quite fixed. And I haven't disturbed it. Dad died in that house, and my eldest sister died not long after. Far from home, sometimes the air carries a faint scent of his cigar, or maybe her perfume. And for a moment, I wonder if memory can take smell and turn into a presence. But beneath these human ghosts is something colder. A shadow that doesn't answer, especially to affection or grief. Time has made me my mother's keeper, and I sold the life that I'd come back and, well, I'd be here for her. Moved to the upstairs room again, the room that once felt like a promise. The old terrors, the night squeals I hadn't met for 15 years, they came back as if on cue. Never fully left. They're biding their time in the woodwork and the shadows. And now when the house settles, the creaks sound like footsteps, and the light beyond the door is a place my eyes visit before the rest of me follows. The whisper in the hall. I've always been the sort of person who loved ghost stories. I devoured them, really. But I never let myself believe in the real thing. That was until one weekend when I was 19. My best mate from university and I went to stay at her dad's farmhouse. That was in Yorkshire countryside for a couple of nights. It was proper remote. One narrow lane, a tiny pond, and not even a corner shop in sight. Everything was calm the first few nights. We spent our evenings laughing and gossiping until we fell asleep in the spare room. On our last night, we were sharing a single bed, half asleep and still talking. That's when the loudest smash cut through the dark. Sounded like every plate and pan in the kitchen had been hurled to the floor. We froze and stared at one another, and at first we convinced ourselves it was the wind or an animal outside. Nothing added up. Her little sister, who was 7, didn't stir. House felt too still for anything that dramatic to have actually happened. So we walked downstairs and we woke up her dad. Whole house seemed fine. Countertops clear, cupboards shut, not a single chip in the tiles. So we stood there baffled. Then we went back up and told ourselves we'd been overdramatic. About 20 minutes later, once her dad had drifted off again, there were footsteps in the hallway. They were deliberate and slow, like someone pacing. We could see under the bedroom door that all the lights were off. We could hear her dad's snores from the kitchen. Neither of us had gone to the bathroom, and the sound was outside her door. Terrified, we armed ourselves with what felt like proper weapons. I grabbed a hairbrush and she had a torch and crept to the door. As I reached for the handle, a voice breathed one word, crystal clear. Leave. We both flinched. The hairbrush nearly fell from my hand. We heard it at the exact same moment and turned to each other with wide eyes, and that was it. We hid underneath the covers until dawn and went straight home, pale and quiet for the entire drive. And I'm 27 now, and I still think about that night. Haven't had anything like it since, and I don't know whether it was a trick of nerves, a prank that never got explained, or something else entirely. Whatever it was, it cracked open the part of me that used to scoff at ghosts. The bed frame's echo. For the last 3 years, I've been haunted by these pre-sleep visions. Not the usual twitchy dream stuff, but scene after scene of absolute filth. I can pin the start of one summer. That's when an old college roommate came back to crash at my little studio for a week. We smashed a stupid amount of whiskey and burritos and laughed too loudly. And then the nightmare started. Not every night, but enough that I noticed. 2-3 times a week like clockwork. Imagine the first sights when you fall into whatever underworld people whisper about. Cages with people howling. Animals twisted into things with too many teeth. Flesh born, torn open and crawling with white things. Just grotesque fluorescent wrongness. I figured it was a lifetime of horror films and a messed up imagination. That was until I realized these phantoms only happened when I slept in my own bed, when I crashed at my parents' place or stayed at a motel to get away. Sleep was normal, and it made no sense. It made me paranoid. One night, my most mystical friend, you could say, the one who collects prayer beads and refuses elevators. Who refuses elevators? Well, they stayed over, and in the morning, they sidled up to me, and it was pale as a sheet, and I kept seeing these awful things before I fell asleep, she said. Like something reaching from under the mattress, and relief hit me harder than anything else, actually. I hadn't told her because admitting it sounded insane, but she had been seeing the same devilish footage I had been. 2 brains, same channel. And a few days ago, another vision slammed into me, worse than the rest, and I finally told a couple other friends. Predictably, they worried about anxiety or whatever, but the friend who'd slept over reminded me he'd woken up one night convinced something tried to drag him from the bed. We joked about it being the sleeping pill demon because we'd taken something to calm down that night. But the joke curdled into something colder. When I put the pieces together, the friend who introduced me to the roommate warned once and weirdly that he carried a foul presence, that being near her made people feel off. I used to just write that off as dramatics. Now I'm not so sure, because maybe whatever she brought stayed in the mattress long after she left. Either way, not friends anymore, and I sleep with the light on. A visit between cornfields. My husband took his life in early June. It knocked me sideways. I'm only just learning how to stand again, and for context, I've wrestled with depression and suicidal thoughts before. I've been on meds for a few years, and he knew how to steady my panic attacks. He was in my emergency plan. For a couple of weeks after he died, I felt him nearby. I talked to him the way I always had, out loud, and it steadied me. Whether he was actually there or was just a habit, those conversations helped me get through each day. Sometime in mid-July, that quiet feeling drifted away. That absence stung. Maybe it was part of grief. Maybe he'd moved on. Either way, I stopped speaking aloud because I felt like I was talking to empty air. I still speak when I go to his grave, though, because it helps. Plot is unmarked and kind of bothers me. But I do leave fresh wildflowers, and I scatter the petals of the old ones from my last visit. It's something I do. He's buried in a little family cemetery. It's tucked between the corn to the east and the pasture to the north. The grass isn't manicured, which I like. It feels honest and more wild than contrived. I get that. And he's as close to being in nature as cemetery rules really allow. Late last month, I was there again, telling him how heavy things were and how work was crushing me, how I'd been thinking dark thoughts. I hesitated before I left because I didn't want to walk away in a bad note. And that's when it happened. The air around me shifted, and for a beat the world thinned. The wind died. The stalks went silent. Even the little bell that we hang by his spot stopped chiming. My breath snagged, but not from fear, but from something like wonder. The goosebumps were on my arms. Tears blurred my sight. And I knew in a way I can't explain that he'd come. I blurted a shaky, "Oh, hi, you're here," like a fool. I felt him apologetic, like he'd startled me. So I laughed through my tears and I told him it was okay. Told him I wasn't going to follow him. I was just really low. And he seemed kind of settled beside me for a moment. Then slowly the corn began to rustle again, and his presence thinned. Told him to get some rest, and that I loved him. I left the field feeling oddly buoyant and quietly chuckling the whole way to the car. I am still skeptical about spirits. But that afternoon was different, mostly. He hasn't shown since, and I don't press it. I'd rather let one visit be enough. I don't buy the tiny versions of heaven or hell, and I prefer the softer idea, like rest and peace. Sounds good to me. Midnight Matinee. So I want to believe in ghosts. The whole haunted house, cold breeze thing that goes bump in the night package. But up until this one shift at an old vaudeville theater I worked in, I never had anything I'd call irrefutable proof. Plenty of weirdness, sure, and stories from coworkers about being watched and phantom footsteps. Things falling off plaster moldings. Some of it I chalked up to buildings that were older than dirt, but this night still sits in my head like a bad song it can't stop humming. Got plenty of those. My coworker Sam, who loved the occult as much as I pretended to, we decided because morale was tanking and the place felt heavy to do a little energetic reset. So we grabbed a beeswax candle and a stick of Palo Santo, turned every light off, walked out into the stage beneath the painted curtain. Sam lit the things, murmured a few invocations like Archangel Michael and whatever protective names you want to drop. We set off to smudge the aisles and foyers. Halfway down the center row, we both heard a very familiar sound. The fire exit at the back of the stall slammed shut. We look up toward the glow of the candle. The door was wide open. I asked Sam if they'd heard it, and Sam nodded, and we shrugged and carried on, telling ourselves old hinges do odd things. We left the auditorium, headed to Scream 2 in the basement. It was black enough to swallow our shadows. The candle and my phone flashlight were the only things keeping the dark from being absolute. Sam began the spiel again, and bang! The stairwell door we just came through sounded like it was pushed closed. We scrambled back up the steps. The door stood open, swinging faintly as if nothing had happened. At that point, the hair on my arms turned traitor. Sam, unfazed, urged us to keep going upstairs, to the projection booth and the boiler annex, the parts of the building that always felt like they belonged in someone else's nightmares. On the first landing, we heard the cafe's back door, the one with the heavy push bar we'd locked earlier. It opened with this unmistakable metallic clack. We peered into the dim cafe and saw no one. I yelled hello like an unconvincing action hero. There was no answer. We pushed on, and when we reached the projection room, the noise came from right behind us. The stairwell door again, swinging and slamming as if somebody had marched down it, then hurried footsteps that scuffed wood and gravel. We spilled out into the landing with our hearts somewhat around our knees, and there was nothing, silence. Sam kept smudging, kept calling out for protection, and I kept begging to go home. The boiler room really is the worst. Rusted piping, a smell like old pennies and wet earth. The kind of place daytime sunshine still refuses to cheer up. And as we crept toward it, there came the sound of heavy boots, ascending the concrete steps behind us, quick, close, and climbing. We both said one word at the same time. Nope. Then we took what might reasonably be described as the fastest, most undignified flight of stairs in living memory. We doused the Palo Santo, set the alarm, and ran until the night air felt safe again. And we were sure we'd heard what we heard. I crashed at Sam's that night because sleeping alone in my flat felt like inviting a follow-up. And the next morning, before the staff meeting, I walked through the theater alone to collect my stuff. And on an otherwise empty row of seats, one cushion was flipped down, the other two up, like somebody had been sitting there and left in a hurry. No prints, no footprints, no explanation. Sam swore later they watched a security clip that showed the auditorium empty except for a shadow on the screen that hadn't been there before. But the file was corrupt. When they tried to export it, it was strange. Maybe it was a memory trick or coincidence, maybe, that every time I walk past that curtain now, I find myself pulling my shoulders in and walking a little bit faster. The night the board threw a warning. I'm back with a couple more ghostly crumbs, and these ones aren't mine to begin with, but belong to my parents. Both happened long before I was around, but neither of them have ever let the stories go. This one is called The Board That Pointed. Slide the calendar back to the mid-70s. My mom was about 11, and at a friend's sleepover in a little bungalow by the river. And like every suburban sleepover of the era, they dug out a talking board. The kind with a heart-shaped planchette that squeaked on the varnished floor. They treated it like a silly dare, asking the usual childish yes and no things. Mom never took it seriously, they were mostly giggling. Talking board. At some point, they all let go of the planchette and leaned back, expecting it to stop, and instead, without anyone touching it, the thing shot across the board and slammed, and it wasn't gently. Slammed right up against my mom's knee. Room was still, curtains hung straight, and there was no fan, no draft, nothing to explain it. The other girls froze and quietly put the board away, and switched the lights on. Mom said she felt a cold finger on the back of her neck in the seconds after, like the room had exhaled. And from then on, she refused to ever play with those boards again. They said they'd pry a window open. She told me when I was 10, and yeah, I had to sit through one of her earnest lectures about not tempting whatever's on the other side. Voice in the Vent. Same writer. Fast forward to the early 90s. My dad had gone to a mate's flat, a cramped ground floor place above a bakery. He arrived first and slouched on the couch with a paperback while he waited. And after a while, he heard his name whispered from the ventilation duct near the ceiling. He assumed his friend was pulling a prank and ignored it. Then the voice called his name again, louder and nowhere near human, deeper, like somebody trying on a sound. Dad glanced out the window and there was no car. He turned and saw a tall shadow detach itself from the kitchen doorway and glide down the hallway opposite of him. It was huge, and he reckons it was even 7 feet tall, with what looked like folded, ragged wings shadowing the hall light. The voice came again, and this time unmistakably from that silhouette. He grabbed his coat and left so fast he forgot his wallet on the coffee table. He never went back to that flat. Sight still makes my skin crawl, and his, when he tells it. And that's all for tonight. More will come, and I've got a long, weird family thread about one figure that keeps appearing over decades. Hadman has a few chapters of his own. I'll tell you about his role in our family soon, so keep your lights on. The Quiet Visitors. These are a handful of true things that happened in the house I lived in until I was 7. They might not be exactly in perfect chronological order. Memory is slippery. But everyone I tell these to swear they remember them the same way. I'll change a few small details here and there, but the shape of each remains true. The Man in the Hat. This one begins before I was born, though I met him later. My father first noticed a shadow that slowly resolved into a man wearing a wide-brimmed bowler. Not quite a fedora, more old-fashioned. And at first he was more suggestion than person. A darker corner of a doorway, a shape at the top of the stairs. And over the years he grew clearer to some of us and stayed only a suggestion to others. And there was a night of shouting on the porch. My father was the only grown-up there when one voice, heated and sort of ridiculous, had said, "Take them both. Take the man with the hat, too." And people swore they'd seen the man standing on the balcony when the house was empty, or mistaken him for my dad in the yard. And our old dog sometimes kind of walked along and almost in the air like he was following somebody that you couldn't see. And once my dad jumped flat to the floor because a woodpecker's knock sounded to him like a gunshot. He later laughed about his own panic, which the narrator doesn't disagree with. Other times we heard booming laughter in the empty house late at night. And as a kid, I used to hear tapping from the attic, a soft rhythmic tapping that almost sounded like an old toy remembering a tune. We thought it was pigeons that had gotten in. But even after we sealed the vents, the tapping would sometimes return. But if someone politely asked it to stop, it would stop. My brother and I would try to peek into the attic, and the man would be on the stair landing, shaking his head as if to say, "Not today." We hadn't seen him in a very long time. He felt gentle, the sort of presence that made you smile and then look away. The little girl. The first time anybody saw her, I was an infant. I was months old at most. My godfather, who lived with us then, stepped into the kitchen for a moment. When he came back, he said he found a small girl hovering over my bassinet, watching me like she was keeping an eye on a sleeping animal. She looked to be about 7, with a plain dress and very steady eyes. My godfather at the time gasped. She glanced at him and folded away into nothing, and I slept on, utterly unaware. She kept appearing now and then over the years, sometimes at the foot of the bed, sometimes on the other side of the yard, and always quiet and watchful. The voice of influenza. My mother and her friend were on a walkway by the front porch one late afternoon, talking about strange things. My mother mentioned the little girl, wondering aloud why she died so young. Minutes later, my godmother's face went blank, and in a voice that wasn't hers, the words came out clear and old. It was the influenza. Her expression snapped back and blinked as if waking up from a dream, startled and asking, "Did I just say that?" She seemed shaken, but otherwise unharmed, and none of us would ever hear her voice again. The Blue Lady. My godfather had a handful of ghost stories from living in that house, but the one he tells best is the Blue Lady. My mother had just had my younger brother and was asleep upstairs. My father and my godfather stayed downstairs with us so she could rest. My godfather went to the parents' bedroom to fetch something, opened the door, and to a stern, pale woman in a teal dress standing in the doorway. She pointed with a small, impatient lift of her hand across the hall toward the bathroom. She looked where she'd indicated, and when he turned back, she had vanished. He found the wipes tucked away in the bathroom exactly where she had pointed. And he says that he was terrified in the moment, but now he simply tells the story with a grin, convinced she was simply a house resident who didn't like being disturbed. Nighttime playtime. This one happened to my brother and me. I remember it like a photograph because I was 4 or 5 and we were fooling around in the living room while our parents cooked. The sky outside was almost black, but with a line of deep cobalt left on the horizon. One blink and suddenly we're in the backyard. Not by walking through a door, I remember, but not by a creak of the dog's collar beller either, and some sort of... I guess I could just cut it short and say there we were in the twilight bouncing a red kickball to each other. Ball kept coming back as if an invisible friend was nudging it toward us. We weren't afraid because it felt like a game, and a few minutes later our parents burst out of the back door, terrified, because they'd just looked up and seen us, and a small girl on the far side of the yard. When they stepped outside, the girl stood still and then simply dissolved away, and we got scolded for going out alone. We never could explain how we'd gotten there. These are the quiet visitors I grew up with, protective and strange and sometimes playful. They never hurt anyone. If anything, they colored a childhood with steady sense that the house had more rooms than the ones we could point to on the floor plan. The House on Hollow Road. I believe in science. I've trusted it my whole life. And the one reliable method we have for prying answers out of the universe, given enough time and patience. And yet, for reasons I can't explain rationally, a single night in the ramshackle house on Hollow Road keeps returning to me like recurring footnotes in an otherwise straightforward report. Anybody listening also notice how many times a place called Hollow Road is being reported? Seems strange to me. Whatever. I can't do anything about it. Moving on to the story. So it happened many years ago. I was still a student, and I thought the world was primarily a set of problems to be solved. The house belonged to an aunt and uncle who'd rented a place for the summer, and they called it the old place. Went out for a long weekend to clear my head and escape the basement apartment where I was living to save money. Back then, the country felt more remote than it does now. Long sunken lanes, an orchard beyond the fence, few streetlights, and at night the darkness could be absolute. The house itself had bones older than my family. Its cellar had been dug by hand in the early 1800s. Planks in one bedroom were creaking like stories that predated my grandparents. And the upstairs bath, or what counts as a bath in a house like that, was a cramped space. It was carved out of an even older dressing room and had 3 doors that opened into a narrow upstairs gallery. The electricity and the radiators looked like kind of later apologies that were nailed into the original frame. A handful of relatives stayed by the same night, just because of a reunion the next morning, but none of them slept on my side of the house. I was given the smallest bedroom, a corner room with 2 close-set windows at the foot of the bed. I was going to say closet. Close-set. The bed was positioned so that if somebody were lying there, you could touch their shoulder without leaving the doorway. And there was a little walnut chest under the right-hand window. The moonlight usually pooled there like quicksilver. And we had a pleasant evening. Dinner, laughter, some old movies in the parlor. And then everybody went to their rooms. I just dozed, and I woke, and I dozed again. The moon had nearly been full, and I remember the way it painted the bureau in a pale silver. And then, sometime in the deep small hours, I woke with that same clarity you get when someone is taking a photograph of sound. The room was gone, not darkened in the ordinary sense. It was as though the world had been painted black and glossed over. The moonlight had been pouring across the floor, and it retreated as if a hand had been placed over the windows. Yet I could still see my own hand perfectly when I held it up. It was as if a portion of the world remained illuminated, but just for me. And along with the sight there was a pressure, a buzzing at the base of my skull that was less a noise than a physical vibration. It was loud enough that for a moment, I thought I couldn't hear anything else. Then I heard the door open. The footsteps were close and heavy and contained a particular fabric sound. The shuffle of layered wool or thick linen, like the skirts or underlayers one imagines in older photographs. The feet crossed the threshold and took 2 steps into the room and up beside the bed near my head. I could hear the soft rustle of cloth sliding against the cloth, a faint scrape of a sole on the worn floorboards. At least to me, it was unmistakably human. Terrified and furious of my own fear, I swung my arm out of habit, intending to shoulder whatever prankster might be standing there. My fist met only a velvet tactile black, as if the air itself had density. There was no weight, no hip to ricochet off, nothing was there. I should have jumped up, hit the lamp, and screamed for someone. I did none of those things. I lay very still while the buzzing filled my ears and a presence stood at my bedside. For reasons I've chased in years of introspection, I became passive, not paralyzed in the usual neurological sense, but unmoored, as if the part of me that takes action had been evacuated. I found myself reciting the Lord's Prayer aloud, each word an anchor in the dark. Minutes or hours passed. Time loses its shape during episodes like that. Slowly, as if somebody eased a curtain back into place, ordinary sounds returned. The gentle tick of radiators beyond the landing, the distant settling of the house, and the moonlight crept back across the floor. The buzzing subsided until it was simply memory, and eventually I slept. At breakfast, I asked how everybody had slept, and nobody said anything odd. Family dynamics being what they are, I ate my pancake, kept my mouth shut. Better, I thought, to file it away as a private anomaly than to invite the kinds of questions that rip into nights of gossip and doubt. So I never spent another night in that room. Within a year, my aunt and uncle found a smaller house down the road and took courage with them. Over time, I told 2 close friends. One turned to my confession, sort of a carnival of his own ghost stories. The other, the thoughtful one, simply listened and said nothing, which was, as good of an answer as I received. Science has served me well. It's a strange sentence. It remains the only tool I trust to parse the world, and it didn't help me then, and it doesn't explain why on restless evenings I take out a map and type the roads' names into the search bar. Because there it is, the old roof line in the orchard and a little curve where the land dips between stone walls. Satellite images keep updating. Every few years the map gets clearer, where the trees grow heavier, the shadows shift, and the house sits there stubbornly. Sometimes hidden behind maple crowns, sometimes barred in winter. And I have no proof beyond that view and the memory that clings to it. I can't say whether what stood by my bed was a remnant of the house or a trick of perception or something that simply chose me that night. All I can say with certainty is this. Science can explain almost everything, but not every experience have a definition that will satisfy both the heart and the head. The house on Hollow Road remains my stubborn, unexplained variable. I do enjoy feeling sad looking at old images on Google Earth. Sweet dreams. See ya. Voices in the vent. Footsteps in an empty attic. Paranormal M connects the dots others ignore. Subscribe and see the full picture. If you can. Ghost light on the sunroom. This house has honestly been in my family for as long as I can remember. Since I was a baby, really. The place I'm living in now used to belong to my pawpaw Joe, my mom's dad. It was even the house he grew up in when he handed it down to me and my husband in April of 2020. Keep in mind, I've always been close to Pawpaw Joe. My mom used to laugh and say the minute I was born, I had him wrapped around my finger. He passed away quietly in his sleep at this little farm just beyond our property in April of 2023. And since then, my husband and I both feel like there might be two spirits still hanging around. My Pawpaw Joe and his father, my great-grandfather Marvin. As for the strange stuff, well, it started small. Sometimes I hear voices coming from the back room where we don't even have a TV. It's just empty storage and a stack of boxes. And one funny and unnerving thing is the kitchen, one or two cabinet doors will be open. That's always when we leave them shut. And now and then a drawer will be pulled out of at least a little bit be pulled out. It's like somebody was looking for something. And then a few months back, our bedroom's old barn-style sliding door slid open by itself in the middle of the night. Freaked me out because those doors are heavy. They never move without you touching them. And the thing that bothers me the most, though, is the back door. I keep that door locked and I'm home all day. I always lock it. But sometimes I come by and it's unlocked, and my husband has even come home to find it ajar when I'm not there. He says he thinks it's Pawpaw Joe checking in on us. And the sweetest and strangest one are ghost cats. Back in August, 3 of our boy cats, they died unexpectedly. And every now and then I still hear a faint meow from the little sunroom where they used to nap together. It's soft, like the house is remembering them. Some nights it's the creepiest thing, and other nights it's the most comforting. Either way, this house feels full of people and pets who don't quite want to leave. Sounds good to me. The back room light. So my grandmother's old house was built around the turn of the century, late 1800s or early 1900s. Can't say for sure. But what I do know is that place was absolutely haunted. And I've had my own little run-ins, but the old granny had told about this thing that stuck with me. It happened after her father died, and they were living with my great-aunt Elsie. Granny and Granddad had moved in with Elsie after great-granddad Harold passed away in 2002. So without further ado, here's Granny's story. What I remember her saying was that she and Elsie were cleaning out Harold's room. They left to grab more boxes. Then they came back and the bedroom door wouldn't budge. Like someone on the other side was bracing against it with everything they had. They pushed and finally forced it open. Granny was still shook, and then again, that was Harold's room, and he didn't much like folks going through his things without asking. My cousins and my night. A lot of family members and pets had died in that house over the years, so the place felt heavy, and Elsie ended up passing in that same room from cancer in 2008. She made it clear that she wanted to be home. She was in her hospital bed when she went. One night around 9 or 10, My cousin Luke and I were goofing off, swapping stories about Harold and Elsie, just like we always did. Then the light in the room started to flicker. We glanced at each other and I said, half joking, "You think that's Elsie or Harold messing with the light?" Spirits, I'd heard, sometimes answer with lights. "I don't know," Luke said, staring up where the bulb kept stuttering. I took a breath. If it's Harold, flick once. If it's Elsie, flick twice. The bulb blinked twice. Dead silence between us for a beat, with wide eyes like, no way. I got up, I switched the light off and then back on. And after that, it stopped, and that was it, quiet as a tomb. Afterwards, Granny eventually sold the place. Part of it was because Granddad had died there a few years earlier, too. I hope whoever lives in that house now treats it right. And I grew up there a lot, cookouts and birthday parties and summers that felt endless. So even if the house was haunted, it's full of memories. Wish the new owners luck. The Night Stalkers on Morrow Lane. I've had my fair share of weird things happen growing up, but the one that stuck with me started as a tiny shrug-worthy moment, blew up into something I still can't explain. I moved into this house on Morrow Lane, and yeah, the name was already a bit suspicious. And over the next year, I had maybe 3 bone-deep encounters that turned me from skeptic to low-key paranoid. The first one was late, around 10 p.m. I'd step out to the old greenhouse in the backyard for a smoke because the house kind of just felt stuffy. The second I opened the greenhouse door, something made the hairs on my arms stand up. I felt a light tapping on my shoulder, like somebody saying hello, but with the wrong energy. I froze and I waited and then yelled, "If someone's there, speak up." There was nothing. Circled the greenhouse, flashlight cutting through nothing. I found no one. And still, like an idiot, I went back in, finished smoking, sprinted inside as if speed could outrun whatever just touched me. A year later, I was seeing this girl. She stayed over for a while, and we had 2 incidents together that left both of us rattled. And the first happened down by the old equipment barn in the back of the property. We went out to smoke before bed, and normally having someone there makes the whole scene feel safe. But that night, it was different. The whole time I felt eyes boring into the back of my neck from the outside of the barn. I could barely follow what she was saying. We finished quick, stepped out, and I watched a lanky, dark shape peel off from the shadow line and dart toward the back fence. It was like it was sprinting on intent. I threw my arm in front of her and we bolted to the porch. She later told me she'd seen 2 tiny red lights where eyes would be on the inside of the barn. We never smoked out there again. And the last thing was on the very last night before we moved out. We packed everything. We were having a stupid, nervous smoke in the back porch. And that's when we heard a deliberate set of 4 knocks from directly under the porch, slow and evenly. It's like somebody counting us out. I jumped down to check and I found nothing. And for the rest of the night, there were taps and knocks on my bedroom window above the bed. Random and impossible to trace. We left that night, drove an hour to the new place. Never felt that kind of oppressive dread before or since. Still buzzed from the weed, and yeah, weed just clearing that up. I refused to stay. Having my girlfriend see the same things made it real. 2 sane people, albeit high on weed, same hair-raising details. Call it ghosts or demons or entities or whatever label fits. I don't care. There's something in this world that sits in the dark and waits, and I'm living proof of it. whisper under my bed. When I was 12, my mom saw it pass down an old Ouija board she'd found in a thrift store. She left it at her house, quote-unquote, for a laugh. And one night, a bunch of us neighborhood kids lit candles in my kitchen, sat in a half circle and dared whatever was there to answer. We asked questions, begged for a sign. And just like in those cheesy horror movies, the light started to flicker. Something brushed the back of my neck and half the group bolted. Later that night, I shoved the board under my bed and tried to sleep, with my heart still pounding. Once I finally crashed, I had the strangest, most terrifying experience of my life. I felt like my awareness had floated out of my body and was hovering above my own room. But everything looked older, like faded wallpaper, a different TV tucked in the corner. Like I was seeing a place through someone else's memory. Then an old woman appeared from the hallway. Her eyes were shifting from a bright, unnatural yellow to a calm blue, as if she'd blinked. I tried to run or to scream. My body was locked solid. She came closer, pressing her hand to my forehead and murmured something in a language I didn't understand. Then, crystal clear in my head, she said, "Tell Evelyn she's safe." I woke up shaking and drained and so scared I couldn't breathe. Ran to my dad and spilled everything. He called it a nightmare and sent me back to bed, but I couldn't go back into my room. Camped out to the edge of my parents' bed until my mom returned from her night shift. That was at the time when daylight was still seeping through the curtains. And as I told her about the old woman and the message, a frantic pounding sounded at the door. My mom opened it, and there she was. Evelyn, the woman who used to live in her house years before us, standing on the porch at 7 a.m, eyes full of tears. She said loudly and strangely calm that something had woken her in the night, and told her that she had to come. I told Evelyn exactly what the old woman looked like, how the room had been arranged differently, and what she had said. Evelyn dropped to her knees, sobbing, and it was her mother. She said her mother had died in that very bedroom over a decade ago, and Evelyn later showed us photos that matched every detail I described. We had no phone contact with Evelyn, no reason to be in touch, so the timing felt impossible. And to this day, I can only say the Ouija board must have left something open. A little doorway under my bed I didn't even know was there. And after a few more unnerving incidents, I got rid of the board for good, and I still don't sleep with my feet uncovered. At least you sleep. The Stairwell Guest. I've been seeing and feeling folks that aren't there. That's for as long as I can remember. Started when I was a kid, though. It's one of those things for me that aren't new, but just part of the furniture, you could say. I was staying at my daughter's place. I was helping watch her 7-month-old twin and 2-year-old. A few times as I walked up the stairs, I caught out of the corner of my eye what looked like a small child at the top of the stairwell. I'd look up for a better look and there'd be nothing. And it wasn't my daughter's 2-year-old. She was at daycare. It happened enough times that I finally admitted to myself something or somebody was in the house. And after a couple of those sightings, a tiny voice in my head said clear as day, "Hold on to the stair rail." Figured it was my guardian angel or my own brain being sensible. I just had knee surgery and thought it was a warning to be careful carrying the babies. So I started grabbing the rail whenever I came down. Next day while I was in the kitchen, I heard a crash like someone was tumbling down the stairs. I ran to see my son-in-law stuck half split on the stairs holding 2 of the twins, one leg up high, the other down low. And he'd slipped and basically done the splits while clutching the babies. Thank God they were fine. And after helping them up, I said, "Maybe hold the rail and carry one at a time." I left out the part about the little voice, though. A few days later, I wondered if the little figure was still around. I set my phone at the bottom of the stairs to record, and I thought I hit the record button. I later realized I'd taken a photo by mistake. When I switched to video and started recording, I glanced back and saw what I assumed was sunlight from the second-floor window. 5 minutes later, I checked the clips. The photo, then the video. It showed me doing the quick double take of the window light, and then the video captured the stairwell lights flickering on by themselves. 1 second they were off, the next they were on. Went up to the switch and flipped everything. Nothing would turn the lights off. I figured some timer or sensor had kicked in. When my daughter came home, I asked how those lights worked, and she said there was a switch right next to hers in the bedroom door. And that's right where I'd seen the child standing. No timers or sensors, you had to flip it yourself. Yep, it was creepy. So I was about to head home after a month of babysitting. I'd washed the sheets and towels because my ex was next to he was the next one that was going to stay in the room, so I was cleaning him. I packed my travel bag. I tossed in a little miniature lighthouse my mother-in-law had brought back from the coast. I shut the bag and I started vacuuming the hallway. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw that small child again at the top of the stairs. A few times I looked up and saw nothing. And then the one I didn't look up, I noticed a little kid walking toward me. Nearly lost my mind. Turns out it was my nephew. He'd heard the vacuum and come to investigate. Wrapped up the vacuum and asked him a million questions. I asked him to show up where it belonged. We went downstairs to put it away. I left him with my daughter and I went back up to finish packing. When I got upstairs, a miniature lighthouse was in the hallway, right where I'd been vacuuming. The travel bag was still closed in the bed and clothes undisturbed, and even if the kid had gone into the room earlier, which he hadn't, there's no way he could have climbed up and pulled that little lighthouse out himself. Never went into my room. Clothes were untouched, and I'm telling you, it hadn't been moved by any hand I could see. So that was it. Lights switching on by themselves, a trinket relocated by an invisible touch. And I used to live in Savannah in a 114-year-old house. I had plenty of strange things happen there. I nicknamed my regular presence Eddie. My dog would stare up the stairs and follow the sound of footsteps as Eddie walked by. The scariest thing I ever saw there was a black shadow slide out of the kitchen and stand beside my girlfriend. That one stopped me cold. Haven't seen anything like it since, and I hope I never do again. But the little stairwell child, well, he or they pop up now and then. I don't always look, but sometimes I do. Either way, they're part of the background noise of my life. Like the hum of the refrigerator or the creak of the porch. Strange, sure, but normal for me. I bet all of you miss the gecko. Me too. The obelisk in the hollow light. For as long as I can remember, I've had the same recurring vision. It's less a dream now and more like a vivid memory. I'm inside a small limestone tomb sunk into a hillside. The floor laid out in a tired checkerboard and damp with moss and fallen chestnut leaves. My palms rest on the iron bars of the doorway. Beyond them stretches what looks like a perfectly kept public garden. And then without warning, I'm outside looking in. I climb the slope and approach a tall white obelisk in the middle of the grounds. The lower half is wrapped in scaffolding and tarpaulin. Pace around it, but never step beneath the opening. A little farther off, there's another vault that belongs to someone else. Feels like standing in a dry well because its ceiling is rounded and pierced by a circular skylight. I sit on the worn steps for a long time before moving on. And near the center of the cemetery, there's a small mausoleum. Inside is a chapel with amber and blue stained glass and a rough-hewn stone cross. Turns out this place wasn't made up. The tomb and that whole graveyard are real, and they hold the remains of who I was in a previous life. Before I looked it up, I had no idea where they buried me. I didn't even know they'd placed me temporarily in that limestone niche. That's why they built the obelisk that now stands above me. Last May, I finally went back. I walked the route from my memory. Every cracked tile, every rusting bar, and it matched exactly. But that wasn't the strangest part. While I was in town, I signed up for a local ghost walk. Half curiosity, half a dare. The man with the hurricane lamp and sort of shepherded a small crowd past the old stonework and listed off the town's macabre anecdotes. The figure he chose to linger on, of all people, was me. He described the accident that ended my life, how my body had been handled, and how they'd put me in a temporary resting place while the obelisk went up. The oddest part was nobody in the group suspected that the subject of the story was standing right there, shifting in place. Then he told me the final tale. While they were raising the obelisk, the workmen reported seeing a dark, lanky shape emerge from the temporary tomb, drifting through the scaffolding and across the lot. They were so unnerved they pried the coffin to make sure the corpse inside was actually dead. The guide recited the exact path I always take in my memory, and I felt sick. My stomach turned, and I had no idea anybody had glimpsed anything in the graveyard. Chilled me to the bone. I stayed rooted by the lantern light, and I listened as my pulse hammered in my ears. I might have once been a ghost and now be living again. It blows my mind. How does any of that happen? Why would they have opened that coffin at all? They never should have disturbed it. I don't know what's going on in that story. The last tenant of number 9. We moved into number 9 in the late 80s, an aging place we'd bought from a reclusive seamstress. They'd lived there alone for decades. The wallpaper layers they'd been painted over so many times. They basically looked like geological strata. Doorknobs were tarnished brass, they had tiny keyholes beneath them. The wiring was humming like it was basically hating the electricity going through them. There was a hulking oil burner and it sat in the basement. The parlor had 5 tall windows and no ceiling lights, which made it glorious at noon and a stubborn cave at dusk, unless you dragged a lamp over. The stairs to the second floor were lit only by a single bulb at the top, and the kitchen threw a weak, forgiving glow. And in the hearth corner, there was an ancient stereo cabinet with a cassette player and rabbit-eared antenna. It was our portal to late-night static and cheesy commercials. One evening after dinner, my dad casually mentioned that the seamstress had died the previous spring. Later that night, I was sprawled on the floor in front of the stereo. And that's when a faint semi-solid figure came down the stairs. A translucent woman in a long coat and a sort of hat. Maybe she was in her 70s. She walked slowly, clasping an old leather handbag. When she paused by the fireplace, she tipped her hat as if acknowledging an old friend. She never looked at me, and I remember fleeing to the far bathroom because whatever you call maybe courage and just evaporates fast when the house is watching you. My family's running theory then, and still, it was that she'd come back for one last look around the place. So years later, I mentioned it to my mother, who still lives in the house, by the way. She laughed until she stopped. I saw her too, she said, once sitting at the head of the stairs like she was waiting for someone. Small town, small mysteries. Memory still sits warm in both of our mouths. The more ordinary but equally stubborn thing happened. It was every night while I lived there. A distant rapid drumming that threaded through the house. Not thunder, not traffic, but a rhythmic marching pulse that sounded somewhere between a marching band and a heartbeat at sprint. Maybe 110, 130 beats per minute. Steady and oddly patient. Lying in bed, I told myself it was just tinnitus playing tricks. But the rhythm stopped the night I moved into the dorms and never followed me again. For lack of a better explanation, I joked that the house was keeping time to some old procession. Funeral drums or military cadence, or the steady thump of years rolling on. Whatever it was, number 9 kept its secrets. The Man in the Bowler. So I've always been completely obsessed with the paranormal. Ghost stories, late-night accounts from strangers online, old newspaper clippings. If it smelled faintly of haunted, I devoured it. Never had a full-blown apparition whisper my name or watched a shadow glide across like a person, but smaller things did happen at home. Things that didn't seem to add up. Doors that would creak open on their own, and a sudden sense of being watched. A kind of cold spot that has no explanation. And even so, one story in my family sits like a pebble. Still makes my skin go tight when I think about it. On my dad's side, the family's small. He has one sister and she has 2 daughters. One about 5 years older than me. The other a few years older still. My eldest cousin, who was a toddler, I want to say maybe 3. My aunt was pregnant with the youngest, and they lived in an old duplex down the street. So one afternoon, the older cousin lay in the bed with my aunt, magazine forgotten. TV's off and nothing peculiar until my cousin looked up at the doorway and said very plainly, "There's a man." My aunt laughed at first. He was assuming it was a game. My cousin kept staring and insisting he was there. My aunt asked what he looked like. The child described a tall man in a dark suit with a bowler hat perched on his head, a long coat that brushed the floor. My aunt saw nothing and the description stuck, though it passed around like a whisper at family dinners. So fast forward roughly 18 years, and I'm in the middle school. I'm home alone with my dad. We've lived in this house my whole life. The small strange things here feel like, well, old things. I'm not even going to give you the metaphor. They're familiar and mostly harmless. That night was different. I was in the TV room and he was at the kitchen table just waiting for takeout. Our back entrance has a narrow set of concrete steps up the driveway. A battered storm door of glass in front of a heavier inner door. The storm door had a latch never quite caught, so I closed the inner wooden door because it was drafty. As soon as it shut, my dad said without any drama, "Open it." I laughed and I asked why, and food wasn't there and we weren't expecting anyone. And he said matter-of-factly that there's a man at the door. I just told him he was messing with me. Apparently he wasn't. He described the man exactly. Tall, dark hair streaked with silver, dark coat and a bowler hat. The same weird old-fashioned hat my cousin had described years earlier. He said the man had been standing on the steps, looking straight inside. When I closed the door, he was gone. And the layout of our house makes it impossible for somebody to be on those steps 1 second, vanish the next without our seeing past the street. And my dad, who loved a good joke and never talked about ghosts, was serious. And later I texted my mom, trembling. And later still, he sat with me for dinner and repeated the story as if he'd hoped I'd say I'd made it up, but I just couldn't. The fact that my cousin and my dad both saw nearly the same figure, decades and a few houses apart, still just creeps me out. Some forums suggest head-wearing apparitions are linked to past trauma. To my knowledge, neither of them carried a trauma that would explain. I have other stories, small and large, but this one, 2 sightings of the same odd, bowler-hatted man across time. And that's the one that refuses to quiet itself. The Night Song from 2 Floors Down. We only lived in that blue house for a couple of years. We moved in when I was about 10, left before I turned 13. A few weird things happened there, but there's one I still think about. At the time, my younger brother and I shared the upstairs room. His bed by the window, mine closer to the door. The head of my bed sat against the same wall as the doorway. I couldn't see into the hall unless I sat up and craned my neck. One night everything was dark, the door was open. I was trying to sleep when music started drifting up from downstairs. It was that same wistful tune from a town in one of the old GameCube games we used to play. I froze and I was alone in the dark and I was thinking, how is that possible? Nobody's down there. I was too spooked to wake him. I stayed put and eventually dozed off. It happened a couple more times after that. Each time like a hand pressing down on my chest, the kind of fear that pins you to the mattress. Told myself it was an audio trick or wishful thinking. Till the night my older sister visited. 3 of us were up late in the living room talking about ghosts. And that's when music began playing from the upstairs hall. And this time it was the kind of soft indie that she always had on. We all stopped mid-sentence and we just listened. Hung there for a beat, and then one of us shrugged and the conversation slid back into place as if nothing had happened. Song faded away on its own. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone downstairs by myself one of those nights. When I found a radio left on or a speaker in the dark, or just an empty living room, and a tune that didn't belong to any of us. The Cold Bulb. Now that's a name. I never believed in ghosts or the afterlife. Not a blinker of faith. But I also never mocked folks who did. Call it respect or stubborn common sense, but it all started to wobble last spring when we moved into a new place. For months I didn't see a thing, I didn't hear a thing. And then 2 months ago, things changed fast. My youngest, Mia, was the first to complain. She kept saying she'd hear steps at night. Not upstairs, but down in the crawl space behind the pantry. She burst into her room, convinced a door had swung open by itself. I chalked it up to drafts in a settling house. And houses do creak and pop when temperatures shift, and she'd get upset that we didn't take her seriously. I even did a walk through at 2 a.m., flashlight and all. Found nothing. A few weeks later, my older daughter Jess moved back in with her 2 little ones. A busy 3-year-old and a newborn. So one night, she walks into the living room like she's seen a ghost and says, I thought I kicked something, but now I know it wasn't me. She showed me a shaky phone video of a fancy LED bulb in her bathroom exhaling what looked like smoke. I said, holy crap. She'd left it smoking when she left the room and dared me to check it. So I went in. The bulb was actually puffing a little bit of smoke. Not as dramatic as the clip, and I tried to reach up. I put a knee on the counter and I touched the bulb. It was ice cold, like freezer cold, and I have no words and I still don't. And that same weekend, Jess's friend stayed over. Jess's room connects to an unused guest room through a Jack and Jill bath. They were all watching a movie with the lights off and the bathroom door open, and that's when the light in the empty room flicked on by itself. Off and on and off, faster and faster until it flashed like somebody was frantically flipping the switch. They figured it was me until I got out of bed and the light was actually on. That one raised my eyebrow. For a few days later, Jess's texts were, "Ha, Dad, real funny." And I texted back, "For what?" She loves Skittles and keeps a big jar in her dresser, and I'd sneak a handful sometimes, but she sends me a photo. The jar's on the floor on the other side of her bedroom door. And she was home alone with the kids, and pretty well shaken when we arrived. The toddlers are sitting on the curb, blank-faced, staring into the house like they were watching something none of us could see. And that's when I started seeing things too. I'd come in through the garage, glance at the office double doors, and they'd be close enough that they'd be always open almost. I'd go grab water, I'd come back, and they'd be open. Once I'm cooking when I swore just leaned in on the bar and asked me a question. I turned and my wife and both girls were staring at me like I'd lost it. They're on the couch and just swore she never stood up. One night when my wife felt sick, I slept on the couch. I'm in bed and the bathroom light just starts flickering. Not together, but like a bad radio signal. Then one bulb started to smoke and I touched it. Neither hot nor cold, but later I heard a thud and fell asleep pretty uneasily. Next morning I found her heavy towel hook ripped down and towels on the floor. And that hook is mounted high and tight. When I reattached it, I had to tap it with a hammer. No accidental pull, no toddler shenanigans. Since then, we've all heard her names called softly in empty rooms. Small things relocate, like toys from the kids' playroom end up staged in the living room. Grandkids will be sitting with us and suddenly both will stare dead ahead toward the kitchen, eyes fixed and eyes blank, like there's something standing there that only they can see. And the footsteps I used to dismiss, well, I hear them now, and I'm officially unnerved. Sounds far-fetched, maybe, but it's real to us. It's getting worse. We're talking about moving if anybody had something like this happen. Like, what did you do? I'm running out of explanations. The last day of grade 12, the tunnel at St. Laurent. It was the tail end of grade 12 in Regina. It was one sticky evening after polished off beers in a friend's garage. We started talking about St. Laurent Sanatorium, an old TB place out past the highway. And rumor had it the place was haunted, and some of us shrugged and others grinned and said, "Let's go see." So we drove out for about 45 minutes. From the road, the sanatorium looked like a hulking relic. Cracked plaster, barred windows, and chain-link fence that tried to look pretty official. We slipped in through a collapsed greenhouse at the back, climbed a rusty service ladder up the fire escape, pried some rotten boards out of a second-floor window to get inside. The top floor, honestly, I can't remember if the building had 3 or 4 stories. Looked like it had been used for weekend retreats after it stopped being a hospital. There were rows of old beds and conference rooms with broken chairs, corridors that smelled like dust and musty curtains. We moved cautiously down the interior stairwell, putting chairs under doors so they wouldn't slam shut. And at first, the skeptics were loud, cracking jokes about ghost tours for grads. Then, one of the quieter guys, maybe trying to impress someone, he told us the basement was where they used to cremate children who died of tuberculosis, and the laugh died, and down we went. The basement was a different world, low ceilings, peeling paint, a smell that felt a little chemical and a little like rotten apples. So dark only the nearest faces showed in our flashlights. We split up to look around, and in one room we found a narrow tunnel carved into the foundation. More crawl space than corridor, just tall enough to crouch through, but not tall enough to stand. That's when I stepped into something wet. Shining a light down, I saw a dark reddish stain across the concrete. We all called over, half expecting a prank. No one was heard, but there was an uneasy quiet that was spreading. And then without warning, doors we'd propped open banged shut on their own. And from the mouth of the tunnel, shadows moved. Quick little blurs like children running. What we all saw depends on who you ask. Some swear there were feet at the far end. Others say it looked like fabric. All of us felt the same cold knot in our stomachs. We ran up. We went up the stairs through the side corridor. Anything to get out. The chair we'd used to hold the door open was gone, and the door itself was slammed tight. kicked out a boarded window and spilled out into the night like a herd. We didn't stop until we were in the car, hands on the wheel, light slicing the dark. And to this day, we argue about it. And someone suggests pranksters, and someone else says the wind did it. None of us want to go back and check. The blue moon who wouldn't leave. Quick heads up. The house I grew up in was old. The kind of place that felt like it kept its own memories. One presence in particular that seemed to shadow me my whole childhood was there. My brother says he'd find me standing in my crib talking to empty air, insisting the person I was chattering with was a man. I had 1,000 little moments like that. The constant feeling of being watched and the sense that I was never really truly alone. When I was 12, my childhood best friend, my tiny 2-year-old niece, we were sprawled on my bedroom floor playing, and out of nowhere, my niece stopped and stared at a closed door. We asked what she was looking at. She pointed straight at the wood and whispered, "There's a man." I asked what he wanted, and she said without blinking, "He wants to hurt you." And that's when I realized this thing had been attached to me since the beginning, the same one that showed up in the story I'm about to tell you. Around 8 years old, I got this old toy doorbell as a present. And the chime was shaped like a little blue crescent moon, transparent plastic with glitter that winked in the light. A thin cord ran from the moon to a star-shaped button that sat on the outside of my bedroom door. Pressed the star, and the moon chimed this delicate magical sound, and I loved it. I begged to put it up immediately. And after a few days, it started chiming on its own. I'd jump up, fling open the door, and there'd be nobody. Happened more and more. And then one night it began chiming and didn't stop. I ripped it off the wall, yanked the batteries out, and it kept chiming. Panicked, I bolted out into the hallway. There were 4 steps down to the kitchen. Then a straight shot to the living room. I hurled the moon across the house into the living room, still chiming. I slammed the bedroom door and I tried to ignore it, and somehow I fell asleep. The next day, the moon was exactly where I'd thrown it. I boxed it up and I shoved it into the basement. Years later, I dug it out, and I was older and stubbornly skeptical. Maybe it was just a faulty toy. I rehung it, and predictably the chimes came back. This time, the moon also started falling off the wall. I stopped being scared, and I started getting angry. Every time it fell, I shoved it back on harder. I guess my anger made whatever it was there angrier too. In one sleepover night, my best friend was there, and the bell began chiming. Then it slammed off the wall and flew across the room. I marched over and I grabbed the crescent and I smashed it back onto the hook, fully intending to tell Mom it was harassing me. I didn't even get halfway down the hall before my friend screamed and bolted into the corner, shaking. The crescent was on the floor, the cord ripped clean out of the plastic. The star still on the door with the wire whipping like it had a life of its own. The moon had been ripped from its wiring and thrown right at my friend. She ducked and cowered to avoid it. And that was the end of that toy. We tossed what was left and swore we'd never speak of it. And yet we still do. Sometimes, in the dark, laughing and shuddering at the memory. As I grew older, I taught myself to close off that part of me, hardening my energy, calling on reason when the house felt alive. The encounters dwindled to a few stray moments I now shrug off. And ever since I moved out, though, I felt lighter. Whatever had latched on finally had let me go. So yeah, that's my story, I guess. Ghost or guardian or tantruming thing with a grudge, you tell me. Boy Blue Light. started about 4 years ago, right around 10 at night. I was crashing at my buddy's place, just the two of us, playing whatever we could find and talking nonsense. And at some point he asks, "Want to go mudding in my dad's truck?" And I hesitated, and he told me it was spotless earlier, which will be important later. But he shrugged like it was nothing. "He already took it out once," he said. "Won't care." So we drove off, blasting music through the Bluetooth, tore through the soft shoulder for maybe 30 minutes, laughing at nothing in particular. Somewhere between the dirt roads and the black sky, he brought up this stretch out past town, the spot, as he called it. It's a place where people claim weird things happen. There's a pile of old concrete and rebar dumped on the roadside. It's almost like somebody abandoned a skeleton of a building. Nobody knows why it's allowed to sit there. It's illegal and looks like a hazard. And beyond that are knee-high grasses and a stagnant pond, and then a weathered barn with a single lamp over the door. The bulb throws this yellow-green light that stains the ground. And behind the barn, the woods press in, dark and quiet. Locals tell a story about a boy who drowned in the pond, and they'd say his dog still crosses the road sometimes. And if that happens, you should get out of there immediately. I never bought the drowning tale. And after what I saw that night, I leaned toward something else. Rituals or something deliberately made in that barn. I didn't say that then, though. We pulled up at the spot at 10:55, killed the engine. And there is a superstition that if anything's running, you won't see anything. So turn everything off and they'll come out, or so the rumor goes. Some people swear their electronics lose power there. Others say car batteries die. Well, we left ours fine, so I can't confirm those claims. Only that the air felt different once we were completely dark. At first, the lights in the grass looked like fireflies, pale blue pinpricks rising and falling. Then, as we watched the barn's halo of sickly light, two shapes moved from the tree line, and they were darker than the night. So black, they didn't just blend with the woods, but they swallowed the light around them. When they stepped into the lamp's glow, they remained impossible to read. No reflections, no details, like ink blotted in the world. They weren't animals exactly. They were the size of big stags, but they moved on hands and feet, crouched low and spidering forward, limbs too long and bodies too broad for any human. They crawled with a kind of patient hunger toward the light. When they paused, the lamp's beam seemed to thin, as if the thing absorbed light instead of reflecting it. They even cast a shadow, an absence that was deeper than the darkness around it. My friends froze, eyes wide. I asked him what he saw without describing a thing. He gave me the same details I just watched, word for word. That's how I knew it wasn't a trick of my head. We stole a quick glance down the road at a passing set of taillights, half expecting something else. When we looked back, the two figures were gone. One heartbeat gone, nothing left but the lamp smeared light on the dirt. Shaken, we left as fast as we could. And back at his house, we pulled into the driveway, climbed out to inspect the truck. Every window and panel was streaked with dried finger marks, different sizes, long smears like something had dragged nails and hands across the paint. Didn't make sense. The truck had been washed before we left, and yet the marks had cleaned off the dried mud only where the print showed. Everything else stayed filthy and crusted. The marks weren't fresh, wet streaks either. They were like dry and clean lines through the residue. My friend was a wreck. Even after we got inside, he was trembling. Nausea hitting him so hard he holed up in the bathroom for the rest of the night. And most the next morning, too. He couldn't sleep. I couldn't either. The people around town call the place Boy Blue or Little Blue. maybe because of the pale blue lights that folks see. And others whisper about skinwalkers, and friends suggested that that's what it was when I told them, well, but skinwalkers usually mimic sounds and shapes, and we didn't hear any mimicry. Can't commit to that diagnosis. I don't believe the drowned boy story, because what we saw felt crafted like something or someone had summoned or left behind whatever it was, and I think it wanted the light and left its fingerprints on the world and on a truck that had been cleaned when we left. The corner of the dark. I must have been about 11 then, though this was close to a decade ago. We lived on a quiet corner. My house sat at the very end of the cul-de-sac, and behind our backyard the trees hunched like a fence. Down the road lived my friend Mia. One weekend we had a sleepover at her place. It was the dead of night. Mia finally dozed off on the floor with a blanket. I was stretched out on the couch trying to fall asleep. That's when I heard footsteps climbing the stairwell, slow and heavy and impossible to ignore. Tall black shape filled the top of the stairs like somebody had cut the night out of the air, and I froze and my breath was shallow. I was convinced that if I moved, it would know I'd seen it. The shape stopped, slipped off a pair of sneakers at the bottom step, walked into the kitchen. Heard the clack of glass and the soft slide of a magazine. I think it was from the table. My heart slammed, and now or never I shook Mia awake. I was whisper yelling until her mom rushed in. So we all piled into her mom's bed. I lay by the wall, eyes wide. That's when the footfalls started again. They came right up the hallway, till whatever it was standing at the edge of the bed. And then, like something from a nightmare, it jumped and landed on my legs. I screamed. Her dad burst in angry and bleary-eyed, told us it was just him moving around the house. He blamed our chatter and slammed the door, and nothing happened. At least nothing he would admit to. After that, I didn't see it for a while, but I was too frightened to sleep alone, so I started crashing my dad's room down the hall. One night, I kind of woke slowly, looked across the hall, and there it was, a black figure perched at the foot of my bed, watching me. I panicked, and my dad scolded me for waking him, and after that I had to sneak into his room because he wouldn't let me stay otherwise. He learned to close his door tight so I couldn't see anything, but the hallway lights would flicker all night. I'd watch that thin seam of light under the door like a line between safety and whatever was waiting for me. Strange things kept happening. The road in the garage would switch on by itself. And once, my little stereo started playing faintly at 3 in the morning. Also, when I was about 18, we moved my bedroom down the small den to the kitchen. And at night, the cabinets would open and shut. It was like someone was pacing. Pots would rattle without a hand to lay them flat. It felt like the house was forcing me to sit and listen to it breathe. We eventually moved away from that childhood home. The new place never gave me that prickly wrong feeling. It was ordinary and blank and quiet. My old house always felt off, though. A story I kept hearing but never understood the ending to. And even now, years later, I don't know why I saw it or why it stopped. Only that, well, for a while, the dark had a shape, and it wanted to be noticed. The Quiet Visitor. I've never been great at explaining this, even to myself. But since I was a kid, I could feel things other people didn't. The world always sat a half step off for me. Thought it was my head for a long time. Then I got checked out and came up clean, not sick, just tuned differently. When I was very small, there used to be a man in my room. At first, he terrified me because he never spoke. He'd simply appear. One blink, he'd be in the corner. The next, he'd be right by my bed, and he moved like a trick of shadow and breath. As we stayed in so many rentals, I learned to take people like that for granted. People who were only there for a little while. And over time, I got used to him, and he never hurt me. He never did anything at all. So I'd be afraid. I talked to him, I made up games, even though he'd never moved beyond watching. And then slowly, I saw him less and less until we moved again. I must have been around maybe 10, maybe 11. That's when we left that house. My parents were always bouncing from one place to the next until they could finally buy something permanent. And this old rental looked like it had been pulled from a 1970s catalog. Orange floral wallpaper, a creaky back porch, and a yard that finally meant grass under my feet instead of concrete. My twin, Lisa, she hated it. She'd wanted something modern, the kind of place that made you proud to invite people over, and her tantrum with Mom and Dad about downgrading left us both raw. There were 2 bedrooms, tiny office off the hall. Told my parents I'd take the office, so Lisa could have the bigger room to herself. I imagined it as an adventure, small and secretive, like a cupboard under the stairs, but with space for a fort. My parents called it sweet and practical and gave me the office. That first night I cried because Elisa had been mean and distant since the move, and losing the room we'd shared felt like losing our old selves. I remember my door was open. The bathroom across the hall had its light on because I couldn't sleep in the new place. My lamp was off and I was supposed to be asleep. Between the sobs, there came a sudden calm, like a hand, like it was smoothing the inside of my skull. A tug, a small, soft at the back of my head tug, almost like a silent suggestion to turn over. I rolled toward the doorway and I froze. The man was there like he'd always been, only sharper somehow, like a memory brought into focus. And for a second, it was like all the years we'd shared came rushing back at once. We looked at each other and he tilted his head. Not menacing, not warm, and then he stepped backward and vanished. Whatever that gesture meant, it felt like a goodbye. The next morning, I woke groggy and disoriented. Couldn't remember drifting off. House was quiet, but I felt watched like I'd misplaced something. I checked every room. I peeked around the corners and listening for the scrape of a shoe that wasn't there. Eventually, I went to Elisa's room. Twins grow used to one another's rhythms, even when they change. We dressed the same, shared toys until she begged for her own space after we turned 7, blaming my restless nights for keeping her awake. I'd always thought that she'd outgrew that childish fear. That day, I planned to ask if she remembered the man, or if I'd simply been dreaming. She slammed the door behind me, sat as if she'd swallowed a cactus. Whoa. When I asked, she told me to sit. Her voice was shaking. She remembered him perfectly. She'd been terrified of him, and that's why she'd wanted her own room. He'd been most active at night, moving between the beds and leaning over us in the dark. She hated that I'd joke with him or invite him to play. In fact, she used to crawl into my bed and hide underneath the covers because she was afraid that he'd hover at the foot of the bed. She told me she'd begged Mom and Dad for privacy so she could breathe again. The details matched mine, the way his coat hung and the odd dull shine in his eyes. We hadn't invented the same memory. When I asked if she still saw him, she said no, and that she hoped she never would again. Understandable. I told her what had happened the night before, and I wasn't sure he'd been saying goodbye, and she warned me never to bring it up again. Never spoke to him after that. If I tried, she'd brush me off with a, "We were kids," and moved on. Because I'm 26 now, and the man was only one of my many strange things that followed me into adulthood. And I have seen other presences, and I've felt hands that weren't there. And at times, I'm compelled to say things to strangers that later out turned to be precisely what they needed to hear. I don't see auras like cartoons. It's more of a gut reading of intent, a temperature behind a person that tells me whether they mean well or they mean harm. A few mediums and a physical leaning friend have kind of told me there's something latent in me, that if I open up more to the other side, something answers. But opening has always felt like raising a gate and never knowing who will step through, good, neutral, or mischievous, or downright malicious. You can't tell from the other side until they arrive. And lately my friends, a spiritual crowd, curious and brave, they've taken me ghost hunting. I went along at first because it seemed like practice. But every trip it tightens the knot in my stomach. And the more we poke at the dark, the more I worry I won't be able to protect myself, or the people I bring with me. Shadow people are the easiest for me to tune into. They're like radio stations on the edge of reception. Most are harmless or tricksters, but tricksters have teeth. They sow mistakes and bad luck and small disasters that grow when ignored. So here I am, asking as plainly as I can. How do I open the third eye without letting chaos out? How do I choose who walks through my gate? How do I protect myself after years of pretending nothing was there? I've hidden from these things for a long time. Now that they're part of me, I want to learn to live with them without inviting harm in my wake. The Hollow at 1902 Elm. I'm 42 now, but I grew up in a crooked old house built in 1902. We moved into it when I was 9, stayed until I was about 21. My parents bought it off a distant relative. It had charm, mostly peeling paint variety sort of charm. There was more repairs than anybody wanted to count. By the time I was 16, I'd finally been given my own room, converted storage alcove tucked behind the stairs. It just fit a twin bed pushed against one wall, a narrow dresser opposite of it, and a tiny desk squeezed beside the window. One night I'm sleeping on my back, and that's when something pulled me out of sleep. I opened my eyes, and there beside my bed stood an elderly man, seemed to be made of moonlight. He wore a faded work shirt and suspenders, and his outline shimmered like a reflection on water. He didn't move except to look straight at me. I screamed once loud enough to my memory, and then he simply dissolved into the air. I wasn't dreaming. I remember the ice in my limbs and the way my heart wouldn't settle. Stayed awake for hours, convincing myself he wouldn't come back before I finally drifted off. Next morning I told my family. Nobody had heard anything. I was too unsettled to stay in my room that night. I wound up crawling to the bottom bunk of my little brother's bed, pretended the hardwood floors and shared blankets felt normal. It took a few nights before I dared to sleep alone in that alcove again. And when I did, the second visit was unlike the first. I woke face down on my side, looking toward the dresser, and 3 pale faces hovered in a line above it, disembodied and silent, each with a different expression, like masks in a slow, eerie parade. They bobbed and turned as if dancing to music I couldn't hear. I screamed again, and there was no answer. They blinked away faster than the old man had, and I lay awake until dawn with my heart thumping and replaying their blank eyes. Those were the only nights I actually saw the house's apparitions, but not the only strange things that did happen there. Between 16 and 21, there were other odd moments. Footsteps in empty hallways, scent of tobacco in rooms where no one smoked, doors that were latched from the inside when everyone else swore they'd left them open. Members of my family have their own stories too. My mother once found a child-sized handprint on a dusty pane of glass, and my aunt swore she heard someone humming under the floorboards. The house still stands, though, occupied now only by my estranged father. My sister spent one night there years after I left and never returned after her experience. That's how I know none of it has been entirely left behind. Haven't been inside for at least 3 years now. Don't plan to go back. Some places keep pieces of people, the way old houses keep splinters, lodged where you can't get them out. Every so often they ache. The girl at the back door. I was born, and still live, in a whisper of a town in northeastern Pennsylvania. It's a place with rails and coal all over the place. And her house sat on the towns, ragged edge beside a man who kept a few hens, milk cow, an old nag that he never rode. An old nag. An old nag he never rode, much less. Alrighty then. Well, everybody assumed he was a solitary railman who spent more hours in the rail yard than at home. When he died, though, the house gave up a secret that he'd had a son. The son moved into the place and worked the yards like his father, raised his own small brood there. Quite the words. Tin-type portraits slipped loose from their frames, and they found their way into my life later when we stripped wallpaper. The second son never married. The first had 2 boys, and one of those boys had a little girl before the family line thinned out. That little girl is the one who'd come to stand at my bedside, despite having died long before I was born. We moved into the house when I was very young. Through the back door, by the way, across the old linoleum in the kitchen, up the narrow stair whose top opened to the bedroom where my bed sat tucked beneath the eaves. That's where it happened. I'd been playing that afternoon and left an old music box open on my dresser. I must have fallen asleep with it half wound, because sometime in the night I woke and pushed up through whatever sleepy thing had dragged me and sat upright. The music box was turning itself, distinctly cheerful against the dark, but that tune wasn't what had woken me. A girl stood beside my bed looking out the window into the small yard. She was pale and small, hair like spun straw and a dress the color of a washed sky, hands folded behind her back, and for a moment I simply thought she was beautiful and very, very lonely. Then she turned, and I saw my own face reflected in the mirror behind her, and she was transparent. I could see through her. My parents were downstairs, and I screamed, and my father told jokes that my mother flew up the stairs before she touched a single step. After that first night, the visits kept coming, but they stopped being frightening at least. The girl, Elizabeth, as we would learn to call her, always gentle after that first glance. A few years on, the house began to give up other things as we remodeled. Anyone who's ever opened walls knows they contain small surprises. A mouse skeleton, perhaps, tucked behind a beam, the blackened footprint of an old chimney, a child's scribble on a hidden plank. Taped and folded between the studs, we found a brittle death record. Elizabeth Ann, born 1938, died 1951. And the cause had long since blurred into unreadability, and that scrap tied the pale girl at my bedside to the house in a way that made everything click into place. Pretty soon it became a family joke that if a sock went missing or a light flickered, Elizabeth had been at it, and she was blamed for the minor mischiefs of home life, and the way old relatives are blamed for the small, unexplainable things. And the strangest and funniest story about her wouldn't come until years later when I was home from college. I invited some friends over. We all ate beaver nuggets. The Hushed Lullaby of Cedar Hill. Well, given my family's long, uneasy history with things that go bump in the night, it's hardly surprising that we've collected a trove of ghost stories. But one in particular still lingers with me, a memory tied to my favorite summer retreat. on to Clara's old house on Cedar Hall Road. I had a bearded dragon named Clara once. She had a necklace. So once a duplex, her home had been opened up into a single rambling space. Upstairs, a narrow hallway stitched the two halves together, and in the center sat a small square room. Long ago, it was my Uncle David's bedroom. While cleaning the attic, Aunt Clara had discovered a gently creaking rocking chair and, thinking nothing of it, carried it down for David to use as a late-night reading chair. One warm June evening, after basketball practice, David collapsed into bed across the chair and drifted into heavy sleep. Sometime before dawn, he stirred at the faint creak of wood, and half awake he assumed Clara was peeking in before heading to her early shift. He turned just enough to see the rocker moving on its own. Then, blinking hard, he watched as a soft mist-gray figure of a woman glided from the far doorway, settled into the chair. In her arms rested a hazy bundle the size of a swaddled infant. The chair began to rock in a steady, slow rhythm, and from the air came a whisper of melody, a low, tender humming. David kind of strained to catch the words and finally heard them, soft as breath. "Sleep now, Henry. Mama's here. It's all right, my darling." Instead of fear, a strange calm washed over him, and he let the sound cradle him back to sleep. Next morning over coffee, he told Clara. She simply nodded unfazed. "Funny thing," she said. Previous owner mentioned a mother and a baby who lived here in the 1920s, and the boy died of a fever. Maybe that was his nursery chair. We can toss it if it bothers you." David shook his head with a little small smile. "No, leave it. It was gentle." And so the chair stayed, carrying its quiet lullaby through the years, rocking on the heart of Cedar Hall, which is different than Cedar Hill. The Man on the Landing. I'm beginning to suspect that we attract odd things sort of trait. I think it runs in my family. My 12-year-old found my Reddit account last night. Spent a solid hour devouring the little catalog of weirdness I've tucked away there. Then, with all the theatrical disdain a 12-year-old can muster, she looked up and said, "Why aren't there any stories about our house?" I had soap in my hands, and I was half expecting her to say that she'd made it up. "Because I don't have any, kiddo," I said. "This place has always been quiet for me." She rolled her eyes like a professional and replied, "Right, Mom. The late night stopping up the stairs and the old man who peeks in to see if I'm asleep, totally in my head." "Soap suds forgotten," I asked. "Wait, what?" And she told me. She stayed up past her usual bedtime, somewhere between 9 and 9:30. She'd hear heavy, barefoot thudding steps on the stairs. She described that stomach flip when she'd shove her tablet away and crawl under the covers, expecting either me or my partner to sweep in and tuck her in properly. The steps always slowed at the landing outside of her room and lingered and then went down the short hallway to my bedroom. Once she'd peeked, just once, and saw not me or my partner in the doorway, but an older man with gentle silver hair and a kind, tired smile. He'd stand there a moment and turn and continue down to the bedroom. She said that she hardly slept that night, and honestly, I kind of believe her. Dried my hands and I brought her to the couch. I wrapped an arm around her and I started telling her about the folks who used to live here. We bought the place 12 years ago from the daughter that I'm going to call Evelyn, of the original owners. Also, these two folks named Rose and Harold, and Rose and Harold had lived in the house since it was new. I'd known them my whole life. The house where I grew up was just down the block. Never met their children, though, when I was a kid. Their grandson used to drag them all the neighborhood kids into Harold's yard to race model cars. Rose was a neighborhood librarian of gossip, and Harold, well, Harold was the heart of the block, always fixing a neighbor's fence and always with a joke and a pocket full of spare change for the ice cream truck. He once chased me down the street after I face-planted learning how to ride a bike. When they died, I was watching the house go up for sale. It felt like watching a small, familiar galaxy blink out. I loved the wisteria that crawled up the porch, and the way the Tudor-style windows caught the late sun. When my partner suggested we bid, I was over the moon, but nervous. Evelyn called her realtor and remembered me and my brothers and accepted her offer. I cried when the papers were signed. Sitting there with my mini-me, I told her every small scene I could remember. I then told her what felt like the likeliest explanation, like it was Harold checking the place that he'd raised his family in, still wandering the rooms he used to know. He couldn't help but smile, like maybe he's just doing his rounds, making sure the kid in his old granddaughter's room is being decent human, not staying up reading creepy stories. She snorted and grinned. Works on me, I'll be asleep by 9. Midnight on Quarry Road. Since I grew up in a small, out-of-the-way town, getting to work was always a low-key challenge. My job was 8 miles away. Nothing but narrow back roads cutting through fields and old orchards. About halfway along, the road ran beside a set of train tracks and ducked under them through a weather-stained concrete overpass. And just before the overpass, there was a quarter-mile stretch where the pavement dropped steeply. And on the left, a 4-foot drop to the tracks, and on the right, a jagged rock wall about 7 feet tall. Felt like threading a needle every time, no guardrails, no mercy. And the asphalt itself was cracked and patched like a tired quilt. By late summer, I'd been driving it for weeks, finally free from begging rides from my parents. My mother's car, a lumbering Dodge Diplomat, handled like a rolling fortress. But I'd gotten good at gliding through that downhill stretch everybody called the Quarry Run. And then, as every good story warns you, something seemed to shift. During my final 2 weeks flipping burgers at the Golden Arches, McDonald's, my schedule got flipped too. Instead of early mornings, I drew late shifts, 2 p.m. to closing. Thursday night of my second week, just 3 days before my senior year, my parents needed Mom's car for the errands. My only option was Dad's beloved 1989 Ford F-150, affectionately known as Big Brown. To me, Big Brown felt prehistoric. Steering wheel was heavier, pedals farther. Seat bench that swallowed my 5'2" frame whole. And Dad gave me a patient but nerve-wracking tutorial. Dimmer switch on the floor, don't forget. That was while I balanced on the edge of the seat like a kid in a booster chair. Well, work was uneventful. By 11:30 p.m., I climbed back into Big Brown, yawning and getting ready for home. The night was quiet except for the cicadas, and halfway along Quarry Road, I realized I was puttering slower than usual. I chuckled, turning the radio knob just as the downhill stretch approached. I eased onto the brakes, wanting the beast to hug the curve, and that's when it happened. From the rock wall to my right, a young man dropped straight into the road, like he'd stepped out of thin air. He froze under the truck's high beams, pale as moonlight, a dark cap pulled low under a white shirt. My heart lunged into my throat and instinct kicked in, stomped on the brake with both feet. Big Brown shuddered violently, tires were screaming. I clenched the wheel, my eyes were squeezing shut. I was waiting for the sickening thud. Silence. When I dared to look, the road was empty. No man, no shadow, nothing but the low echo of my own heartbeat. Shaking, I grabbed the heavy flashlight Dad always kept in the glove box and climbed out. The cool night smelled of damp earth and metal. I checked in front of the truck and it was clear. Scrambled toward the track, sweeping as the beam crossed the ballast and the brush and the dark rail stretching into nothing. No footprints, no flutter of a white shirt. But a slow, creeping thought surfaced. If he wasn't on the road, where'd he go? Finally, reason won out over adrenaline. Standing there in the middle of an unlit road wasn't the brightest survival plan. I scrambled back into Big Brown, kept the rest of the way home, pulse still racing. I pulled in nearly 30 minutes late to find Dad waiting in the kitchen, mug of coffee in hand, and he looked up, eyebrows knitting at my pale face. "You okay? You hit a deer or something?" he asked, half teasing, till he caught the tremor in my voice as I recounted the encounter. He listened without interrupting and leaned back and said quietly, "You probably saw one of the quarry ghosts." And seeing my expression, he continued, "Back in the 50s, kids used to mess around on those tracks. Some would dare each other to dash across in front of the train or leap from the rock cut into scared drivers. Few never made it. Folks around here swear you can still see them now and then, especially late at night when the fog's thick." He offered with a wry grin. "Guess he timed it just right." I'd driven down Quarry Road countless times since, and most recently 2 weeks ago. But never have I seen that silent boy in the white shirt. But every time my headlights sweep across that rock wall, I ease off the gas, just a little. The Thing Beneath the Stairs. My cousin, let's call her Clara, which is once again the name of a bearded dragon I had at one point in time, lives with her big family in a sprawling, many-gabled Victorian house that seems made for ghost stories. The place has 4 full floors, including a converted attic with its own kitchenette and bath. They used to rent it to college students. With all those creaky staircases and shadowy corners, you'd expect nightly hauntings. But for years there'd be nothing. No footsteps where they shouldn't be. No cold spots, no spectral whispers. Just the occasional settling groan of a century-old house. Clara's parents had even transformed the stone-walled basement into a bright, cheerful daycare for neighborhood kids. By day, it was filled with laughter and finger painting. By night, though, Clara noticed something different. After the last child went home and the lights dimmed, the air turned oddly heavy, a little too cold for the season. She told herself it was just the silence playing tricks, fetched whatever toys or supplies she needed, climbed back up to the warm butler's pantry off the kitchen. The house's layout was classic Victorian. Front door to a snug foyer, dining room left, parlor right, main staircase straight ahead. And behind that, a narrow hall snaked to a kitchen, just wide enough for one person. Clara was in high school then and begged to have friends over for study and sleep overnight. Her parents, they finally relented, taking her younger brothers to the movies and leaving Clara free to host. And that evening, it started like any other cozy get-together. 2 friends arrived, though only one, we're going to call her Lila, was staying. They half-heartedly opened textbooks and quickly surrendered to pizza, like the best of us. Eventually, one friend left and the house fell into a deep echoing quiet that only a moth just flew into my mouth. Disgusting. Ugh. Excuse me. Eventually, one friend left and the house fell into that deep echoing quiet old homes get at night. Clara went upstairs to change while Lila stayed in the family room tidying up. She flopped into the couch, clicked on a sitcom, and almost immediately noticed the room grow colder. Somewhere toward the kitchen came a faint, deliberate bang. Lila figured Clara was still cleaning and ignored it. And then came another sound that was sharper and rhythmic, a clicking like long nails on wood, and she turned to the hallway. It wasn't Clara. It wasn't a bearded dragon. Something was dragging itself across the polished floorboards, and it was thin and ragged and not quite human. Figure's clothes hung in gray-green tatters. Wild, yellowed hair framed hollow eyes, and those clicks, they were his fingernails, which were far too long, scraping for purchase as he pulled himself forward, but By the time Claire rushed downstairs, Lila was curled in the corner of the couch sobbing. Clara tried to calm her, insisting no one else was in the house, but Lila shook her head violently, begged to call her parents, left without looking back, and never returned. Later that night, Clara's mother offered a grim explanation. In the early 20th century, families often hid away relatives with mental illness or disabilities, sometimes in attics, sometimes in basements. And that's where they endured years of neglect, and God knows what else. During the renovations, Clara's parents had found remnants of a small hidden room off the basement, old boards, rusted latch. I assumed it had been for food storage, but maybe it wasn't. Clara and her family never saw the crawling figure themselves, but for Lila, the memory of that long-nailed specter remained vivid, a nightmare she refused to revisit. And somewhere beneath those polished stairs, the house kept its secret. And sometimes it's annoying to keep secrets, but nonetheless, sweet dreams. See ya. This isn't about fear. It's about proof in a Paranormal M. We go beyond the thrill, to the truth beyond the tremor. Subscribe and face it. Face me. Voices beneath the bed. Maybe it's just that my family has memories like old oak trunks, deep rings and long echoes. But whenever we gather, conversation always slides toward the eerie. Normally it's my father who smirks and dismisses her ghost chatter with the dry nonsense. But this time he surprised us. He leaned back and he began, and he said that when I was about 10, I was staying at my old grandparents' farmhouse just outside of Lancaster. My older sister and I slept in a little walnut-paneled room that used to be my dad's when he was a kid. The air, it always smelled of apples and varnish. One rainy evening, we'd run wild in the orchard, and it was basically all day. We couldn't settle down. We started a pillow fight, war, and laughing too loud until Grandpa shouted to the stairs to keep it down. We flopped into the creaky bed and daring each other with ghost stories, seeing who would break first. My sister was halfway through some tale about haunted mills, and that's when the bed lurched. It lurched hard, not just a tremor, but a deep grinding shake that rattled the headboard against the wall. And on the wooden floor, it sounded like thunder and we froze. Then, from the far corner of the old wardrobe, came low, rabid whispers in a language I'd never heard before. It was like somebody muttering through a fan. Thinking maybe somebody had crawled under the bed to make it move, we slid beneath it ourselves, clutching each other, hearts thudding. We waited for Granddad to burst in, certain that he'd heard the racket, but minutes stretched into what felt like an hour. There was nothing, no footsteps. Only the whisperings, often relentless. When our courage finally cracked, we climbed back onto the bed, dragging the quilt over our heads, trembling until the first pale light seeped through the curtains. But sleep never came. At breakfast, we spilled everything to Grandma, who frowned, and to Granddad, who chuckled. He swore he'd heard nothing except the moment one of us fell out of the bed early in the night. He was sure that we'd been dreaming, but I know that we weren't. The bed's banging alone should have brought the whole house running. Dad ended with a single shrug and a wry smile. We never figured out what it was. But I learned one thing. Never tell ghost stories after dark in that room. And even now, with the scent of coffee and daylight in the air, the memory left a shiver behind. It wasn't just a story. It was that my father, a resident skeptic, told it without a single trace of doubt. Didn't know daylight had a smell. The man who never came up the stairs. From the time I was 6, shortly after my family bought the house, till I was about 15 and moved into the larger room in the back of the house, I had a nightly visitor I could never see. Our upstairs rooms were tiny. My little bedroom was crowded with a bed, a dresser, and a mountain of toys. And that left few ways to place the furniture, so the foot of my bed ended up pointing straight at my bedroom door. When the door was open, it created an unbroken line from the old front door, went up the narrow stairwell, to my doorway. And from my pillow, I could watch the entire staircase and the old front entrance, and that mattered. My lights out was strict. It was 7:30 p.m. till I turned 16. Yet each night, at precisely 9 p.m., I would lie awake with the door shut and listen to heavy boots on the creaky stairs. They would climb slowly, and they'd stop at the small landing just outside my door. My chest would tighten and my breath would catch as I waited for the knob to turn, and for some impossible reason, it would appear in the doorway. So one night, I decided to test my terror. I left my door open when I went to bed, and my foolish courage told me that seeing it would make it less frightening. Part of me suspected the door itself might be the only thing between me and whatever it was. Still, I had to know. At 9, the sounds began. I heard that old front door's latch rattle. I heard a soft thump. It was like somebody closing the screen. And then heavy footsteps. They were going up the staircase. Fixed my stare into the black at the top of the stairs, expecting to make out the silhouette of shoulders, a head, or anything that moved through the dim. Excuse me. And there was nothing. Counted the steps because I knew their number. 1, 2, 3, until absurdly, found myself saying the last 2 aloud, as if shouting at air that would make it visible. When the steps stopped at the landing, and no shade filled the space, my breathing hitched and a shower of pinprick light swam across my vision. I fainted. I remembered nothing till morning, and when I woke to find my bedroom door shut. Over cereal, I asked my mother if she'd closed it for me, and she smiled and said no. She'd stayed downstairs late, curled up on the sofa where the old front door sat hidden behind the cushions. My parents' bedroom was a small room to the left of the stairs, despite the years. Neither of them had ever heard the steps that I swore I did, and they looked puzzled and a little worried for me. A few years after that, the upstairs was gutted and the old front entrance was sealed into the exterior wall to make room for a sunroom. My younger brothers inherited the larger room, and apparently, when I used to come up the stairs, lost interest, and never heard the boots. I sometimes still listen on quiet nights, half hoping, half ashamed, and maybe I'll again be the only one who ever heard a sound nobody else could see. The Last Visit. One of my younger brothers came to our lives in a way none of us could have imagined. He began as an emergency foster baby, a newborn, tiny and trembling. Not from his own choices, but because his birth mother had been using heavy drugs while pregnant. His biological grandmother was a fierce, complicated woman, an anarchist biker who distrusted every government agency and also a registered member of a Native American tribe I won't name. Her family history was layered. One branch began with a runaway slave, whom the tribe had sheltered generations ago. Her bloodline held African roots and the heritage of 2 different native nations. Her daughter, my brother's birth mother, had never embraced the tribe, and she lived on the edge. A sex worker with no known partner, no interest in motherhood. When the grandmother came to see her newborn grandson, she found him barely fed, sitting in a soiled diaper And in that instant, all her defiance dissolved and she called Child Protective Services. Something that she'd sworn she'd never do, because she knew the baby wouldn't survive otherwise. That call brought him to her home. The months that followed were telling. His mother never showed up for scheduled visits. Their grandmother came at first and then began to fade from view, and eventually the course kind of terminated parental rights. Grandmother fought the decision out of love, but not readiness. But her own life was tangled with a criminal record and a long battle with alcohol. She couldn't provide a safe home. The tribal council had the right to claim and raise him, but after reviewing the prenatal exposure to drugs and the special care he'd need, they declined. My parents stepped forward, and after a long wait, adopted was granted, or adoption. Years later, when my brother was about 8, he came home from school unusually quiet. "Did Grandma die?" he asked out of nowhere. My mom blinked pretty startled, and she said, "Why did you think that?" And he looked down because I felt like she could see me today, like to say goodbye. My mom's heart raced, fearing the worst. Maybe somebody had followed him, and she called a social worker. The reply chilled us, and his biological grandmother had died the previous day. She was no saint. She lived rough and made dangerous choices. But in that final mysterious visit, whatever you choose to call it, her love cut through every wall, and somehow she found a way to see him one last time, to let him know that he'd been loved all along. The Man on the Wall, or Why I'm a Wordy Little Bastard. It's spooky season, which means my brain thinks it's deadline day for weird childhood memories. So here we go. Sorry in advance if I ramble. I'm a wordy little bastard and I tell stories, and it's part of the charm. So anyway, this one stuck with me for decades. And I grew up in Pennsylvania, and this happened when I was about 5 or 6. Let's call it 95 because round numbers are comfortable. Back when my dad drove a beat-up van delivering rolls and baguettes for a local bakery, couldn't really swing for a babysitter. So I came along on a lot of routes, and early mornings at the bakery, me playing with action figures in the back while he loaded crates, and a day of cruising was from one drop-off to the next. It was boring in a way that made you invent adventures. And one afternoon, we stopped at a place I always thought of as a Stonebridge Tavern. Not the Stone Tavern that I swear I misremembered the exact name for years. Probably the last stop on the route, or maybe Dad wanted to post-shift beer. I only know that we lingered longer than usual. And Dad was chatting with a buddy at the bar, and I was fidgeting, doing whatever 5-year-old me does. And then my stomach staged a revolt, and I had to pee. Since we hadn't hung out there before, I had no clue where the restroom was. And there's some important context here. I had imaginary friends, but I knew they were imaginary. Never once did I actually think that they were real or see them like other kids see toys come to life. And also, I've always taken long bathroom breaks, like legendary ones, 15 to 20 minutes on a bad day. Grandpa was the same, and apparently constipated genes run in the family. So when I was tiny, it sometimes hurt, and I'd sit there forever. And to cope, I'd imagine my favorite Ninja Turtle, Donatello, the purple one. That was for reasons I can't fully justify now. But strolling in, slapping me on the back, telling me it would be fine. Child logic works every time. Dad pointed me to a big wooden door across from the bar and said, "Bathroom's down there." I opened it and found a flight of gray stone steps leading to one-room basement bathrooms. There's concrete walls and a single bare tub above a small mirror, a sink to the left and a urinal and a toilet stall and a divider but no door. There's no windows, no side exits. The only way in or out was at the top of the stair door, and the only light was that lonely bulb over the mirror. Cozy if your idea of cozy involves damp cement. So I'm on the throne doing the business, staring at the blank concrete opposite of me. I don't exactly remember the first click of the thing happening, only that the shadow appeared. The silhouette of a man in a low-brimmed hat projected into the wall. And for that shadow to exist, somebody would have had to have been standing on the other side of the stall divider, directly in front of the sink, unseen from where I sat. I remember hearing his voice, and it was low and oddly comforting. I never felt scared, and if anything, I felt companionable. It sounds kind of weird, I know. He tried to make me laugh. He asked if I liked dogs, and here I changed the details, but the shadow of a small dog bobbed up beside his, the most vivid bit, and the part I still see when his memory rolls by in my head. It's when he pulls out a yo-yo, and the man played with it, and the dog's shadow would swat at the thing, and I laughed. It was pure and ridiculous kid laughter. The whole scene felt like those silly little plays they put on with action figures in the back of the bakery. And then the man told me plain as day that you have to go now. Not that I have to go, but you have to go now. And their shadow slowly faded, and I wiped, flushed, swung around the divider, and of course the bathroom was empty. Washed my hands, trudged up the stairs and into the tavern. Dad looked down at me and said something like, "That took longer than usual, buddy. You all right?" I said without any filters because I was 5. I was talking to the man on the wall. The look on Dad's face is still carved in my memory, a hot second of something like terror threaded with genuine worry. A few people nearby went quiet and turned toward us. Dad asked, "What man were you talking to?" I answered, "The man on the wall, Daddy." If you ever want to look on a grown man's face when you suddenly 3 different emotion colors at once, well, that was it. He told the bartender to watch me, and then here's what it gets kind of cinematic. He and a couple of the regulars sprinted down the stairs into the basement. They came back up pale and whispering and shaken. They asked me a bunch of questions, but I only remember saying the simple bits. That he had a dog shadow and a yo-yo, and that he told me I had to go. So we went home. Life kept moving in its creaky, unremarkable way. And a year later, Dad brought the whole thing up again. He said something about a newspaper story. Some little girl had reported seeing a ghost in the stone bridge basement bathroom. Around the same time. I remember squinting at the folded newspaper page and thinking, nope, that's not what I saw. Different details. But the paper did note that another child claimed to have seen the spirit last year. And I'm pretty sure that that line meant me. So do I believe in ghosts? Well, not really. I'm a bit skeptical adult and with a healthy appreciation for plausible explanations. But that night in the bathroom is a real memory, not some bedroom story I cooked up. There's no way anybody else could have been in there with me. The only entrance was right in front of my father in a crowded bar, and I poked around for an old article a few times over the years and came up empty. I don't even know if the stone bridge still stands, and I think it's shut for a while, and might have changed hands. So that's my thing, a shadow man in a hat and a yo-yo and a playful dog. The bulb light on a concrete wall and a 5-year-old who spent an absurd amount of time on the toilet. Got comfort from imaginary friends. And apparently, maybe something else. Still don't know what the explanation is, and I kind of like that it's unresolved. It's a tiny little mystery I drag out during spooky season like a slightly moth-eaten sweater. It fits me, in equal parts ridiculous and stubbornly memorable. The quiet that wouldn't stay. My parents split up recently. I'm still living in the old house I grew up in. We've been here about 17 years. Nothing spooky ever happened until a few months ago. My dad started seeing a woman that we sort of knew from around the neighborhood, and she wasn't mysterious at first. But there were always whispers about her family, years of cleansings and strange ceremonies, and neighbors saying they'd once heard chanting from the apartment below when my parents first moved into the block. So fast forward 30 years, without the sound effect. My parents are divorced. There's some details I'll skip, and after a while, let's just say my dad let her move in. And that's when things changed. I began having nightmares like I'd never had before. Vivid, cold, wake-up sweating nightmares. And then the dog started acting up every night. Precisely between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. and they'd wake up and they'd bark at nothing. For a couple of weeks it eased up, so I figured maybe it would just pass. But I asked my dad to make her leave because she'd been rude to him and to us. She flipped when my sister and I went out for dinner with him without inviting her. In the same hour, I talked to him about it, and the house did a 180. Small things at first. A picture would slide off a shelf, or closet doors flung open and shut. A small speaker would turn itself on at 3 a.m. And once, a charging cord came out of the wall unplugged, even though nobody and no dog was near it. Little things you tell yourself are coincidences until they're not. 4 days later, my dad finally told her to go. And after she left, the subtle stuff kept happening. But last night was the worst. We kept an electric space heater downstairs from my older dog. She can't even climb stairs on her own anymore, and she hates blankets. We bought a model that clicks off and screams an alarm and tips over. And at 2 a.m., the house filled with smoke and blaring fire alarms, and the heater had been pushed up against the wooden gate that we used to keep the dog safe and kind of knocked over. The unit didn't shut off, and there was no safety click, no tip switch. Just the heat against the wood and the horrible metallic scream of the smoke alarm. If the smoke detector hadn't gone off, I don't even want to imagine how this could have ended. We were awake and shaken, staring at the toppled heater and a gate scorch mark that hadn't been there before. The quiet we'd had for years had become something that wouldn't leave. The castle basement. I used to work in what is now considered a golf course in New York. It has a restaurant type of a setting. It's in what used to be a residence back in the mid to late 1800s, and it was created here in 1852. The building is said to contain the stones from Whitby Abbey, a 13th century New Yorkshire, England ruin. It was private until 1921. That's when it became part of the country club. Now, this was a seasonal job in a professional kitchen as a salad/dessert girl. I worked in the food industry for 11 years, but it was never this high-end. The exterior is a gorgeous sight to behold, if you're into structure and especially history. The moment I laid my eyes on it, I had taken my phone out and looked up the history. I got giddy doing this. I even did this to my first apartment. I like to learn new things. So, Erie 1. So this place looked like a mini castle. Mind you, it was a personal residence at one point and had 3 floors. Offices were on top, occasions and events were held on the second, and then there was the basement. That's where maintenance workers changed, needed condiments, and spare dishes. The basement, it just gave off an eerie feeling. Not at first, I really wasn't paying attention to it at first. But as I got comfortable, the more I relaxed, the more I felt it. After about a month in, that's when it started. Walk into the basement through the hidden stairs that are tucked to the side, hidden from view of the customers. The moment you touched that cold stone floor, you could feel eyes just watching you, and it was always coming from the opening of the side room where the boiler was. It never passed that walkway. You couldn't see it, but you could feel it watching you come and go, like a child on timeout in a corner and waiting for their parents to tell them they can move again. I had to go to the basement to get my chef's smock in order to work. This was about 6 years ago, so I was old enough to know that there was somebody there, but also to know that ghosts were taboo or unbelieved by the majority of civilization. So I kept this to myself like a sad but dirty secret. One day I'm in the bathroom, and a fellow chef came in. She was changing, and I heard her excusing herself if I were to see anything that I shouldn't. But she was unable to change downstairs because she felt somebody was watching her from that room. That specific boiler room. My head jerked a bit back hearing her, and once I stepped out of the stall when I was done, I turned to stare at her to make sure she was being serious. She was. She said the exact same thing I felt. Someone was in that boiler room, silently watching us. I admitted I too had forgotten that feeling when I get to the basement, but I thought it was just me. It only confirmed, well, that it wasn't, and that I wasn't losing my mind either. As I'm washing my hands while she changed, I kept my head low to prevent any accidental glimpse. Though I explained to her it kind of makes sense if you know the history of the place. She only told me what she knew, which everybody knew. The bricks were from an actual castle. With that, I confirmed court research that yes, they were from a castle from England. The castle was found in ruin, so the creator decided, why let the bricks go to waste? I guess. I wanted to say something, but my tongue was fighting my teeth to come out and say it, so I did. I explained that because of what might have happened within the walls of the castle when it was in its peak, one could only imagine what hell had been placed during those horrid times. Kingdom reigns, tortures of prisoners, etc. Whatever part of the castle they took, they might have brought a friend with them in the process. Or only God knows what was buried here before they built the whole residence, but if that was the case, wouldn't it have been like free to roam instead of being confined to one room? All I know is we always tried our best to avoid the basement if necessary. The Castle 2, The Old Woman. Built in 1852, the building is said to contain stones from Whitby Abbey, 13th century North Yorkshire, England ruin. Now in the first story I wrote my constant experience with the basement, but this one I'm about to share is about a room. Now, there is an area above the basement that's allowed for customers. That's the bathroom. Now, when you get to that first level, there's like 3 doors to that floor. Men's to the left, women's straight ahead, and to the right is where they sort of made this dressing, changing room for the main guests for events. Now, I don't pay much attention to any room specifically except where it needs to be, which is 1, the bathroom, 2, the main kitchen, 3, the prep kitchen, and 4, the basement. I didn't get any eerie feeling from any of the other rooms as I did in that basement, so it wasn't like the attention was needed for anywhere else. One day I walked downstairs to the bathroom. I walked past the changing room and something caught my eye and a feeling came upon me. The room door was open, and when you walked past the door, you could see what looked like 2 or 3 cedar sofa next to a small bed table for the lamp. A bit deeper in was sort of a makeup table with a mirror and a chair in front of it. I always see myself in that mirror when I walk by it, when the door's left open. But that day, the glimpse of an old woman sitting in the chair staring at herself in the mirror, her hands resting on the surface. I caught the white of her hair as it was up in a bun. She wore a dress that seemed a bit old, but it was long. The face I couldn't see was almost faceless, and her head was slightly hung, but she was in the room with the light off. Mind you, this was a quick 5-second catch of the eye. 5-second catch that made me stop at the bathroom door, hand on the doorknob, asking myself, what the fuck did I just see? No customers were allowed in until a certain time. No worker fit that description I called of her. I stared at the door and slowly let go of the bathroom knob so I could walk toward it. Because, of course, you walk towards things that you know shouldn't be there. I would probably be the first idiot to die in a horror movie. I stand in front of the room door. The only other way out is the mirror, which is completely free. No one was in front of it but me. The chair was free and sitting under the respective table. No old woman. I read a bit more into the castle's residences after that. Her appearance seemed to be up to date and be from the castle's origins in England. So it had to be the residence of the castle after it was built. Turns out that the room was the owner's mother or mother-in-law's bedroom. It was her favorite room. Midnight movement. So this was literally last night. I was on the phone with a friend. I usually have my switch on the TV watching YouTube videos. Wink, wink. Now, having it been idling for a while, the switch turned off. A few minutes after, the TV followed as well. Now, as I'm talking on the phone, I heard something, and I look up to my TV, and my TV was literally shaking. Like someone was wiggling it. Not turning, but shaking. I'm staring at it, and it just continued as if somebody was trying to get it to work. I'm staring. Are you serious? Now I'm completely quiet, and my friend on the phone was asking if I was okay. I said, yeah, but dude, my TV's shaking on its own. At that moment, the TV came to a sudden stop, as if whoever was shaking it heard me, and literally out of the corner of my eye, as if I was staring at the TV, a partial white figure had walked out my bedroom. Me, being dumb, yelled out, "Oh, come on, you broke the first rule." I know there's something here in my apartment, and I have animals they play with. I've caught them on video playing with orbs, many orbs. When my animal stares behind me, all I say is, as long as you don't show yourself to me, we're fine. So my roommate of 7 years broke a rule. Boo. Rather hilarious. So I'm going to talk about this thing during my mid-years living in this apartment because I find it hilarious. You see, I am quite a quiet introvert. I wake up, play games, watch movies, go to work, come home, do it again. My home has tranquility and solitude. So all is calm like the lakes when only the wind moves the water. Now during this time, I was trying to help a friend get away from her horrible living situation with family. I've known her for a few years since college, so it wasn't a spew of the moment decision. Spur, I hope. I was just sick of hearing the bullshit she was putting under because they felt since they're family, they have a right to use and abuse her. I know what it's like. But her issues were a step up from what I went through. So after my fiancé at the time had left to go back to his home to help with his family, she came a few months later. And might I add, before I finally got her in though, I helped her get a job in the same place I worked at, so she can have her own money. Before she got the job, I told her if she stood with me, she can stay rent-free till she gets a job. The month after that, we start. We can just talk about payments. So, got her the job, and for the first month, she stood rent-free. She bought whatever she wanted, and I made no objections. At this time, I had tons of cats, so we shared a room while I had the other room with the cats locked in. She had nothing to sleep on but my bed, so we figured, why not? I slept on the sofa. Red flags here. Now she'd like to be entertained and wanted me to constantly entertain her and chat with her. She has her own little TV with her PS4, and I have my big TV where my Xbox is set up on. She liked a lot of chick flick movies while I enjoyed horror. So when she felt something was great to her, she would force me to watch it. You can always say no. I'd let her watch it on my big TV, but I wouldn't pay much attention to it, and that would just annoy her. Now here comes the fun part. Within the first month, she had, a lot of things to literally get me angry, because she found how I acted hilarious, but she would always say, as long as you don't throw me out, you can do whatever you want to me. Over time, I was growing more annoyed and rather angry toward her. I was reminding myself, I'm helping her. Didn't want her to go back to, what I was helping her stay away from. But the fact I was being disrespected just to intentionally get a rise out of me was going too far. When I get upset, my accent changes, and she finds this hilarious. I was born speaking English in a Spanish family, but I enjoy mimicking accents. But when I get upset, my accent rises from English to some New York Italian accent. She stops when she starts hearing the Spanish accent because that means she has hit the red zone, and she'll tend to back off. The rising anger out of me started causing the flow in my apartment to feel different, almost like pressure, like the moment you walked in. At the end of the first month, all I asked was for $20 to $40 a week starting her second month with me. She agreed till I realized she lied after 2 weeks and still has no money. Or at least said they had no money. Talked about how she had no money after the phone and the weed and buying food. This is like a slalom tracker. Whatever that sport is where you're skiing down with these red flags everywhere. Being fed up, I was cooking something and she took out an 18-count carton of eggs. She was about to put it on the counter, not fully on it, but halfway, and I stared and I said in my head, I hope that shit gets smacked out of your hand. At that moment, the egg smashed to the floor. And from the way it literally looked like somebody smacked it out of her hand. I stared at this, and she jumped back and went to save the one that didn't break. I didn't tell her anything, as I just felt that it was her clumsiness. Over time, since that day, things even at work were being thrown out of her hand or smacked out of her hand, like spanking a child's hand, telling her no to make her stop. She even told me that she was in the shower. She felt some touching her, and all of a sudden I heard her squeal. She came out quickly. I asked her what's wrong, and she said that she, felt something, just push her into the tub. I sat there like, oh crap, what have I done? A lot of weird things have been happening around her, and again since that day. At the end of the second month, I kind of threw her things out. She became too much and was too disrespectful, even at work. I became rather vulgar to her after a while before I threw her out. A day or two after I did, so I approached her at work and apologized for throwing her out, but she left me no choice. For the few months after, she went back to her mom's house when I threw her out. She told me that these weird things are still happening. I told her about my roommates after we were at work, and she held some tongs for tossing a salad. They were literally slapped out of her hand and slid across the floor. That day, I told her that my home has others, and it's from you pissing me off. You ruin their flow and probably just making you pay for disrespecting me in my own home, in their home after all. And I did it for you. After a while, she no longer had those problems, but things were going downhill for her. It's because a friend was doing to her what she did to me. Although they didn't live with her, she was going above and beyond for them only to be mistreated. After she came running to me many times about this, I got fed up. And when she said I'm sick of apologizing to people when I didn't do anything, so I told her she needs to get over it because this is your karma for what you did to me. Not once did you ever apologize after all I did for you. And I did a lot more than any of your friends or family ever did. You've done all this, and don't come to me crying. My home is sort of back to being like a solitude. The energy's back to being tranquil, but I have to kind of give up a lot after my emotional trauma. First encounters of my first apartment. Now, I've lived in my current, which is my first apartment, for 7 years. I was in my late 20s when I left my mom's apartment that had their own spooks. Not gonna lie, I was scared. Not of the neighborhood or the people, but not knowing what I was going to deal with alone. Every time I was left alone in my mother's house, I was always messed with by who or whatever else was in there. Since I was 6, this has been happening to me. But this time, I didn't have anyone to run to. I had my cats, and I felt that they would protect me. I was paranoid at first, but after a while, I was okay. Now, as I got comfortable, I figured, okay, quiet, silent. Nothing is in this house to that stature to worry about. I have a 2-bedroom, and one room was, originally supposed to be an office and video game room. And then there's the other bedroom. I lock my cats out of the bedroom so I can sleep on multiple occasions, and I always make sure to close the door. One day I woke up and I saw my door slowly open. I inhaled so hard and jumped up to see my cat waltzing in. This happened on several occasions, even when my fiancé, at the time, was here, and, he tries to say he didn't close the door right, but one day I saw his messenger open, and he wrote to a friend telling them, I closed the door, and there was no way in hell that door was even able to open on its own. I sat there at nights just staring at the door. Now, I freaked out more because after we made the office into a cat's room and moved everything into one room, office stuff in the bedroom, we would close the cat's room and my bedroom. But yet we wake up every other day with both doors opened and the cat's with us and walking on us, climbing on us. One time I'm on my sofa in the bedroom because I had to throw out my bed, and I saw my closet door, which has a mirrored sliding door, just shaking. It was like something was in the closet moving around. But the cats were nowhere in my bedroom. They were locked in their room. The mirror looked like a portal effect as the pressure of the movement was coming from the middle of the door. But the door was open and no one's there. I just stared at it. But by this time, I wasn't as petrified of it, but that's when I had accepted I had others. And I video recorded a few times to catch the cats playing with moving orbs. Not dust, trust me. I know the difference. They looked like little balls of light flickering like a flashlight. So, I made a rule. As long as you don't show yourself, we're fine. Work ghost. I've been working at an industry for 11 years. 8 years at one location and 3 years at another. Now, I'm not sure, since I go through a lot, whether it's really the same one or something else, or I just happen to be in places where the unseen are. But then again, only Lord knows what's put this ground before man put above. Now, this experience hasn't happened a lot since it's at work, and I'm not as attentive since it's a fast-paced environment. Dealing with food orders and incomplete workers, or incompetent workers, will do that to you. But there are times when I've been alone when it's slow. Others are on break or called out and told not to come in. I'm on the line cleaning up, fixing a small order. And out of my peripheral vision, somebody walked over toward my direction to walk past me. They never seen me walking away. Mind you, I'm on the line where the food is, and it's a straight path to the doorway, and there's no turns. I even witnessed this once or twice at the register. And again, there's no turns behind me or anything where this person can jump over and hide. It's always an old man in a white shirt. I don't get to see anything else because by the time I get to give any visual attention, he's already about to pass me. He comes out of nowhere like he took a sudden turn or something. What creeps me out more was when, like, they walk past me. You can feel the gust of sudden wind, somebody having walked past you, sort of at a fast pace if they were in a rush. So I'm looking forward and he rushes behind me and I see him approaching me from the right, but I never ever see him. It's like he disappears right behind me. I don't usually ask anybody if they saw anything or if they walked by unless I knew for sure. Try not to look as crazy as I normally already look. I feel straitjackets don't suit me. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary. And besides that, it really happened in this location at all, well, to me. So as much as I have the elderly man sneaking up behind me, in the second location, though, this location had stuff happening. Not as often, but still happens. I worked in this location for 3 years, since the other one closed for good. So anyways, I have opened and closed this store. And I've had this other store many times, sometimes the same day. But the closings, sometimes they didn't go off as easy as when you're the last one out and waiting for the manager to drive you home. Or waiting inside till the next bus arrives because it's freezing cold or suffocatingly hot. But I'm a trainer, so I know how to close the majority of the store. Mainly barista, line, and register. It's really the main ones I close, and again, sometimes in the same day. Again, ugh. Now in this location it's a bit different. I still have that person walking by me, that same experience really, and keep this to myself. It's not the same man though, it's a definite to this. At night, when I alone, literally the only left human are 2 or 3, and they are downstairs. You can see where the stairs are at and if anybody's there and fucking with you. No one's upstairs with me. The soda machine sometimes goes on by itself, and I don't mean the humming noise of a machine. No, I mean you can hear someone pressing against the chosen soda, and the noise it makes when it dispenses the sugary liquid. At first, I'm just think it's the machine. And due to being pressed a million times a day, I'm pretty sure a button or 2 will wear out and malfunction here and there. Wishful thinking, I know. Now, this has happened a few times, not consecutively, so I just brush it off. Soda doesn't go all over the place, it's just those taps that allow the soda to go for like a split 2 or 3 seconds. But the part that confirmed my mind was right was when you hear a chair being moved. Now, I'm the only one on the floor. There's the last 1 or 2 downstairs and only 1 staircase that you can't go past without being seen. No one is on the floor in the dining room at all. But you hear a chair adjust like a movement. It comes from random spots in the dining room. You don't see them move since there's dozens of chairs, but you do hear them. One day, I swear I saw someone rush like a dark blur go to the bathroom. Thought it was the manager or the worker that was left, but nobody comes upstairs. I figured maybe I wasn't paying attention and they came up. It could happen since I'm not the brightest person there is. Suddenly, I see my manager coming from the staircase, whether by himself or with the second-to-last worker downstairs. Besides the old man, there's a shadow person that's in the location. It moves fast, so I'm not sure if that's why I can't see him or if he's just perhaps featureless. Now, I thought it was just me, until one of the new employees had been there for a few weeks and he was closing by himself. After a while, he sat me down as we waited for the ride in the bus. He looked to me and was like, "So how you handling the job so far?" "Blue, I need to ask you something." "Sups. Anything all good?" "Yeah, just the noises sometimes get to me." Me thinking, but keeping to myself about these things, not wanting to send wrong messages. "Oh, those are just the machines, especially the ice machine. Sounds get tricky when you're alone." "It's not the machines, it's the chairs." Now I'm just watching him as he realized my hesitation to say something and look around. I feel him staring at me as if it confirmed it wasn't just the machines, and then he said it. "There's an old man that walks around here. Who is he?" "No one to concern yourself with. You leave them alone, they leave you alone." "There's also something else here, but I see the old man here more." Me, just try not to pay attention to it. It'll only make you paranoid at night, and although it might make you work faster into closing the store, don't recommend giving it much thought. We both suddenly hear a chair move as the legs went across the floor for a split second, like we felt it was them saying that we're listening. I'm used to it, but I still jump, and from time to time too. We soon get up, stand by the door to the store, waiting for our time before we have to leave. He left after a few months for a better job, and I stood there till my injury stopped me from working. But as I said, it was continuous in there, but it still happened on a here and there basis. But I always heard the chairs and the old man. Never looked into the history of the area, nor did I want to. Do enough Nancy Drewing around anyways. That is a good use, or it's a good verb form of Nancy Drew. You know what I mean. Halloween night. Okay, so this happened a few years ago in my mother's apartment. Again, alone in the house. And again, I'm not sure where anybody was or went to, and I'm just lying in bed. It was dark outside, so I wasn't sure what time of the night it was. I would say maybe 8 or 11. I was asleep, dreaming of whatever it was I was dreaming. More than likely a weird dream, as all the other dreams were. For some reason, part of me decided to wake up, and as I opened my eyes, something didn't feel right. Now, I know about sleep paralysis, and I've been through this many times. Can't move, can't talk, not sure whether you're still asleep or awake. But this was completely different. The atmosphere didn't feel right. Felt heavy. I heard something, but I wasn't sure what it was since I was just waking up, so figured either my mother came home or I dropped something. As I was trying to move to sit up, I felt a sudden grip, a tight grip like a predator catching its prey. Now I'm thinking it's paralysis, but then I felt a heavy frame over me, like a body pressing against me, trying to hold me down. Suddenly there was a pain in my stomach, like something was putting their knee in my stomach to keep me pinned. More pressure was put into my stomach as I was trying to move, to toss to the side and curl up, and the pain was in one spot. Not all over, just a spot a knee would be. Suddenly I'm hearing some breathing. I don't feel the air, but I can hear it, and then I felt a hand on my face, like somebody grabbed my jaw and slowly made my head turn to its side. I'm laying there, moving my arms slowly, but unable to really function it, you know. And then it happened. Whispers were heard into my ear, talking, but at a fast pace. I couldn't catch up to it. But I heard certain words being said. And this time I felt actual breath in my ear. My body still felt heavy from whatever was on me, and my mobility was completely shot. All I could do was breathe and feel, and the pain was getting more intense. Within the whispers, all I heard were demands. It was like listening to a spirit box. You could only hear certain words coming out, all the noise that you were hearing. I don't remember all of the words, but they were pills, take, and bathroom. There was also a few other words that were kind of close to that category. Not sure how long it went for, since I was trying to figure out what, who, or why. Kept squirming on my bed as the whispering continued. Finally, I felt the heaviness disappear off of me. I flung up to sit up on it like a heavy pant and held my stomach where I felt the pressure. Immediately rolled off the bed and looked at it, wondering what the hell just happened. The atmosphere was back to normal. There was no one else in the room, but something said look, and when I looked, my closet door was slightly opened. It's as if you had read my previous entries that you would read, if not closed. Things happen. Birthday balloon. Mid to late 90s, my mother bought me a helium balloon that had Belle from Beauty and the Beast on both sides. It was rather big, about the size of a medium sofa cushion, and it was a pretty balloon, and I loved it a lot. Over time, I was enjoying it here and there, till it was just still floating about the house. That's cool, balloons do that, and slowly they sort of fade away from the air. Fine, cool. But I realized something. It would be in every room I was on its own. Didn't think much of it at first, so I'm just ignoring it, but after a while I could catch it floating in my direction little by little. It was literally following me where I went. It wasn't like a fast or quick pace, but it set its own pace and it would follow me. I was in the living room and it was just chilling in the corner, still in the air floating. Both of us just sitting there. Without thinking, I got up off the sofa and went toward my bedroom to look for something or just go to my room. Within a few minutes, I look up and see the balloon floating at my door as if waiting for me to invite it in. I watched like, what the fuck? And again, not thinking, maybe the air and all, and this went on for days. It took very long for it to lose its air. Whenever I moved, it wasn't too far behind. I'd be in the shower, and when I'd leave, the balloon's at the door like a dog waiting. The balloon was found in rooms that had no explanation on how it got in there. It was like touching the ceiling and had in no way possible be able to pass the door frames without any help. One day it was in my bedroom, fine, whatever. No, not fine. I was in the living room just chilling, and suddenly I see it floating toward the living room in the hallway. Stops at the entrance of the living room, floats toward a corner, and just sits there. I'm alone, so how did it get out of my room to begin with? And after that, I started being petrified of the balloon. Didn't go near it, and I avoided it like you would anyone on the streets. My mom wanted to release the air so the whole thing could be over, but I didn't let her. I'm not sure why, honestly, but that balloon made me uncomfortable. Even when the air was half gone from it, it still floated around the house like a stepdad. That's when it made it easier to get into rooms, and I'd have to close my damn door to prevent it from entering. The worst days were when I go to sleep and wake up in the morning with the balloon hovering over me or by my bed. Finally, damn thing died off, and I think my mom folded it up and either threw it away or put it away for a keepsake. No more birthday balloons. And if I do get them, I undo them at the end of the day. When I was 8, I had my first paranormal experience. First encounter was with my stepfather at that time. My mother and my brother were just living in a rented house of a suicide victim. Of course, they didn't told my mom or my stepfather about it when they first rented, but the neighbors did told us after a month of living there. So at first, everything's fine, only an odd feeling about the garage. The dead forest behind the house. And when I say dead forest, I mean like a straight line of dead trees that just keeps going for miles. But when you look to the left and to the right of the house, the rest of the forest was green and luscious. Anyways, my mom was working at night, so we would be with her boyfriend from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. During the daylight, we kept seeing black shadows going by the corner of our eyes. But you'd look, and nothing was there until me and my brother saw it on the floor going up to the attic. But it wasn't really an attic, more like an empty space in between the roof and the house. One night everything was shaking, like as if there was a huge storm outside the windows, and the door was shaking, and then the TV went static, and my brother went catatonic. I was faced with my stepfather looking at me with the creepiest smile I've ever seen. He said to me that the banging I was hearing was monsters trying to get in, and that we'd get eaten alive. He was just going to say weird stuff to scare me with the blackest of eyes. It's like his pupil was so huge and he was another person, like telling the story about those monsters outside. And I'm going to sound crazy, but at one point I saw a wolf-like figure with the red eyes at the door of the patio transforming into a man, like a black figure with yellowish eyes. I was so scared I can't believe I didn't pass out or something. Like I kept looking back at my brother and calling his name, but he had no response, only dead staring at the static of the TV, looking like a total zombie. Meanwhile, the doors and windows were still shaking and banging. There's no storms outside, no wind, no nothing. The trees weren't even moving outside the windows. But then after what felt like a real-life nightmare that I couldn't wake from, I remember I looked back at my stepfather and saw 3 white female figures. They were all standing behind him, looking at me with a smile that I can't explain. But I felt like they were saying to me that you're safe and you're not alone. I felt this courage overcome the fear, then grabbed the arm of my stepfather. I yelled at him to stop it now. Looking straight back into those black eyes, seeing the pupils shrinking back to normal in a matter of seconds, like whatever was happening in him was gone. Poofed. And suddenly I was face to face with the scared and panicked grown man that kept asking me what had happened. Seeing that I was in tears and my brother was white looking dead in the couch, TV went back to normal, no more banging, everything had stopped suddenly. I asked him if we could leave the house for the night until my mom comes back. He then took the keys of the car and we stayed in the car for a couple of streets away from the house and waited for my mom to come back in the early morning. I was confused and I was mad at him. Didn't want to speak to him. I told him everything to my mom, and next day the following week we were moving from that house and leaving him behind. Apparently, my mom told me after he had summoned a demon with one of his friends a couple of months prior. Wow. And apparently he was having suicidal thoughts and losing parts of his days that he couldn't remember. He felt like he was going crazy, and with the reasons he was getting pretty scared. They even went to a priest. And anyway, that's the end of the story of my first encounter with the paranormal. I have a few others that happened to me. I got scared and prayed to never see or hear anything ever again. Kind of, well, to be as oblivious as possible to the paranormal. Never saw or heard or feel anything in years. The Man in Black. When I was 10 years old, I'm sleeping over at my friend's apartment in the same apartment complex as me. It was a late summer night when I suddenly woke up not feeling quite good for some reason. So I went to the window to breathe in some air, and just thinking it was probably a nightmare that I couldn't remember, which is, well, kind of weird to me, but I usually always do. But anyways, my friends are dead asleep in the same room as me, and I'm at the window. First, I look around at the top of the trees in the sky. My eyes go down toward the street in front of me. Then I see a man all dressed in black with a black ski mask that only shows his eyes, staring right up at her window, staring at me. He's not moving a finger, just staring there looking at me. I wake up my friends telling them to look down the street, which they immediately did, but now I had my friends looking back at me like I was crazy, saying to me that they couldn't see anything, there's no one. And mind you, at this point I'm just crying and hysterically telling them that he's right there in front of them, but they couldn't see him. They eventually went and woke up the 17-year-old, so hopefully that way she could come and try to calm me down, and after a while went back to sleep. And that was the end of it. Never saw anything else like that. And by the way, I'm not schizophrenic at all, and I had a shrink when I was 14, and that was for social anxiety. That's because of the moving so much. So to this day, I'm quite confused about that night when I saw. I'm curious to know really if anybody's experienced something like that. Scratching and knocking at my door at 3 a.m. Just to preface, about 3 years ago is when I had this paranormal experience. It happened in July of 2016. I'm a night owl, and I've always had a hard time going to bed at a reasonable hour since childhood, especially during this period of my life. I was nearing the end of a very bad time in my life where I was hospitalized for a year due to mental health issues. Because I had no job at the time, I often stayed up as late as I liked and worked on projects, sometimes even till dawn. I liked the comfort, and all the night pretty much brought me all of this and brought me the quietness of it all. Really enjoyed being the only one awake and never once considered that it could be scary. I was used to it. At this time, I wasn't sure about the paranormal, even though I had some experiences in the past. It's something I never really thought much about, and I wouldn't say I didn't believe in it entirely, but I was very skeptical. So I still lived with my parents. My mom often got up during the night to check on me, even though it always annoyed me a bit. I understood that she was just worried about me because of my mental illness issues. She would tell me that it's late and I need to sleep. She slowly stopped doing it after a while because she realized there's no point, and I went to bed when I wanted to. I was also doing a lot better at this point mentally and was much more stable. And I was starting a new job next week. So back to that night. It was around 3:30 a.m. and I was awake in my room drawing and watching Netflix. I had my door shut and I was just about to turn the lights off to go to sleep. I figured I should at least try to lay down and sleep even though I really wasn't tired. As I was putting my colored pencils away and turning off Netflix, I heard something knock on my door really loudly. It did this 3 times and sounded like something was scratching the door along with it. Expecting it to be my mom asking me why I was still up, I replied, "Yeah?" But no one answered. And then I heard 3 loud knocks and scratching noises again. Scratching sounded like someone's nails running down from the top of the door, and I said, "Yeah, what is it? What do you want?" No one answered again. So I started thinking that whoever was knocking on my door was trying to scare me. It didn't make any sense. Why my family would be trying to scare me? They had all been passed out for hours and not the type to do something like that at 3 in the morning. Then it happened again, and this time I was like, "Hello, hello." Silence again. I even for a split second thought that maybe it was my dog, just trying to get into my room. But just as quickly debunking that idea. My dog couldn't get upstairs where the bedrooms are because we had it locked. There's a heavy-duty gate that blocked the top of the stairs. He's a little dog too and can't get over it. The knocking and scratching was so deliberate and with such force that there was no way it was my dog. It rattled my door as it happened. It was always done in the same pattern as the knock before, just like a person would do. Then it happened one last time. I didn't say anything this time, and I suddenly realized how bizarre this was. I had this intense feeling of fear washing over me. I was too scared to open my door to check and see if everything was there, and I felt like if I did, something would harm me. My instinct told me that I'd be inviting whatever this thing was into my room if I did. I sat on my bed for maybe 15 minutes staring at the door in pure shock. Finally had the courage to get up and turn off the lights. And I kept my lamp on that still lit up the whole room. There's no way I was sleeping in the dark. Texted my boyfriend 30 minutes after the incident, telling him what just happened. He works early in the morning, so he responded right away, telling me not to investigate any further and to try to sleep. I barely slept any. After what was just happening, I was like the first person up in the morning. I told everyone what happened and no one took me seriously. They said I must have imagined it because I was really tired or something, but I didn't. I was wide awake and lucid. I asked everybody if they knocked at my door, and none of them did. I thought for sure somebody at least heard it too. That's because seemingly something demonic or scratching, the sound was loud as hell. Pun intended. They said no, and I knew that they were not lying. My dog was still downstairs where we left him the night before, and this freaked me out a lot. I stopped thinking about it because I couldn't explain it. I tried thinking of a rational explanation, but came up with nothing. After this is when I started to become very interested in the paranormal. Did lots of research and was looking for answers. A month later, I got together my own paranormal investigation team, began doing my own investigations. Since then, I've had many encounters with the supernatural, and captured evidence of weird happenings, visual and audio. Everybody with me also would experience these things. But those are stories for another day. Even after 3 years, this is something that I think about sometimes. I wonder if it was demonic or just a spirit with a message. I asked a friend who has psychic abilities, and I've seen amazing evidence of, and recently. She said it was a visitor. I know this kind of phenomenon has happened to many, especially at the witching hour, being 3 a.m. I know many say that 3 knocks on the hour means mocking the Trinity, which means it's a demon, but I'm not sure. Even though the creepy as fuck nail scratching is pretty convincing. But there is much more symbolism to the number 3 than just that. I gotta stop knocking in 3s, apparently. Damn. Oops. Shape-shifting spirit in the forest. Friend is attacked. So there's an infamous apparition that appears at the head of the trail. It usually happens around sunset. Many have reported seeing a man wearing 70s clothing at the top of the cliff staring down at you. Then he runs at an impossible angle down the cliff with a smile on his face. And just as he's about to hit the trail, he vanishes into thin air. It's been seen for decades. Many police calls have been made because of it. Law enforcement is aware of this phenomenon and are told to ignore it. Many people believed it was a real person. There's also a mine that collapsed up there, killing many. Lots of rock climbers have fallen to their death. There's been black magic rituals there. Many hikers and people have gone missing. And also Ted Bundy killed someone up there as well. The battle at Fork, Utah took place there. Many natives and Mormon settlers were slaughtered. Not to mention it's known for Bigfoot sightings and other weird shape-shifting shit. The canyon is full of spirits and activity. You're bound to at least experience something. Even if you just get a mild sort of sense of being watched or just the quote-unquote creeps. I've hiked up there many times before. I even knew it was haunted, just because it's one of the most beautiful canyons in Utah County. Every time I went, I would feel very paranoid once I got deep into the canyon, though. One of these times, I was with 2 friends and their 2 dogs. We had made it pretty far, and I've been hiking for hours at this point. The sun was setting. We decided to take a water break. As soon as we stopped, we heard loud whooshing and banging noises coming from the left of the trail of trees. My friend's dogs immediately bolted down the trail with the hair standing up on their backs. The sound was not like anything we'd heard before. We thought it could be an animal, and maybe it was, but I don't know what kind of animal could make that noise. Can't describe it, but I still remember exactly how it sounded. The closest thing I can think of to the sound is a very large drum. I felt a strong urge to get the fuck out of there, and so did everyone else. Needless to say, we didn't finish the hike that day. After that experience, we did some research on the canyon and found out about the hauntings. This sort of triggered a curiosity to explore this. So I round up the gang of ghost hunters and we decide to go on a Friday. We decided to go at sunset, packed lots of ghost hunting gear, and set off preparing to hike in the dark. We have a ghost device that's always been accurate in our investigations, and we use this throughout this whole experience. It has an EMF detector and radar. It's the most useful device, and we got one. And it repeats words off the EVP, and it shows it spelled out into the screen. So as soon as we were 5 minutes up the trail, we all collectively agreed that we all felt more energy from the left side of the canyon. So we decided to take the left fork and we would just go to it. One of the first things the device said was 3. It repeated it many times throughout the hike. We assumed it was answering our question about how many spirits were there at first. The device detected many energy points on the radar as soon as the sun went down. Weird chains, humming, whistling, clanking noises throughout the whole hike. It always was coming from the left side of the canyon, and it seemed to be following us. We finally arrived in one mining cave in the trail, put the flashlight in the mouth of the cave, and noticed this particular cave is kind of sunk halfway into the ground, so you basically have to crawl into a hole that goes underground. It's a very tight squeeze, and barely one person can go in at a time. One of our group members, Brian, decided he was going to try to look down for a second. We all had a very bad feeling about it, protested against it. And he insisted, and we just were going to go down for a second. Radar was going off, and it was showing a lot of strong activity coming from the cave's direction. Brian kneeled down, started to climb in. As soon as he got one leg in the hole of the cave, the device immediately said leg. We told Brian to stop and step away. He finally listened. We decided to stop and record an EVP session at the mouth of the cave. We were hearing the same distant voices and clanking, too, as we did before, but this time a bit louder. We set the voice recorder in the ground and started asking questions. We weren't getting much response, but the noises continued. We were huddled around the voice recorder when I heard whispering right behind my head. It felt like somebody was breathing down my neck. Everyone heard it and decided to end the recording. We all contemplated turning around and leaving, but Jenny and Brian insisted on going further. We decided, since we made it this far, we might as well keep going. We hadn't seen anyone else on the trail for hours. That's when we finally saw some BYU college students hiking back down as they passed us. As soon as they were approaching us, the activity on the radar and device disappeared instantly. It was almost like the spirits didn't want them to know that they were there. So we passed all these different bridges labeled with a number. Every bridge we passed, the activity and energy increased, as did the noises. One of my friends in our group, Jenny, has some psychic abilities, and she sees spirits ever since she flatlined in a hospital years ago. She had always been pretty good at sort of steering us in the right direction. She seems to know things before they happen. She mentioned to us that they were spirit guides with us protecting us the whole time, and was possibly warning us of something. I didn't think much of it at first, and then we passed bridge number 3. As soon as we did, the temperature dropped 10 degrees. It was a hot summer night and we were sweating the entire hike. And then we all were just putting on our jackets. And it also was immediately a very bad, pungent, rotting smell and the sound of water, even though we were by a dry riverbed. We got to the part of the trail where the path narrows and it goes into a thick forested area. It was dark the whole trip, but we could see some without the flashlights because of the moon. But this area has thick trees blocking the moonlight, You could barely see 15 feet in front of you, even with the flashlight. Everything inside me was telling me not to keep walking. My friend Kayla agreed. We stopped maybe a minute or two to talk, and everyone was huddled into a circle, except Jenny. She was looking in the distance up the riverbed. We were thinking about turning around because we began to all feel very unsafe and a sense of doom. As we were talking about leaving, the device said, "Go," and big. As soon as we heard that, we booked it down the trail. My heart felt like it was going to fall out of my chest. Running as fast as we could, and it felt like somebody was chasing us. Finally, after passing all the bridges, we finally slowed down just because we were out of breath. We all sighed a breath of relief. We felt safer as soon as we crossed the bridge once, or the bridge once again. We were all laughing about what happened, and we were making jokes to lighten the mood. Jenny then told us sternly to not let our guard down. She said we still have a way to go. She told Brian to shine a light behind us the rest of the way because we were being followed. We were hoping the light would push back whatever was there. We were walking back for maybe 10 minutes when suddenly, my friend Kayla began seizing and shaking. Her entire right side of her body was moving uncontrollably. She was using her left arm to try to stop her right arm from spasming. She was hyperventilating, and Jenny put her arm just around her, and we stopped her and let her calm down. We heard humming all around us. Eventually, she went back to normal. Still in complete shock, and we're walking as fast as we can down that trail. Then the device said protect, and the radar showed a circle around us forming all these dots of energy. It was super cool. We felt safe for a while. Then 30 minutes later, we started hearing louder noises. Jenny told us all to just ignore them and think of something positive. She told to picture a cute little bunny with brown eyes instead. We all joked about it. And then about 3 minutes later, something was rustling the bushes, and then out jumps a bunny with brown eyes in the center of the trail. As soon as it hit the ground, the device said intruder. I don't think about this coincidence until we reached the bottom. I do recall us thinking it was weird because it looked like a domesticated rabbit in the woods. Kayla was not doing well, was feeling sick and weak. Made it to the end of the trail and decided to do a protective ritual after the device said protect again. Before we turned off the device, we were talking about what could have attacked Kayla. That's when the device said monster. We ended her session and decided to take Kayla home and make sure she was safe. She was still very shaken up. I talked to Jenny the next day and asked her what she was looking at, and we were all huddled in a circle talking about the riverbed. She said that she was 4 spirits. 2 were benign, 1 was evil, and 1 was something that she never felt before. She saw something attack Kayla when she started seizing. She believes it was the last one. Jenny and Brian also brought up the weird connection to the bunny. Never thought about it that way. They believed it to be a shapeshifter and possibly the unexplainable entity that attacked Kayla. Kayla still had many problems afterwards. We eventually put a spell on her house to protect her, and the issues finally subsided. The reason why I'm retelling this story is because I finally watched the movie The Witch on Netflix after many people told me it was good. It's been more than a year since that experience, but when I watched that movie, there was a shape-shifting rabbit in it. It made me do a little bit more research on maybe what happened that night, and I came across many sources claiming this is a phenomenon that happens everywhere. Apparently, there's a shapeshifter known to take the form of a rabbit called puka. Native Americans are aware of this kind of shapeshifter, and I believe it to be a connection to the underworld. Many believe that one of the other forms it takes is a beautiful young woman that walks through the woods. I promised to never speak of it again, but what the fuck happened? Prior to this incident, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal, so this is one of the reasons why I never truly spoke of what I went through at the time. Being in denial was easier than me trying to understand something that I couldn't rationally grasp. It all started with me moving in with 2 other girls into a dormitory in the capital of my country. The dorm was exclusively for female students, and it had 3 major blocks. It's owned by the Ministry of Higher Education and is considered a public housing facility for people who do not want to or cannot afford to rent private apartments housing. We were given at random a room in the lowest block of the building, Block C. The room we were given was numbered 903, and it was the room before the last in order of rooms in the block. At the beginning, none of us were suspicious of anything, although we did notice the shape of a visible handprint in the front of the door. The handprint looked tiny, like that of a small child. We didn't give it much thought, and we concluded that it must have been maybe left from a previous paint coat on the door, and that was only the beginning of it all. As time went by and the school year rolled in, each of us started to notice little strange things happening around the room. It was small things like putting stuff in a certain place and finding it somewhere else. For so long we kept thinking that we were just being forgetful and we're not paying as much attention as we should. Maybe it's due to school stress, exams and such. However, that changed for me when I started to experience things differently. The first true incident that made me start to question everything was when I was in the shower. This room had a tiny shower, a small toilet, and a kitchen sink attached to it. Between the main and bigger part of the room, the beds and the desk, and the shower was the door. The door has a latch on it that you can turn left or right to lock and unlock. I was by myself that day, and both my roommates were out. It was close to mid-afternoon. I came back from college and wanted to take a shower before taking a nap, gathered towels and shampoo, and made sure to close the windows. Then I went into the shower, leaving the door unlocked and wide open. I was alone, so I didn't feel the need to lock or close the shower's door. I started up the shower's head and started opening the shampoo bottle when suddenly, and out of nowhere, the door to the shower shut so violently that the whole room actually shook. I heard the moment the latch on the door as if it turned right to lock me in. I was so startled that I almost hit my head on the floor of the shower. I shouted out because I thought I was maybe having one of my roommates coming home early and not realizing I was in there. Kept calling for the girls and telling them to unlock the door and that it was not funny. The door wouldn't budge and the lock remained firmly on. At some point I started to get seriously uneasy. That's because if nobody was going to open up the lock from the other side, I essentially was trapped in the shower. I kept banging on the door until my neighbor in the next room heard me. Came around to talk me through the wall. She came around and talked to me through the wall of her shower. The shower and toilets were built in a way that they aligned with those of the adjacent rooms. She asked me if I was alright, and I told her I was not, and that I was locked in and I needed to get out. So she called the head of the dorm. They brought a spare key to open up my room and unlock the shower's door so I could be let out. I was literally shaking, and the dorm's head just kept asking if I needed medical care. They gently laid me on my bed, and within that sort of commotion, it occurred to me that the room was empty. None of my roommates were there. I was so traumatized that I didn't even want to entertain the thought of what actually happened. I've always been terrified of small places, and I being forcefully locked into one almost caused me to lose consciousness. When the girls came after sunset, they were so concerned for me, and they swore up and down that they haven't returned to dorms until that very moment. As I calmed down, I started to go back into my mind, checking over things like the facts of the front door to the room being locked. I actually closed the windows as well before getting into the shower and not get a cold. I was losing my mind, going back and forth of what happened like thousands of times in my head, and I heard the door slam and I heard the lock turn. I did not imagine those things. Then how the fuck did I get locked in if no one else was on the other side of the door? It's after that when things started to get creepy and way too uncomfortable for me. After the whole thing, I sat down with my roommates and told them what I went through. Told them to tell me if I was going insane or something's wrong with me. And at that moment, they opened up to me about weird stuff that they've also been experiencing. One of them spoke of how she was repeatedly feeling the sensation of a cold breath over her neck while she slept or napped. She told us that she was losing sleep because of it, but was scared to mention it really, and the other spoke of voices she would hear at random times and shadows dancing on the walls during both day and nighttime. We tried to rationalize what we were experiencing, but it just didn't reassure us in any way or form. Started staying out as long as we can, just so that way we could spend time in the room as possible, or rather as little time as possible. I even stayed at a friend's apartment a couple of nights because I couldn't stomach sleeping in that room again. Things did not get any better, and in fact, it got worse after that. And this is me recalling the most terrifying night of my life. I promised to never speak of it again, but what the fuck happened? Prior to this incident, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal, so this is one of the reasons why I never truly spoke of what I went through at the time. Being in denial was easier than me trying to understand something that I couldn't rationally grasp. It all started with me moving in with two other girls into a dormitory in the capital of my country. The dorm was exclusively for female students, and it had 3 major blocks. It's owned by the Ministry of Higher Education and is considered a public housing facility for people who do not want to or cannot afford to rent private apartments housing. We were given at random a room in the lowest block of the building, Block C. The room we were given was numbered 903, and it was the room before the last in order of rooms in the block. At the beginning, none of us were suspicious of anything, although we did notice the shape of a visible handprint in the front of the door. The handprint looked tiny, like that of a small child. We didn't give it much thought, and we concluded that it must have been maybe left from a previous paint coat on the door, and that was only the beginning of it all. As time went by and the school year rolled in, each of us started to notice little strange things happening around the room. It was small things like putting stuff in a certain place and finding it somewhere else. For so long we kept thinking that we were just being forgetful and we're not paying as much attention as we should. Maybe it's due to school stress, exams and such. However, that changed for me when I started to experience things differently. The first true incident that made me start to question everything was when I was in the shower. This room had a tiny shower, a small toilet, and a kitchen sink attached to it. Between the main and bigger part of the room, the beds and the desk, and the shower, was the door. The door has a latch on it that you can turn left or right to lock and unlock. I was by myself that day, and both my roommates were out. It was close to mid-afternoon. I came back from college and wanted to take a shower before taking a nap, gathered towels and shampoo, and made sure to close the windows. Then I went into the shower, leaving the door unlocked and wide open. I was alone, so I didn't feel the need to lock or close the shower's door. I started up the shower's head and started opening the shampoo bottle when suddenly, and out of nowhere, the door to the shower shut so violently that the whole room actually shook. I heard the moment the latch on the door as if it turned right to lock me in. I was so startled that I almost hit my head on the floor of the shower. I shouted out because I thought I was maybe having one of my roommates coming home early and not realizing I was in there. Kept calling for the girls and telling them to unlock the door and that it was not funny. The door wouldn't budge and the lock remained firmly on. At some point I started to get seriously uneasy. That's because if nobody was going to open up the lock from the other side, I essentially was trapped in the shower. Kept banging on the door until my neighbor in the next room heard me. Came around to talk me through the wall. She came around and talked to me through the wall of her shower. The shower and toilets were built in a way that they aligned with those of the adjacent rooms. She asked me if I was alright, and I told her I was not, and that I was locked in and I need to get out. So she called the head of the dorm. They brought a spare key to open up my room and unlock the shower's door so I could be let out. I was literally shaking, and the dorm's head just kept asking if I needed medical care. They gently laid me on my bed, and within that sort of commotion, it occurred to me that the room was empty. None of my roommates were there. I was so traumatized that I didn't even want to entertain the thought of what actually happened. I've always been terrified of small places, and I being forcefully locked into one almost caused me to lose consciousness. When the girls came after sunset, they were so concerned for me, and they swore up and down that they haven't returned to dorms until that very moment. As I calmed down, I started to go back into my mind, checking over things like the facts of the front door to the room being locked. I actually closed the windows as well before getting into the shower to not get a cold. I was losing my mind, going back and forth. It would happen like thousands of times in my head, and I heard the door slam, and I heard the lock turn. I did not imagine those things. Then how the fuck did I get locked in if no one else was on the other side of the door? It's after that when things started to get creepy and way too uncomfortable for me. After the whole thing, I sat down with my roommates and told them what I went through. Told them to tell me if I was going insane or if something's wrong with me. And at that moment, they opened up to me about weird stuff that they've also been experiencing. One of them spoke of how she was repeatedly feeling the sensation of a cold breath over her neck while she slept or napped. She told us that she was losing sleep because of it, but was scared to mention it really, and the other spoke of voices she would hear at random times and shadows dancing on the walls during both day and nighttime. We tried to rationalize what we were experiencing, but it just didn't reassure us in any way or form. Started staying out as long as we can, just so that way we could spend time in the room as possible, or rather as little time as possible. I even stayed at a friend's apartment a couple of nights because I couldn't stomach sleeping in that room again. Things did not get any better, and in fact, it got worse after that. And this is me recalling the most terrifying night of my life. So we're all asleep in the room when I suddenly woke up. I had no pressing need to pee, and I wasn't hungry or thirsty. I was just startled awake for no immediate reason. It was around 1 a.m. because I do remember checking my phone. Moonlight was strong, and it was a pretty bright night. Laid my head back into the pillow, eyes still open, trying to relax back to sleep when I noticed something moving on the wall. At first, I thought it was a shadow of something in the room or in the balcony, but it was not. It was a shadow of a human child holding something in its hands. It kept moving back up and down the wall like it was running or playing around. I legitimately froze. I instantly tried to block my breathing. My heart was beating like crazy that I could hear it drumming like frantically in my ears. It was like I was my entire body, like made of wood. I swear I've never felt more scared or anxious in my life. Weirdest feeling ever, and no words can properly describe it. All I could think was, am I going crazy? There's no way I'm seeing what I'm seeing. Nope. I'm totally still asleep and I'm dreaming. Gonna wake up now soon. Just a dream, just a dream. The shadow stopped and suddenly turned in my direction. And in a perfect crystal clear voice, a giggling young girl spoke up to me saying, "Come play with me." I almost had a heart attack at that moment. I don't know how I did it, but I sprang up from the bed like a crazy person and started violently shaking my roommate awake. Told them that I'm not going to stay in this room for a moment longer, that I didn't care if I had to sleep in a mattress in the hallway outside. They were confused and they were worried and half awake, and I didn't care to linger. Just gathered my pillow and blanket and left. Went to a friend in another room in the building and spent the night with them. Next morning, skipped class, went to the dorm's head and told her to find me in an open spot in another room. Hopefully I didn't care about in what block and with whom, but that day I went into the cursed room, packed all my stuff, and moved in with one of my roommates to a different room in the furthest block possible. The other roommate told me that she couldn't leave because there weren't enough empty spots for other rooms and that she's fine with staying. told her to just knock herself out, but I'm never stepping a foot in that room ever again. And yes, I never went back there. The following year, I rented a house with the same roommate that left me with all the way at the end. The following year, I rented a house with the same roommate that left with me that day. We never spoke again of the shit that happened in that dorm room ever again. Never been in a dorm room. Ghosts or no ghosts, don't really want to go to a dorm room. Sweet dreams. The Last Knock. This happened at a public university in Malaysia. Not one that you remember exactly. It was many years ago during freshman orientation week in a quiet girls' hostel block. And one new student had been assigned to a double room, but for some reason no roommate ever arrived. During the orientation, the seniors gave a strange warning. If someone knocks on your door late at night, do not open it, no matter what you hear. When the juniors asked why, the seniors told a chilling story. Years earlier, a senior living in that very block had quarreled with her boyfriend over the phone. Heartbroken, she wandered the hall after midnight. She was knocking on every door and begging for someone to talk to, and everyone was asleep and no one opened. Desperate and alone, she climbed to the top floor and jumped. And since that night, at that exact hour of her death, an unexplained knocking begins at the first room in the corridor and travels slowly door by door. A soft, sad voice follows. Is anyone willing to talk to me? The new girl tried to laugh it off, but as darkness fell, her courage shrank. Midnight crept closer. When the distant knocking started, she froze room by room. The sound approached with 2 knocks. Then the faint, pleading voice trailing behind. And by the time it reached the room next to her, she was trembling and panicked. She slid under her bed and pulled the blanket tight. Then the knocking came, and it was soft and deliberate on her door. She held her breath, expecting to hear the question. Instead, a whisper slipped through the crack, and I finally found somebody to talk to, she said, and the girl fainted. Later, she learned the gruesome detail the seniors had left out. When that heartbroken student leapt, her head struck the ground first, and in death, she wandered upside down, her head dragging across the floor, the legs swaying above. The terrified freshman had hidden under the bed, and one perfectly placed person was visible as something that walked with its head to the ground. Whispers in the tall walled flat. When my mother was a teenager, she lived in a weathered block of flats in Bedok South. It's a place that locals whispered about but rarely explained. The rent was absurdly cheap, which should have been the first warning. Her room faced the narrow kitchen, and at night, after the lights went out, the silence never lasted. Instead came the clamor, like a hawker's center suddenly sprung to life in darkness. Pots clanged and chairs scraped, and faint chatter rose and fell. Terrified, she buried her face in the pillow, afraid to even peek. And night after night she went to the sheets because the bathroom felt impossibly far and dangerous. The bathroom itself was strange. Its walls soared well above a man's reach and built high to stop prying eyes. Yet one humid evening, as she reached to untie her hair, a shadow loomed above the rim. A man's face stared back, and she shrieked and bolted. No ordinary human could have scaled those walls. And my mother was a skilled sketcher, a drawer. In one rainy afternoon, she carefully drew pictures of Cinderella instead of Snow White. Delicate gown, bright glass slippers. But when she left her desk, the faintest rustle drew her back. The penciled head of Cinderella trembled and slid halfway off the page, as if trying to escape. My uncle, wondering in that moment, took one look and fainted clean away. And as if that weren't enough, my mother often glimpsed a woman in a crimson cheongsam, drifting through the flat at exactly midnight. The figure never looked at her, but the air grew icy whenever it passed. Years later, when the building was marked for demolition, she overheard their neighbors, the transplants from upstairs, murmuring, "Good thing this place will be torn down soon. Ever since that newlywed tragedy, nothing's been right." Puzzled, my grandmother asked for the story and spilled out in low voices. A young bride had discovered her husband's affair. Rage and heartbreak drove her to kill him before entering her own life in the very flat my mother now feared. And suddenly everything, the phantom market noise, the red-dressed specter, the impossible peeping figure, even the restless drawing, they fit together like jagged puzzle pieces. When the moving truck finally rumbled away and the flat stood empty behind them, my mother swore she felt eyes watching till the last turn on the road. The old black was gone within months, but its stories, like faint voices behind a tall wall, never truly left. The fireball at Block 783C. This really happened to my family at our flat in Woodlands, Block 783C. We've been living there since 2000. The moment stuck with me was 2004. One morning around 5:30 or 6, I went out to the service balcony to fetch the plastic bags we used for wet canoeing gear after training. Our service balcony windows have metal Venetian blinds, and every night before 7 p.m. we always close and lock the windows and pull the blinds down. I walked to the balcony, reached for the bag, and without warning, the blinds suddenly rose and fell by themselves. I froze and turned and ran straight into my mother's room. My sister saw me out of breath and asked what was wrong and just said nothing. That same evening around 9, my aunt was hanging laundry on the service balcony, while my mother and younger sister watched TV in the family room. My aunt noticed the blinds moving again, like somebody was flicking them. Thinking nothing of it at first, she flipped one of the slats back, and immediately a ball of light, like a small, fast fireball, shot through the balcony across the kitchen, went through the family room where my mother and sister were watching, and out the living room window. And just as it left the house, it exploded outside. My aunt cried out a short prayer loudly. My mother and sister saw the thing pass through and burst outside the window. That night, my older sisters and I were at her cousin's place, which is one floor above us. And around 9:30, we came back and my mother asked if we had heard a loud bang. We hadn't. She described what happened. I told her about the blinds that morning, and when my father came home from work, we told him everything. He called a friend who knows a medium and asked him to come the next day. The medium arrived the following night. He walked slowly through the flat and around the outside, listening and watching. And after a while, he told us not to be afraid, and he said the spirits were just playing, and the fireball was one of their favorite tricks. He assured us they were not dangerous and couldn't enter our home because my father had asked him to put up a spiritual gate around the flat during the ritual. He also said that there were other spirits nearby, but they too could not come inside. Even though my family had seen strange things before, that first-hand experience is something I'll never forget. We did have a bit of hot happenings since we moved into the block, and yeah, we still live there now. But that night with the blinds and the fireball is the one that stays with me. The horned thing in the moonlight. My old flat felt haunted long before I moved out, and for years I'd catch glimpses of things that didn't belong. A plate sliding across the kitchen counter by itself, a cold pressure on my chest while I drifted off. Lights that winked on and off for no one near the switch. Told myself it was exhaustion until the night that proved otherwise. It was late and the apartment was quiet, and I was in the small master room. The bed was pushed against the wall so my head faced the ensuite shower, whose frosted glass door had been left ajar. The bathroom seemed oddly brighter than the rest of the room, a pale rectangle of moonlight bleeding through the grab, and my cat, a usually placid gray who always slept curled at my feet, was sitting bolt upright by the bedroom door. The ears were pricked, and that was new. I closed my eyes anyway. Sleep came slow and slippery. I was halfway between waking and dreaming when the cat leapt to its feet and began to yowl. The claws were scrabbling at the door as if something was outside trying to drag it away. I wanted to get up and let it out, but my body wouldn't obey, and my mind was wide awake and my limbs were not. I lay pinned and useless, eyes half open and watching. Behind the frosted glass, something moved. At first, it was just a darker smudge, and then it lengthened and thickened like ink dropping into water. And a silhouette pushed against the gap, too tall and too broad, and my vision narrowed to that shape, and my heart hammered so hard I thought the floor would shake. There were horns, two great curved horns jutted above a head that was wrong for the rest of the form. Bovine, blunt, and terrible. The shoulders and chest that followed were human enough to be monstrous and massive, corded, trying to force his way through the door into my room. My cat's yowling jumped into hysteria I'd never heard before. I felt panic rise like a tide. Tried to move and to run or to flinch. My body stayed rooted, and after what felt like an age, I managed to break free whatever held me. I scrambled up and flicked on the light, and the room was painfully, completely ordinary. The cat blinked at me and settled as if nothing had happened. I told myself it was a dream, a hypnagogic hallucination born of fatigue and fear, but the image stuck, and the unmistakable profile of a minotaur, bull's head human torso, horns cutting the moonlight. I had seen the creature in films and read the myth, dismissed it as a legend. That night, I'd used my bathroom as its doorway.